Hey guys, and welcome back to another video. And today we are doing
Well, we're doing a, well, as you see by the title, it is what would my garage look like if I was Jay Leno. Now, if you don't know who that is, he is an American chat show host and has a lot of motor vehicles. Now, he's a proper petrol head. He doesn't have like just Ferraris and Bugattis. He does have Bugattis, but they're from like the 20s. He's a proper petrol head, proper car guy, and I thought, you know what? If money was no object, and I was like as wealthy as him, and I could have a similar setup to him with all of those cars, I wouldn't just go for Bugattis, Lambos, and Ferraris. And as a video idea, I thought, you know what? Let's compile a list of all the cars I would get. Now, this isn't fully confirmed because I probably have more than this. But I've tried to limit it as much as possible without missing any of the best ones out. So, Jack's on the job of reading them out. I will explain to you if you disagree and why I would own it. If you're just like sat there and you're one of the supercar snobs and think that crappy cars are bad, well, they're not. Most of the cars on there will not be what you expect.
Also, a picture should appear on screen somewhere, you know what I mean? So, hopefully... you know, if you can't imagine what that car looks like, it should be on your screen anyway, so
the video will be separated into sections as well. You know, you can do chapters. It'll either be every car, which I doubt you can do that many, or it'll be A to Z sections. So it'll go A, B, C, D, and then you can select which one. So we'll run through. Or, in fact, I could do brand, because there'll be multiple different brands. We'll do brand, actually.
That'll be
better.
So you'll skip to what cars from certain brands, or if certain brands are in it, then just, you know, scrub across your timeline, and we'll see what's going. But yeah, okay, so
let's start off with number one.
So your first one here is the Abarth 124 Spider.
Now, here you go, picture of it here. Lovely car. Now, this is essentially it's a Fiat. And I know you don't like your Fiats.
But I am aware of this car.
The old ones are very good, but this is one of the only modern Fiats that's actually been that good. And that's because it's not a Fiat underneath. It's the only bit of it that is a Fiat is the body and the engine, which is a 1.4 litre turbo 4-cylinder. But the actual underpinnings, the differentials, the gearbox and everything like that, all comes from, or is engineered from, parts from the brilliant Mazda MX-5, which actually will be in this list later on.
No surprise there.
Lots of them, but it's from the Mark IV, so the current generation one. The 124 Spider is sadly no longer in production because I got rid of it when Mazda upped the power on the MX-5 to 182. Well, about 100, no, actually 181 from 158. Now the Fiat was matched at 168. Well, the Abarth was at 168. So it was more powerful, but then Mazda was like backstab, and then thought, nah, stuff it, 181. That's us having the faster car now. Well, no, Fiat pulled it out anyway. So pulling it out, so Mazda thought, you know what, we'll up some power. The only difference is the engine. So there's a 2 litre NA or naturally aspirated engine in the Mazda, which means you've always got power on demand, whereas you haven't in the Fiat. But what's the next one?
So shifting brand, we're then going to AC and the AC Shelby Cobra 427SC.
Right, so if you are unfamiliar with AC, they are a British car brand, and the car that comes below the Cobra should really come first, because it's basically the AC Ace. Now, that is second on underneath the AC Cobra, but we'll talk about the Ace first. We'll swap them around because it's more important if we do it that way. So the AC Ace came out in the late 50s, early 60s as a sports car. It wasn't that first. I mean, by today's standards it wasn't, but then it was pretty nippy. Low 11 seconds, 60 wise. And the Brits thought, you know, let's be a cool car. So then, as you may know, bloke called Carroll Shelby, a rest in peace legend, died a couple of years ago, well, about 8 or 9 years ago now. He decided, you know, I'm going to stick a 427 cubic inch V8 in the front of the AC Ace. Well, first off, he did the 4.7, which is a 289 cubic inch, with about 260 horsepower rapid, and then thought, stuff it, I'm going to do, when the Ford GT40 came out in 1966, that had the 427 engine. It used to have the 289. So he then thought, you know what, I'm going to stick that engine in and power the Cobra that way.
Yeah.
So it's a British car with an American engine. Now everyone says the Shelby Cobra is American. It's not. It's actually a British car because Cobra, the AC Cobra, is a British car. The Shelby is American because it's Carl Shelby's engine. So that's how it is. But the thing is, the Ace is slow and the Cobra is fast. I mean, it could do sub 4 seconds with the SC, which was the supercharged. I mean, it was nearly 500 horsepower. A car that weighed 800 kilos. Yeah. Crazy. Originals go for 250, 500 grand now between that. Replicas are always on the scene then. See them at car shows, they're never real. Oh. You know when they're real because they don't go.
Yeah, right.
Because they're too expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we'll kind of wrap both ACs together.
Yeah, because they're the same car really, just with different engines. Yeah,
so then we'll move on to Alpina and the Alpina B3 bi-turbo. And we'll...
So, if you don't know who Alpina are, they are a BMW tuning company, and they get Beamers and go, let's make them faster than the actual M-powered BMWs. The B3 that we're on about is the current Gen 1, the new one, which is the better looking version of the BMW M3, which surprisingly is on this list, because I like the way it looks with those big pig nostrils. You'll see pictures of that later. Now, the B3 uses not the M3's engine, but the M340i's engine, heavily tuned to about 456 horsepower top end. There's no restrictors on Alpinas. They don't do the governed 155. They throw that in the bin. So the B3 is looking at a 188 mile an hour top speed for a 4-door saloon, which is very high. And obviously it's as good as it is to drive as all 3 series. So the next one's the Big Daddy.
So then going up then we have the Alpina B5 bi-turbo,
which is a heavily tuned BMW 5 Series, and this is the second fastest 4-door saloon in the world, top speed wise, at a whopping 206 miles per hour. They've just recently updated the engine, added an extra 13 horsepower to 613, 0-16 sub 4, so about 3.4 seconds. So it's fast. Because the M5 is stuck at 189 because it's governed at that limited. So whereas Alpinas are like no. So pretty cool.
Then going even further up, we then have the Alpina B7 bi-turbo,
which, as you can probably guess, is a tuned 7 Series. This is the current Gen 1, 205 mile an hour car. This, which weirdly, it's less powerful and heavier and bigger than the B5, but can match its top speed. It's weird, but it's because of how drag coefficients work. It's something to do with science, which I don't understand. They all use the B5 and the B7 uses virtually the same engine, 4.4 litre big twin turbo V8 from BMW, straight 6 in the B3. I believe now we're going for some older ones.
So then we'll move on to the Alpina XB7 bi-turbo.
Oh, XB7. Essentially it's a tuned Alpina X7. But not Alpina, it's a tuned BMW X7, which is a big 7-seater SUV. Now, I don't like SUVs, but I like a niche. And the thing is, niche cars are pretty cool. This is one. This is a 7-seater SUV that can go pretty much anywhere off-road as well, but it can do 180 miles an hour top speed, which is just ridiculous for a 7-seater car.
Indeed.
That weighs 2.6 tons, which is a lot. And it's fast, but I do like them because I think it's quite cool in its own sort of way. It's unnecessary and it's not a good purchase against a normal X7, but I still don't give a toss. I think it looks cool.
So then, as you're saying, I think now we'll go a bit older with the Alpina B7 E65.
So if you know your BMW code numbers, you probably won't. You'll have to type E65 in to get the picture. It is an older version of the Alpina B7. It's just that really.
No, I mean, obviously you've seen the picture.
500 horsepower, big V8. I believe it's a big. I think it's supercharged, this one, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, it is actually better looking than the old one, but than the new one. But there are even older Alpina 7 Series available. But I do like this one. I do like the E65.
So then moving on, we've got the Alpina B8 4.6 E36.
So this was a E36 BMW 3 Series, as you would expect, but instead of the straight 6 with 3.2 litre capacity, they decided that it would be good to stick in a 4.6 litre V8 with more power than the M3. So they did. So it's, as you expect, it'll still be very fast.
No way. So then, moving on, we've then got the Alpina B12 5.7 E31.
Yep, so this is the lovely BMW 8 Series, one of the best looking German cars of all time, and the only V12 that we have seen so far with a big 5. It says 5.7, but can I just let you into a secret? It's a lie. It's a 5.6. V12, 416 brake horsepower, which is more than it obviously came out with. It's no limiters, so it can do 186 miles an hour from a car. And do it in the 90s as well, so pretty quick.
Yep. And then
change of brand.
Yep. So then we're still wrapping up. Alpina now is the A.
It's Alpine now.
Oh, is this oh my goodness, this is Alpine.
Yeah.
Swapping the A for an E. Crikey. A110.
Yeah, so I always have a bit of a rant and say this is a glorified Renault, because it is. It's got the Megane engine, but it's mid-mounted, and a Renault gearbox, and it's designed by Renault, but it's just not listed as a Renault, but all the old Alpines were. But in fact, it is one of the best driver's cars you can currently buy on the market. The only issue I have with it is it isn't a manual, but it's a really fast, lightweight, sporty car, and it is brilliant, and it looks fabulous as well. I love the retro design. I know some people don't, but I do. I think it's fabulous.
Okay, so yeah, now shifting brands again. We're now moving on to quite a long list of Alfa Romeos.
As you would expect.
Yes, so we're going to start with the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio Verde.
Or Quadrifoglio Verde, I believe. So, essentially, it is
Italians.
it is the best looking four-door saloon currently on the market. It's one of the fastest four-door saloons on the market. It's one of the best to drive and isn't about 80 grand like the M3. So you're looking at 60 grand for a 191 mile an hour car that looks better, is faster, and way rarer and cooler than the M3, and better to drive.
Yeah.
Obviously, being an Alfa has its flaws, and that is that you can't get in and out very easily because they put the seat behind the door frame.
Yeah.
It's quite awkward to get in and out of. But other than that, and it's quite unreliable, as all Alfas are. But who gives a toss?
Yeah. So then, moving on, we've got the Alfa Romeo 156 GTA.
Yep, so following on the four-door saloon theme, I think probably one of the best looking four-door saloons of all time. Fabulous Busso V6 under the bonnet, one of the best engines ever made, one of the best sounding as well.
Yep.
247 horsepower through the front wheels, which wasn't a good idea back then, but it still handled well. It was one of the very few front-wheel drive cars with that much power back then that handled very well. And brilliant to drive, manual gearbox, as you'd expect, big V6 at front, what you want, and the looks that you can't ask for much more on the four-door saloon. Yeah. Looks fabulous, brilliant car, all round.
Good one. Yeah, okay, so then moving on, we've got the Alfa Romeo 147 GTA.
Which is very similar. Okay. Same engine, same gearbox, pretty much the same front-wheel drive system. But obviously not the same body, because this was a hot hatch. So this was a 153 mile an hour car. I don't understand, but this is smaller and lighter than the 156, but it's slightly slower. But I think it's something to do with the way the drag works. But it's still not much slower. I mean, top speed of 153 back in 2001-ish, 2002. Flipping mad. That's quick now. But I had the big Busso V6, proper manual gearbox and stuff. Fabulous to drive. Handled pretty well considering it's got that much power through the front wheels. Couldn't say more than just fabulous. I don't think it looks as good as the 156 though. It still looks fabulous. Okay.
Yeah, then moving on, we've got the Alfa Romeo 164 V6.
Yep, so a very niche car now, another one of the niches, in terms of the fact that I think it's quite a controversial design in the fact that not many people like it because they think it's just a bit boxy, but I think it's gorgeous when spec right. If you get the nice wheels with like a nice red colour or something, it looks superb, and it has the famous Alfa V6, which all Alfa V6s have been fabulous. I mean, it's quick, sounds fabulous, and goes like stink, and looks the part, which is, you can't say anything else. All Alfas are like that, nearly all of them. There's never been an ugly Alfa. Even the Alfa Romeo Arna, which was a Datsun Sunny rebadged, didn't look bad in any way.
Fair play. So yeah, and then moving on, we've got the Alfa Romeo 75 Quadrifoglio Verde.
Yeah, so the Alfa Romeo 75 basically, with a V6, 191 horsepower-ish, so Not too bad. 2.5. No, I believe this was the 3-litre V6. This was the introduction of the 3-litre. The Busso was the 3.2. Basically the same engine there. This brilliant car. Not the best looking Alfa in the world though. I like them, but I wouldn't say it's a beautiful Alfa. It's a good looking car, but it's not a beautiful car. But even then.
So then, we've got the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud.
Yeah, so basically cheap, cheerful, small, family hatchback that wasn't that fast. In fact, it was very slow. Rusted itself every time it went 30 feet in the rain and wasn't as good as the Golf or the Fiesta, but just looked better and was really fun to drive. So
there we go. Then we've got the Alfa Romeo Montreal.
It's got nothing to do with the Canadian city of Montreal. Nothing to do with it. Designed by Bertone, a beautiful car. Very odd sort of pop-up headlamp design. Where it's not really pop-ups, the lights are behind like a grill, but then it goes. But very nice car. I'd have one in. It's one of the only Alphas I wouldn't have in red. I'd have it in this goldy bronze colour, but it looks superb in it. Designed by Bertone, same person I believe who designed the Miura. If they didn't, they look very similar from the side, so I think it's a little bit odd if they weren't. I mean, the door shape and the window shape is very similar. You can definitely see it in it. But good looking car, big V8. I believe it was a 2-litre V8, so it was quite a low capacity for a big engine. 200 horsepower back in the 70s, so it was rapid, and they look incredible.
So keep on Alfa Romeo, the GT V6.
One of the best looking cars of all time. Sporty coupe with a 2.5-litre V6, one of the best sounding engines also, as well as the Busso. It actually sounds a little bit better than the Busso, because it's how it works. All I can say is, if Jeremy Clarkson owns one, and it's his daily driver, and it's his pride and joy, then it must be good.
Yes.
So that's enough said about that.
The Alfa Romeo SZ.
A very unknown car. The SZ is not known very much outside of people like me because it was made in very few numbers, because it was designed by Zagato, who are a coach building company who do like loads of different nice cars. They've done some Astons over the years, and pretty similar setup to sort of like the 75, big V6, 210 horsepower. They also did the Alfa Romeo RZ, which was a convertible version, which is even rarer than the SZ, but it doesn't look as good because it isn't a coupe. But it is still a brilliant car. I think the SZ looks sensational in real life. The only thing is, like games don't do it justice. It looks so much. One of those cars that looks a lot better in the flesh than on a racing game. So that's why in Forza it doesn't look that good. But in real life, oh my god, they're like 60 grand, which is a lot of money. But they go like stink anyway. They're like modern Golf GTI quick. And they look fabulous. Better looking than a Golf, obviously.
Then coming on to the Alfa Romeo 8C Spider.
Yep, so the 8C is a very good looking car, especially the coupe, the Competizione version, which means competition in Italian, obviously. But I wouldn't have the coupe, I'd have the convertible, because firstly it's rarer. I also am a sucker for a convertible, as we all know. Like, convertibles are cool. It's no slower than the standard coupe, and it looks better. In fact, it's just genuinely filth. It looks that good. It should not be shown on television before the watershed. It is that good looking, because you will make noises to it that you should not be making, because it looks that good. And I'd have one in white. I'd have a white one.
Okay.
The next car is basically... Oh no, not the next car. The car after.
Alright, well and then we're going down to the Alfa Romeo 4C Spider,
which I would have in bright yellow, because I am weird.
No, you are,
Genuinely, no. You will search it, right? Type it Alfa Romeo 4C Spider in yellow. They look a lot better than you think. The 4C is a tiny car, though. There was one recently around here, and I saw it, and it's tiny. Like, really small. The thing is, it's very wide, though. It's wider than a Range Rover.
Wow.
For a sports car. But it's because it means it's got a really, like, it being so low and so wide, but then so short, it's got a really, really low centre of gravity, which is why it's first. Only uses a 1.7 litre turbo 4-cylinder from the Giulietta hatchback. It's mid-mounted, it's rear-engined, only weighs about 930 kilos, so it's rapid. One of the best sports cars to drive, just a bit expensive, but who gives a toss if it's that good? As good as the Alpine, really. I do apologise, Alpine fans, but it's a fact of life.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to what you were referring to, the Alfa Romeo Disco Volante.
So the Disco Volante is the reason I would not own an 8C coupe, because a coach building company called Touring recently did the Disco Volante a few years ago, which is an 8C underneath, and they improved it by making it look even better. But I would have that as the coupe 8C that I would have. But this bloke bought one. I think it was in like Shanghai or something, and they're not allowed to drive a car that doesn't have the steering wheel on the correct side that they drive. But they're all left-hand drive, I think. So we couldn't drive it, and he spent about 600 grand on it with import taxes. Wow! If you took all the import taxes off, it was about 1.6 million in Chinese currency, or whatever, or whatever, Shanghai currency. I don't know if they're the same place, but
I mean, if it was
it Singapore? It might be Singapore. I don't know.
Well, I know the Japanese yen it's worth. Well, there's a lot for a little.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
So it worked out that in the British currency it was about 600 grand, which is a lot more than an 8C, because you can get them second hand for about a tenth of that.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so then we'll move on to the Alfa Romeo Brera V6. If I can get
the actual V6 isn't the best of the lot. It's the 4-cylinder, but the 4-cylinder is a bit slow, and the V6 is nicer sound. Nice sounding, and bigger and cooler when you go down the pub and so we're driving. I've got a V6 Alpha that much better than saying I've got a 2.2 litre 4-cylinder Alpha, isn't it? Yeah. So, but yeah, they did 4-wheel drive versions, I believe. I believe they were 4-wheel drive in the UK, which means that they were rapid. Pretty cool. 256 horsepower. It was a slightly more recent version of the V6s they used, but I believe it wasn't the Busso. I don't think it was the Busso. I think it was the Fiat Chrysler group. So it was like an American V6. But it's awesome car.
Okay, so then moving on to the Alfa Romeo Spider V6.
Basically, it's the Brera without a roof.
Fair play then. I mean, yeah. Then we've got the Alfa Romeo GT V6.
So the GT Space V6. Don't get confused with the GT V6.
Oh, sorry, the GT V6.
There you go. There's also the GTV V6, which I believe is coming up.
Yes, yeah.
It's very confusing, Alfa Romeo. You sort of ran out of names. Yeah. This is the Alfa Romeo GT, which is a sort of very similar car to the Brera and Spider underneath and stuff. But it's... Well, first it's very good looking, but it has the same engine. Yeah. The V6, which is the V6 version.
Yeah. So then, as we mentioned then, the Alfa Romeo GT V6. No, the GTV V6.
Yeah, so the Alfa Romeo GTV with a V6 engine. Yes. I believe this was one of the last Bussos they did. So it goes like Sting, looks fabulous. Front-wheel drive as well, which I know isn't very sporty, but on Alphas they worked very well being front-wheel drive. Yeah. Very good looking car as well. I do like them. I have a soft spot for those. And we're getting into the oldest now.
So now we've got the Alfa Romeo Duetta Spider.
So this is the original Alfa Romeo Spider, known as the Duetto. Not first, no V6 or anything, but it is beautiful. The way this car looks is just incredible, and they deserve every bit of love they like.
Yeah, no, it's fair play. Then we've got the Alfa Romeo Giulia, GT Alphaholic GTA 290.
Yeah, so Alphaholics, which is quite a funny name. Not funny, but funny. It's quite a nice name. It's quite a jokey one as well. Built recently a GTA Giulia from the old one from the 60s. And they shoved 240 horsepower in it in a car that weighs about 900 and something kilos. To the 290s, it's power to weight ratio.
Okay.
You get different numbers, and the more powerful than the lighter, the better power to weight ratio. Expensive. It's about the same as a Ferrari Roma. But as Chris Harris said, he would prefer that over a Roma because of how good they are to drive. No stupid electronic aids that brake for you or assist it or power steering or anything like that. Just a manual gearbox, rear drive, lightweight car with only 240 horsepower. Flipping blast to drive there. So I love them. Flipping love them.
Oh yeah.
Can I just add one more?
Go on. You can add another Alfa. It's not on the list.
Right.
But
It's because of how rare they've gone.
Okay.
I will be doing a video on this very soon about hot hatches from the 80s and 90s, even the 70s that were really rare, and it's quite sad, they're near extinction. One of them being the Alfa Romeo 145 Cloverleaf. Now, I'd just like to stick that on because I think they look good as well, and I would just love one, and I'd love to save one as well if I ever had this sort of opportunity, but that's just...
Okay, well, very nice, yeah.
Right, now, we're on for another... we're not for a small brand now.
Well, yes, we've got one car here, and that is the Austin-Healey 3000.
Very good looking British sports car from the 60s, straight six, gorgeous thing, and you can obviously see pictures of these cars as well, and... that's all to say really. One for a big one now.
Yeah. So now we've got another big list here. Getting in with the Brit, we have the starting with Aston Martin and the Aston Martin DBS Superleggera.
Just so you know, Superleggera is the Italian translation of super light, and it is neither super light or anything like that. It's nothing. It's not nowhere near super light. It weighs about 2 tons. Anyway, getting away from the point.
Yep.
The DBS Superleggera is essentially the new version of the DBS, which I believe comes down later as the convertible.
Yes,
and it's a 211 mile an hour Grand Tourer with back seats that you can't use unless you're a child or have no legs, and has a really bad boot and a really naff interior for a 250 grand car, but it looks superb, sounds superb, goes like stink, and I think it's one of the fastest road legal Aston Martins ever built, and I think I actually think it's the fastest mass produced Aston ever built, because they did the one to 77, but then they did 77 of them, so it's not mass produced.
Yes.
So I think it's the first mass produced Aston in the world.
Okay, well then we're moving on to the Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
Possibly the best looking modern car on sale. AMG V8, which is why AMG isn't that Mercedes? Yeah. Yes, it is, because Mercedes and Aston work together on engines and stuff now. It's a good idea because it means that the Astons are powered by an engine that will work.
Yes.
So, firstly, it won't break down. Secondly, it looks fabulous, and the V8 in the AMG V8 is absolutely sensational engine. Twin turbo 4 litre. So. Great engine. Yeah. Glad that's in there.
Indeed. Then we've got the Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
We've already done the V8 Vantage.
Is that what we've just done?
Yeah, next one.
Well, from here, right, Aston Martin Vanquish Zagato Shooting Brake.
A very big niche. Another niche. There'll be a lot of niches in this. We should actually do a list of the niches because it'd be quite fun. This is an Aston Martin Vanquish, which you'll know of. There's a couple more, but the Vanquish of the generation that we've just had, not the old one with the really bad gearbox. Essentially, Zagato took it and thought, you know what, we'll do this. We'll also tune it a little bit and make it a bit more interesting and stuff. We'll tune it to about 592 horsepower or something, which isn't bad. And thought, you know, let's make an estate version with 2 seats that looks absolutely... You wouldn't think that an Aston Martin shooting brake, which is like an estate, would look good. Look at that car. It is fabulous. 199 mile an hour. Big boot, but it's only got 2 seats, obviously. And they did loads. They did the Zagato Roadster. They did a one with a roof. They put up one without a roof, like a Speedster. And they did the Coupe as well. But the shooting brake is my favourite of the lot. So, I love them. Then
the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf.
Yeah, so very limited production first saloon called the Lagonda Taraf. Don't know what the Taraf bit means, but limited numbers, looks pretty good for saloon. As all Astons do look good though, don't they? Next.
Aston Martin DBS Volante.
Yeah, so the last generation DBS, which looks better than DBS Superleggera, probably one of the best looking Astons ever built, actually, to be honest. I'd have the convertible, because it's a convertible, but also because it's got back seats, and the manual gearbox in that is awesome. Big 5.9 litre V12. I know they say it's a 6 litre, but they've got the lie about the actual capacity. It's a 5,935 cc, which is a 5.9. It's below 50, so you round it down. But they're naughty. But it's a 191 mile an hour convertible with back seats that you can sort of use big boot, GT car, but when you open the taps, it's hilarious fun. Proper manual gearbox and rear drive. I can't think of anything better than that. A car that you can use every day, but then you can get on a back road and have a load of fun in. And it's not overly powerful. I mean, 510 horsepower is a lot, but it's not that stupid amount like 800 that I have now. I mean, that DBS Superleggera's got 715. How can you use an extra 200 horsepower like that? I mean, it's just going to be a scurvy... And that's a Grand Tourer. What's the point in that? I mean, I'd have it because it's properly fast, but the DBS Volante I would buy before I got the Superleggera because it's much better car that you can use. Have more fun.
Yeah. So then we've got the Aston Martin Rapide from 2009.
I believe me and Luke both agree on this. It is the best looking four-door saloon car ever built because they incorporated the DB9's design with 4 doors, 188 mile an hour car, big V12, and one of the only 4-seater Astons that actually has room in the back. Oh my god, because it has doors, whereas instead they usually put like 2 little tiny seats in that you couldn't even use. I'm like, why are you selling it as a 4-seater and a human being can't even get in the back? But one of the good ones, good 4-door cars. Yeah.
So then we've got the Aston Martin Vanquish S from 2004.
Yeah, this used to be one of my favourite cars actually. Still is. I do like them. The gearbox is rubbish. It was crap. You could get a manual though, really rare though, and that's what I'd probably do, or swap it. Yeah, quite an easy conversion. 200 mile an hour back in 2004 for an Aston, very first, good looking, probably one of the good looking ones, like best looking Astons, but modern ones anyway. So yeah, love that.
Right, nice. Then moving on to the Aston Martin V8 Vantage V600 from '98.
Yeah, so this is a 1998 Aston Martin with an automatic gearbox. A big V8 that actually I believe it was it was a manual because they did an auto and the automatic was slower, a lot slower, with a manual gearbox and a 5.3 litre V8, which was already in production before that, but not with one supercharger, with 2.
Wow. Okay.
Producing 600 brake horsepower in 1998, totaling of over 200 miles an hour. They never tested it. But the V550 did 186, and they knew it would do 200 miles an hour because of the drag coefficient, and did 16 under 4 seconds. Absolutely rapid car, and they're not that good looking for an Aston, but I do genuinely quite like the way they look. Really rare as well, like really rare, but really fast as well. It's crazy. One of the first ever 200 mile an hour road legal Aston Martins.
Aston Martin DB7 Vantage.
Possibly the best looking car of all time because of how timeless it looks. 150 years, my great grandchildren will look at that car and go, flipping heck, that looks good. Because it just does. Big V12, awesome car. Do you know Mr. Sykes, my school? Yes. He has the DB7 Vantage.
Oh, okay.
In the wrong colour, but it's still a Vantage, and that was the V12 one, and I can't say more than I fucking love it. It's a gorgeous thing. Has the Aston recipe, big V12 up front, rear drive, GT car, looks superb. It's all you want in a car, really. We're on to the oldies now.
We are.
Yes, we are.
With the Aston Martin V8 Vantage Zagato.
So Zagato made a V8 Vantage look actually a little bit worse than the actual car it's based on, which is unusual for Zagato, by making it very square, but I fucking love it. I don't know why, because I shouldn't, because it's square and looks really awkward, but I love the V8 Vantage Zagato. I think it looks awesome, and it was a lot faster than the old 77 spec V8 Vantage, which is next, I believe. Which is the classic Bond style one. Yeah,
so then we've got the Aston Martin V8 Vantage from 1977.
Yeah. You will all know this from James Bond. It was one of the James Bond cars. Gorgeous thing. Much better looking than the V8 Vantage Zagato, but a lot slower and a lot less modern. Because the Zagato's like near 90s. But yeah.
Okay, and then we've got the Aston Martin Lagonda.
Lagonda was a big, square, slow, unusual car, proper headlamps. A really interesting interior, dead futuristic, really cool car. That's why I like them. Very different.
Okay. Then we've got the Aston Martin Lagonda Saloon from 1974.
You'll be confused because the normal Lagonda was a saloon.
Okay, yeah.
But it wasn't. But this was genuinely called the Lagonda Saloon. Now, if you don't know what this car is, you'll see pictures of it now. It's quite an unknown one, and basically, it's the 1977 V8 Vantage with 4 doors. Yeah. So you get that look with the extra practicality. And it looks better and is faster than the standard Lagonda, but they didn't make many.
No.
So,
yeah. Then we've got the Aston Martin DBS V8.
Yes, they did lots of DBSs. Classic one. I think it's the best looking DBS they've ever built. One of my favourites. I'd have it in this sort of what I can only describe as Lamborghini Urus yellow. It was in a film in that colour. It was a film. I can't remember what it was. But it is a Bond car, but it wasn't that colour in Bond. It was in a different film with a Ferrari in it. I can't remember what it was. If you know, comment below. And it was yellow, like mustard yellow, and it was flipping beautiful. And I'd have one painted in that colour with the 5.3 litre Lagonda V8 shoved in the front, because it's rapid. So.
Okay, yeah, we're now on to Aston Martin DB6 Vantage.
Yeah, so what you will notice in a minute, and Jack's probably guessed, because it goes in DB number order.
Yes.
There is one missing.
Yes, and I'm actually quite hurt by it, I'll be quite frank with you, mate.
Because the DB6 looks much better.
Right.
And that's why I would have one.
Yes.
Because the other one, what is missing is the DB5 is overrated.
To be quite frank with you, though, I know this is my list.
I know the 5 is beautiful.
I don't think I'd get the standard 5. If money was no object, I will get the Goldfinger continuation.
The issue is you couldn't drive the Goldfinger.
I know you can't drive the Goldfinger.
£3.3 million.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not that much more than normal.
Exactly.
Because they go for 900 grand anyway.
Exactly, yeah. So obviously, if money's no object, I'd get the Goldfinger continuation. I know it's not very legal, but oh my god, it is a great little car. The gimmicks that you get with it.
And I think the DB5 looks superb.
Yeah.
But there's just something about that back end. I think the DB6 looks better. When you search the pictures, visually, it looks identical until you move to the rear shot, and that's it. It's just slightly better looking at the back, and that's why I have one over a DB5. Because it's the same engine, same gearbox, same performance figures, just in a slightly different body. It's a bit longer as well, a bit more room inside.
Okay, so then we're going to skip down to the DB4 GT.
Yeah, so the first proper DB, or David Brown, which is what DB stands for, sporty car. There was no DB3 road car, actually. It was a racing car only. But the DB4 was the first of the proper DBs that we got to know. The GT was the first one with 302 horsepower from its 3.7 litre straight 6, increased to a 4 in the DB5. Awesome looking car. I think much better looking than the DB5 as well. It's a bit smaller, and was, I believe, if I'm right, it was the fastest car in the world when it came out. Cool. Production car, mass-produced production car. I think the 300 SL, which was faster, I think that didn't count. I don't actually know, because there was lots of... The 300 SL was a bit odd, because it depended on the gear ratio. But on average, the DB4 was 150, and then some 300 SLs come out doing 161, some came out doing 140, so they took an average, and it was the fastest then, in 1954, but when that came out in 59, it was faster.
So now we're just going to get the upgraded version of that, which is the Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato.
Very similar performance, not much more power. Zagato made it look even better.
Yeah.
And it was a racing car that wasn't that good as a racing car because it was a bit too laid back as a Grand Tourer, but it wasn't unsuccessful really. It was still pretty decent. Right, new brand.
Yes, exactly.
And this one isn't that big, so we can relax a little bit from Aston. And prepare ourselves for BMW, which is by far the biggest.
Yes, it is. So, we're going to go on to Audi now, and the Audi Sport Quattro.
What can I say? Homologation special, 300 horsepower, awesome car. One of the greats, really.
Then go on to the Audi 100 S4 4.2.
One of the early big Audi saloons. 4.2 litre V8 4-wheel drive, as you'd expect from an Audi. But sort of an unknown one because not many people will know about this car because it's a very early one of the late 80s, early 90s ones. But very cool car nonetheless.
Okay, then we've got the Audi S2 Coupe.
Yes, so the next two cars, which I believe is the S2 Coupe and the RS2 Avant, tying together because they're both based underneath on the Audi 80. They're not in any way related to the A2, which I think is a car that deserves a lot less hate than it gets. That'll be a video idea for a fun one as well. The S2 Coupe is basically 5-cylinder, 2-door, sleek coupe. Very good looking car. The RS2 is a little bit different. That was an estate. Basically very similar underneath, except from the RS2 it was tuned by Porsche.
Okay.
Which is why it has a Porsche badge. It says Audi, it says Porsche under the RS2 badge in letters. And they took the 5-cylinder from the Quattro pretty much and changed it to 311 horsepower. So it was a 162 mile an hour car. So it was like a Carlton sort of thing, but after Carlton. But it was sort of similar in terms of its rivals. Fast, good looking, really rare, worth an absolute fortune, and one of the all-time greats, the RS2 Avant, because it changed the world of estates and Audi for their estates for the time to come.
Yeah. So then we'll move on to the
pretty much goes in order.
Yeah. So you said tied in the RS2 Avant. Good. So yeah. Well, yeah. Then we've got the RS4 Avant from 2001.
Yeah, very cool car. I actually like these. The only RS4 I'd actually purchased because it's manual mainly. The rest weren't. Not many anyway. I am a sucker for a manual, which you'll notice most of the cars on this are. But it's got my favourite engine, which I know people are like, well, the V8 is cooler, the later one, but it just didn't look as good. Whereas this did. This looked flipping awesome. I saw one a couple of months ago, and it was gorgeous. 2.7 litre twin turbo V6, 379 horsepower, plenty, really fast. 0 to 60 in about 5.1 ish in 2001, very quick. Flipping love them. I think it looks really good. Next one, we're increasing in size now.
Yes, so now we're moving up to the RS6 Avant from 2004.
Yeah, so the original RS6 Avant, because it looks better than the saloon, twin turbo V8, 444 horsepower, BHP, not HP, there's a difference. Could pop that down up there. You want to know the difference between HP and BHP. Very good car, really quick. But yeah, love it.
Moving on to the Audi RS6 from 2009.
So, one of the very few saloon Aston Martin, Audi RS6s, right? Because not done many, and they haven't. The last two generations after that have not had a saloon. They've only had the estates. Okay. But this is a little bit different to those because they're all V8s. This was not. This had a 5-litre V10, which was sourced from the back of a Lamborghini Gallardo. Okay. Re-engineered a little bit by Audi. And then had two turbos bolted on. For 572 brake horsepower. And the Gallardo, which it stole the engine from at the time, well, not at that specific time, because it was increased to 5.2 in the Gallardo, which was actually sort of an Audi engine, but never mind. We'll talk about that in a minute. The 2003-ish Gallardo with the 5-litre only had 493. Yeah. So this was more powerful than a Lamborghini Gallardo. And it had 4-wheel drive. And the 0 to 60 time of 4.5 seconds was nowhere near. It was way faster than that. Yep. Crazy thing. De-restricted, which on older saloons you can do dead easy. You can just take the ECU out, throw it in the bed and stuff. And it's dead easy to take limiters off cars. It could easily hit 200 miles an hour for a 4-door Audi. And the V10 sounds like flipping gold. Yeah. As all V10s do. So that's why I like that one.
Then we've got the Audi S8 from 2005.
Another V10. Very different though. Not twin turbocharged at all. Naturally aspirated. Now, this was the first ever Audi Group vehicle to feature a 5.2 litre V10. Now everyone's like, oh my god, it's a Lamborghini engine. No, it is not. This was a heavily remodified version of the 5 litre that was found in the Gallardo. They increased the capacity themselves to 5.2, which was then transitioned back to Lamborghini. So it's an Audi engine. In the S8, obviously they didn't want 500 plus horsepower because obviously it's not designed for that. It's a luxury car, but with pretty good performance. So it had 444 horsepower, which is enough, and very good car. And it had a 5.2 litre V10, which I flipping love.
Yeah. So then we've got the Audi S8 from 1996.
Best looking S8 ever built. Big V8. Decent amount of power, that's all you really need. Very rare as well now, sadly. Right, new brand, Audi's very small, and this is even smaller.
So now we're moving on to Bentley and the Bentley Continental GT Speed.
Yeah, that's the new one, the current one that's just come out a couple of months back. 650 horsepower, they increased it to 208 miles an hour for a Bentley. No one says that Bentley's out first. Who talks that crap?
Yeah. Then we've got the Bentley Continental GTC.
So the standard Continental, which does 207 miles an hour, which is not much less than the speed, obviously. The speed's acceleration's quicker. But has no roof. I'd have one of these in white. I'd have a white Continental GTC Speed with like a burgundy-ish coloured interior.
Okay.
Because they look awesome.
Yeah. Then we've got the Bentley Flying Spur.
Basically the same car yet again, but with 4 doors. 207. This is the fastest 4-door saloon car on the planet at the minute, top end. Yeah. I know there's some that are more powerful and some that have got better acceleration. But top speed wise, you cannot go faster in a 4-door saloon at the current, unless you tune one, obviously. Yeah. But normal mass-produced saloons, there are none that are faster. 207 miles an hour for a 4-door saloon, which is just crazy. Yeah. That's just not. It's unnecessarily fast for a 4-door saloon. But the thing is, it's funny that it's a Bentley because saloons that normally do that sort of speed dead loud and they're quite rough, and you know when you're doing that. In a Bentley, it's dead quiet. It's like a flipping cruise liner. You just sat there in comfort with massage seats, and you look down at your speed. I'm doing 207. They don't also go, what the hell? It's just fucking mad, isn't it? Crazy.
So yeah, then you've got the Bentley Mulsanne Speed.
Yeah, a very, what I would call, car that isn't that good looking, but I find it quite good looking. A lot of people don't like it from the front, and I do. And I'm very old with my colour schemes, but I like different unique colours. And I want them back in yellow, which is a manufacturer yellow. Okay. But it does 190 miles an hour, and it's really fast and really cool, underrated car. And I like them.
Okay. Then you got the Bentley Turbo R. Yeah,
unreliable, slow, classic 4-door Bentley with a turbocharged 6 3/4 litre V8. Yeah. I would have one just because they're cool and rare. Other than that, unfortunately, now we're in for a long bit. We go after BMW. We go into the C's and the D's and the E's, and then we're going to the F's. And it's quite quick from now. Yeah. Because I'll try not to talk as much about BMWs as much because it's quite self-explanatory.
We've now got BMWs starting with the BMW 135i.
Yes, so the previous generation with the rear-wheel drive one, but the pre-facelift. So about 2011, 2012ish one. Pre-facelift. 316 horsepower, straight 6 up front, rear-wheel drive for a hatchback and a manual. Yeah. Like, very different, very cool. Yeah. Next one is the older generation E87 one.
So we've got the BMW 130i E87.
So that is basically straight 6 up front, 261 horsepower at the back, which is enough. Rear-wheel drive, really cool to drive. The only issue is, as all 1 Series that are rear-wheel drive, the practicality in the back is non-existent because the rear differential is under the rear boot, so the boot's tiny, and the rear legroom is not a lot. Yeah. But I wouldn't be used for that.
So then we've got the BMW 1M.
The 1M is known as the 1M because the car that follows is not even related to the 1 Series, but is obviously called the M1, and they couldn't call it the M1. Yeah. So the 1M is basically a coupe version of the previous 2 cars. 338 horsepower from a big straight 6 rear-wheel drive. Awesome car to drive. It's actually one of the best BMWs ever to drive. Just how good they are, how good they handle, and they look good as well. And really rare, and they made a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand of them.
So then we count the clock. Then we've got the BMW M1.
Mid-engine BMW's only proper mid-engine sports car. If you discount the i8, which is a hybrid, and it's not that good. This was the first, and probably will be one of the last proper mid-engine sports car BMWs. Awesome, one of the best of them as well. Gorgeous.
So then we've got the M2.
Basically the BMW 1M, but the current one. So handles as well, goes even better, looks better, and more widely available. But basically they're as good as each other. Awesome car, one of the best BMWs ever built.
So then we've got the BMW M3 G80.
Yeah, so I mentioned this before, big nostril one. And I would not go for an M3 competition. I would go for the slower one, which we can't buy in the UK. Okay. So I'll get it in left-hand drive. With the manual gearbox, because the Germans think that the Americans, who are, no offence to you, but you're lazy and prefer automatics, and you're quite You are more likely to buy a manual car when that's completely the opposite, because the majority of all cars in the UK are manual anyway. So I don't know why they don't sell it, but they're just being stubborn. So I go for the manual non-competition M3. It was my personal choice. I didn't pull.
So we've got the BMW 335D X-Drive F80.
One of the very few diesels. Now, I wouldn't get an M3 F80, even though they are very good, because I think it would be cooler to get a diesel that goes nearly as well. Now, it's an automatic, four-wheel drive, diesel, but it can do 0 to 60 in 4.7 seconds for a diesel BMW, and it doesn't look sporty. It just looks like a normal diesel 3 Series. It looks like a 320D, or a 318D even, or a 316D. Just looks like all the other diesels. Use a set of lights in your Porsche 911, your 996 light fills, and you will get smoked by one because they are rapid. I do not know how they make them so quick, but when it came out, it was one of the fastest diesels in the world. Probably still is, actually. Pretty cool car.
Then we've got the BMW M3 E46.
Arguably the last good M3. In terms of, I saw one recently and it looked superb. Another example of a car that looks crap in games. That's actually a lot better in the flesh. Looks superb. Awesome car. Big straight six. Manual as well. Awesome. Flipping love them.
Then we've got the BMW M3 4-door E36.
Yeah, so I'd go for the early, like pre-94-ish 4-door version of the M3 because they facelifted it and it didn't look as good and it had more power. So I go for the less powerful 4-door version of the M3, which is like what Hammond had in a challenge with the Sierra Cosy and the 190E, both of which are in this list. And that's what I go for because I think they're cool.
We've got the BMW 3 Series Compact E36 again.
So no specific model. I'd just go for one of the quicker ones, but I go for an E36, an earlier one, because they did an E46, which was very similar. And essentially just a squashed 3 Series.
Then we've got the BMW M3 E30.
The original, the best M3. Not the best looking either, because it's square, but the first and awesome M3.
Then we've got the BMW 323i E21.
Yep, the E21 was the first 3 Series that they ever did. And the 323 is a straight 6. And if you watch the current series of Top Gear, they did. Chris had one, his dad used to have one. And for the Dad's Car Challenge, he had it. And it was really quick, considering its age. Awesome, it sounded great, looks brilliant. And I love them, just because they're cool.
So then we've got the BMW M5 Touring E60.
Now, there are no more modern M5s than this. This is the most modern of the lot, and is by far the worst on this list of the 5 Series. But one of the only estates they've ever done was the 5 Series, M5. I think the E34 they did one as well. And this is the only V10 BMW on this list. 5-litre V10 up front, awesome engine. Gearbox in the middle was complicated and unnecessary and stupid, and it looks quite bad. But there's nothing that really, for the saloon of its day, to drive, you couldn't get better with that engine. And it just went, it was incredible. So couple that with a big boot, the estate does look better than the saloon, which is why I go for that. But yeah, awesome car. Next one's my favourite.
Yeah, then we've got the BMW M5 E39.
Yep, so the E39 is, I think, it's my favourite M5. I think it looks the best. And I think BMW peaked 80s and then dipped in 2003, which is when that went out of production. Big V8, manual gearbox, those awesome looks, love it. Good car.
And then we've got the BMW M5 E30. Did I say 4?
Yeah, E34 now.
Yes. Oh, right, so BMW M34. No, what am I on about? BMW M5 E34.
Yeah, probably the best M5. Not my favourite, but probably one of the best if you discount the E28, which is the original, which is next. Yeah, straight 6. I think it was 3.6 originally, maybe 3.5, and then they increased to 3.8. But they're brilliant cars and they look great as well. Very cool.
Then we've got the BMW M5 E28.
Yeah, the first M5, first proper one. And one of the all-time greats, obviously.
Yeah. Then I've got the BMW M535i E12.
Yes, the first 5 Series, and that was the first version that they did. So they didn't do a proper M5, but we're on to the 700.
Yes, and now we're on the BMW 750s ILE38.
Yeah, we'll talk about them together. So the E38 and the E32, basically the same car, just slightly different in generation. Big, I think 5 litres, I think, originally. I think it might have increased, but something around that. Awesome cars, dead cool luxury classics, and they look really good. The actual E38 is weird because it looks very similar to the E34, which is like a really stretched E34. It's crazy. But yeah, I like those. The next one we've already glossed over before.
So the BMW 850 CSI.
Basically, the Alpina B12 from before, but with less power. But I think probably the best looking BMW. One of the best BMWs. One of the best looking of all time German cars. So, gorgeous big V12 as well.
Okay.
We're going to the last few.
Then we've got the BMW Z1.
A niche, I will grant you that. Convertible, and had doors that didn't open as normal doors.
Yeah.
It wasn't gull wing, it wasn't scissor doors. These doors weren't proper doors actually. They're not even classed as doors. They were panels. You clicked the button, whoop, they went into the door sill, so you couldn't see them. Then you got out, and then you went back up again. Awesome.
Wow.
And they are really cool. So some pictures it looks like it's got no doors, and that's because they're in the door sill. But then some pictures the doors are up. Really cool cars. I really like them. They weren't first, but they were quite light actually because they were made of fiberglass. But
then we've got the BMW Z3M Coupe.
Z3 was a convertible originally. They put a roof on it, made it almost into a shooting brake. In fact, it's got a massive boot now. But yeah, basically an E36, an E36 M3 underneath.
So then we've got the BMW Z8.
Bond car. And one of the best looking BMWs ever built. Not a very good... What?
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan's
was it?
car.
Oh, yeah. Very awesome car. Wasn't that good, really, but just the way it looks. Sensational. And it had the M5 E39's power plant. So it's my favourite M5 with the best looking body. Yeah. So...
Yeah, then we've got the BMW 2002 Turbo.
Or the 2002 Turbo, but I don't really know. It's basically the same thing. It's got nothing to do with the year 2002 either.
It's released years before, wasn't it?
The 70s. Yes. They're very expensive now, and it was... The reason it's on here is because it was a revolutionary car, along with the Porsche 911 Turbo and the Saab 99 Turbo. All three of them were the first mass-produced sports cars with turbos. Now, the first ever one was the Chevy Corvair, but it was one of the worst cars ever made. Genuinely one of the worst ever. So what we do is we discount the existence of that death trap, which is unsafe at any speed, is how it was described, and we count that the 2002, the 930, 911 Turbo, and the Saab as the three first turbos.
Yeah. So then we've got the finally wrapping up BMW. Is the BMW 3.0 CSL.
3 litre CSL, gorgeous car, absolutely stunning. Grand Tourer, 200 horsepower, pretty rapid, very good looking one as well. Which wraps up BMW.
Indeed it does.
We're nearly onto the C's.
So now
some fast ones now.
Yeah, so then we've got the B Engineering Idonis.
You might look at me and go, "What the f in hell is that?"
Yeah.
Right. Basically, you get a bit Bugatti EB110. You take the V12 out the back, take the 4 turbos off, increase the capacity to 3.8 litres.
Okay.
I think it was 3.8, 3.9. You then replace those 4 turbos with 2 turbos. You increase the power by about 80, so you've got 680 brake horsepower. You stick it back in a car that looks better, basically with the underpinnings of the EB110, but much better looking. And you create a 227 mile an hour manual gearbox, turbocharged rear-wheel drive supercar from 2001. Basically.
Yeah.
And it's a German car. German design that. But it's flipping awesome. Turbo lag meant that 0-60 wasn't the best, but that's how it is.
Then we've got the Bristol Fighter T.
Which you will all know about if you know me, but if you don't know what it is, basically, British Grand Tourer, which featured an 8 litre V10 in the early starts, which is from the Dodge Viper. Had a manual gearbox. It started off with 525 horsepower, but Bristol thought, I know we've ended up getting this engine, which normally produces 400 to upwards of 500 and a 210 mile an hour car, but we don't think that's enough. So they thought, right, let's increase the power. So they did to 660, improve the aero and stuff, so that the Bristol Fighter S could do 240 miles an hour nearly. They then thought, nah, that's not enough. We're not done yet.
Yeah.
We are going to have to file bankruptcy, but let's go out with a bang, shall we? Let's go out with a bang. So what they did, got the Bristol, stuck 2 turbos on, and in 2006, they released the Bristol Fighter T with 1,017 brake horsepower, which is 16 more. Well, actually a lot more than 16 more than the Veyron, which comes next, because that has 987. And they created the Bristol Fighter T. Now, for safety reasons, electronically limited to 225 miles an hour, but it's theoretical, which is easily achievable with the drag coefficient that's so low on that car in the under aero, which keeps it stuck to the floor. It could do 270 miles an hour.
Mad.
Pity that they went bankrupt before they could test that.
So then we've got the Bugatti Veyron 16.4.
Now, I don't like hypercars. I don't like supercars either. I don't really like them much, but there are a few on here, and the reason there are is because they're different or because they were revolutionary. Now, the Veyron was the first ever car to exceed 400 kilometres an hour, 248 miles an hour. 987 brake horsepower, or 1,001 metric horsepower. And it's a Veyron. Now, the thing is with the Veyron is, I didn't used to like it because I thought it was overrated. And everyone was like, oh my god, the fast car was a Veyron, when it wasn't. The thing is now, though, is because the shifts move away from the Veyron isn't looked upon anymore, really. Nobody goes, the Veyron's very not that known. But it is. But in a sort of way, people don't really give a toss about it anymore because the Chiron exists. And there's hypercars from other brands that are way faster than that now. I mean, 253 is a lot. But in the modern world, when we've got nearly 300 miles an hour, it's not that high. And the reason is, I think the Veyron looks better than the Chiron anyway. In a sort of way, I like the way the Veyron looks. But it's the fact that it's a piece of history. It was the Concorde moment in the automotive industry that changed the world. And I like them for that. But I wouldn't have a Chiron. That's the only Bugatti. Oh, no, it's the one of 2 Bugattis I would own.
Because the other one here is the Bugatti Type 57 SC Atlantic.
Yep, classic. Really old, 1930s, really expensive. Slow, but God, it looks good. Hey, we're on to the C's.
So we finished
very few muscle cars on here, by the way.
So now we've got the Cadillac CTS-V.
Yes, the modern one, 200 mile an hour, 640 horsepower manual, rear drive, saloon, pretty cool. I think then we go on to the CTS-V wagon, 2011. So, not as fast, still does 191 miles an hour. Very fast though.
Then we've got the Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray.
Yep, so the first proper Corvette that they did. I know they did the C1, which was rubbish, but I like the C2. Other than that, no more muscle cars really.
Then we've got the Citroën C6.
Yeah, I think the last properly good looking Citroën. It's where Citroën went down now after they scrapped that. I mean, now releasing the C5X, which is like a big saloon, which looks alright. But since the C6 has not released anything that good looking, and it's very niche. I mean, you could have an Audi or a Merc or a Beamer for some price, but none looks as good. Look really cool.
Then there's the Citroën AX GT.
Me and Luke were having a laugh the other day about this car because they are so rare. It was like, I don't believe that they exist anymore. Now, if I see one and it's an AX GT, I'm just going to pretend that they've been crayon the banjo. I was like, I know, because they're so rare now. They're nearly extinct, the AX GT, which is very sad because they were fucking brilliant little cars back in the day, and they still are. So I would try my best to try and save one of them before they go extinct, but it's going to be soon that they do, unfortunately.
Then we've got the Citroën SM.
Gorgeous piece of design. Very good car, Citroën SM. 2CV6 next.
Citroën 2CV6.
Don't kill me because they're not very good.
Weird cars to choose for.
The thing is, they were revolutionary in cheap transport. Did the same as the Beetle. Cheap transportation. All you need to run around a city. I would like to add one on, which it might come down later on.
Go on.
If we don't come across it at this moment, I'd have a DS. You know, the old DS21, DS23, faster one. Because they were brilliant cars. But just in case it comes later on, just slot it in there.
Then we've got the Cizeta. V16T.
Yep, so I believe this was an American car, I can't remember though. the top of my head, but it was a sporty supercar, 204 mile an hour. But what's different about this car is its engine. It's a V16, which we haven't really seen before in cars, except from the old Cadillacs from the 20s. So one of the very few V16 cars ever built. Very cool car. Looks quite good as well.
Then we've got the Cupra Formentor VZ5.
Yeah, one of the very few SUVs I'd actually own. But this is different because Cupra make a very good car anyway. The Formentor is a very cool car in general. But they stuck Audi's 5-cylinder in it so Cupra Formentor VZ5, 5-cylinder, 385 horsepower-ish. Pretty quick. And I do like it. It's a cool car. But
Cupra Leon 300.
Yes, the new one. Basically, it's confusing because Cupra is basically just Seats.
Yeah.
They never used to be separate, but now they are. And it's very confusing when you actually configure Cupras. But the Leon 300 is basically the standard Leon, which is available as a 300 and a 245 with the 2-litre turbo, and then an e-hybrid with 245 PS, which is dead confusing. But the 300 is basically a Golf GTI Club Sport, which looks better, is more practical, and has a better interior, and is like £5,000 cheaper. So, yeah.
There we go.
360, under 6 seconds, 296 bhp, front wheel drive.
We've got it then.
It's a proper hatch. It's a proper hot hatch. The only criticism I have is it's now an automatic only. It's a dual clutch floppy paddle. But the thing is, I'd rather have the automatic Cupra than the automatic Golf GTI Club Sport, which we'll talk about why I wouldn't have the new Club Sport later, because the Mark 7 was faster, better looking, and had a manual.
Fair, right?
Jeez.
So now finally finished. See, if you've not seen the last episode, go back and watch it. It's all there. All the pictures are there, as you will have seen with that last one, and that should be continuing throughout to the rest. So
of the series.
So now we're going to move on to D and the Datsun 240Z.
Yes, beautiful car. I think one of the best looking Japanese cars probably ever made. Beautiful, especially in UK and Japanese spec. They're beautiful. They were ruined by the American big bumper laws. 2-litre straight 6, I believe, something around. I don't know if it was 2. I know it was a straight 6, but I can't remember the full capacity. 151 horsepower, which was a lot, especially at the time. Fairly decent, even quite by today's standards. Beautiful car though, and obviously Datsun became Nissan, which we all know of now. So I think there's a couple more Ds.
So and then we've got the David Brown Speedback GT Silverstone Edition.
Yes, so if you don't know who David Brown is, it's basically David Brown is the founder of Aston Martin.
Yes,
but this is a brand that makes cars that look like Aston Martins, basically, but out of modern cars. So the David Brown Speedback GT came about 2011, 12ish, something around that, and it was is a Jaguar XK underneath.
Okay.
So it uses the 5-litre supercharged V8 from that. It had 503 horsepower, so it was quick, but was designed on top of the Jag chassis with wire wheels as well to look like an Aston Martin DB5. Which it doesn't. It just looks like a modern version. If they built the DB5 now, that's what it looked like. But the Silverstone edition is a little bit different because it's lighter, a little bit more hardcore, and power went up to 601 brake horsepower, which is a lot. And it was black. I didn't have wire wheels, but it is a little bit more. The only issue with them is about like £1 million.
And then we've got the DeLorean DMC-12.
Probably one of the worst cars of all time.
Yes, performance was definitely.
Because they were terrible. Absolutely terrible. But they looked awesome.
Yeah.
Very overrated, and I don't like the fact that they're overrated. And the fact that if they wouldn't have been in the film, they would have been unknown.
Yes.
Because they were rubbish.
Yeah, well, I think that was the biggest joke with why the DeLorean was used. Because it's such a shit car anyway. The fact of it...
Yeah. I mean,
doing
the Renault Volvo engine under the rear hatch thing. This is a 2.8 litre V6, which is a big engine, produced at best 150 horsepower. At best. Most of them left the factory with 130. The automatic versions took 10.5 seconds to get to 60 miles an hour, which was slow then, because this was the 80s. We had XR2 Fiestas doing it in 8 seconds, like 9 seconds.
Yeah. So, I mean...
It was a terrible car, but God, they look good.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Then we have the Dodge Ram SRT 10.
A lot of people will not know what this is. Basically, the Dodge Ram, if you're a British person, you don't know what one is. It's big, well, I'm British as well, and Jack is, but they were imported here. Basically is a big pickup truck. Now, I do not like American cars and I do not like pickup trucks, but there is something quite cool about this because Dodge went off on one. I think they took something that they shouldn't have been doing because they decided to shove the 500 horsepower 8.4 litre V10 from the Dodge Viper under the bonnet and couple that with a manual gearbox and rear-wheel drive. So basically you had a pickup truck that went like a sports car. But didn't look like one. There's just something incredibly cool about them that makes them a lot cooler than Vipers because they were so stupid. They were terrible because pickup trucks need to do stuff. They didn't have a very good payload. They couldn't tow much because they were petrol. They couldn't go off-road because they were rear-wheel drive. But like the Ford F-150 SVT Lightning, which I don't think is on there, but I might add it, they were very, very, very cool. And the fact that they were coupled with a manual gearbox just makes it even better. Worth quite a lot as well now. And the only other problem is the left-hand drive only. But, I mean, you can live with that, can't you?
Yeah, that's, you can brush that off. Then we will finish the D's there, and we're going to go on to our single A, which is the Eagle Speedster, of course.
Now, is this possibly one of the top 5 best-looking cars of all time? Yes, but it would be listed under the Jaguar E-Type, because that's basically what it is. So visually, it looks like an E-Type. Under the bonnet, it's got an E-Type engine, which has been bored from 3.8 to 4.7 litres. It's now got over 300 horsepower, 0 to 60, 5 seconds flat, top speed 160 or more, and 5-speed manual gearbox, which is perfect. And the noise that can start earthquakes, because it is that good. It is genuinely one of the best noises of any car, I reckon. Coupled, I think LFA is probably first, Alexa LFA. Second, probably E-Type.
Yeah.
Eagle Speedster. God, they are good-looking cars as well. They do lots of others. They do the low drag, they do the lightweight, they do the Spider, and then they do the normal E-Type coupe and convertible. And then the Speedster. So they do like those different ones, but I'd have the Speedster because I just think it looks good. In the black with the red leather. Oh my god, it's a die for those cars. Right, it's the E's done.
Yes, so now we're moving on to the F's, which is, my god, a list and a half. So we're going to start off with Fiat and the Fiat Coupe.
Now, all the Fiats on this are very good cars. They're not,
unsurprisingly,
the Fiats that you are used to.
You're going to be able to tell by the age of the cars.
Yeah, so basically, the Fiat Coupe. Classic, good looking, I believe front wheel drive coupe, because Fiat stuck the front wheel drive procedure for most of the modernish sporty cars. Could be had with a turbocharged 5-cylinder engine, which is the one I would have. They were pretty quick, and they're very rare now. In fact, they were rare anyway, but they're very rare now, which is obviously very sad. But I like them. I think they're really cool.
Yeah. Now, bear with. Is it a Fiat Barchetta or Barchetta?
Barchetta.
Barchetta.
Yes.
A Fiat Barchetta.
So, basically, the Italian MX-5. Except for it was front-wheel drive. But, even though it's based on a Fiat Punto underneath, it was a very good car because they did a lot to that basis to make it sporty. So basically, they polished the turd very well. They put a beautiful body on the top. It had 130 horsepower, which was more than the equivalent priced MX-5, which had about 110, because it was the Mark II MX-5 at that point. It was much better looking than the MX-5, let's be honest. The Mark II MX-5 is not that good looking. I mean, the Mark I's beautiful, but The Mark II wasn't that good looking. And drove very good to drive as well. They're solid cars. They're even rarer than the coupe. You never see Barchettas. I reckon I've seen 2 in my lifetime, or 3-ish. And one used to be near us, and then I saw one in Greece, which was an import from Germany. Huh. Have pictures of it.
Well, yeah.
If you ever want it, DM me and I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Then we've got. I don't know how you've wrote this. I presume it's not the Fiat 1/9.
No, it's not. It's the Fiat X19. I do not know why it is called that either.
Okay, that's a bit annoying. But the Fiat X19.
Yeah. Mid-engined. Baby Ferrari, basically. Had 61 horsepower, or on the later ones, 80 horsepower, but weighed about 700 kilos, so it was flipping rapid. They were brilliant as well. My uncle had a Fiat X19, and very good look car. Very cool as well. I reckon we're going down the further down the Fiat list we go, we're going in rarity order as well. This is now even rarer than the Barchetta.
So then we've got the Fiat Dino, 2.4 litre.
Yep. So Fiat Dino, beautiful Grand Tourer coupe. Engine from the Lancia Stratos shoved under the bonnet, which is a Ferrari V6. 180 horsepower, so it went like the clappers and looked fabulous, obviously, because it's a Fiat. Yeah. But at the time, it was like a Ferrari-owned sort of Pininfarina design, or Bertoni designs were around at that point, so they were good looking as well.
Okay, and then we've got the Fiat 8V Zagato.
Now, little story about this. You'll question why it's called the 8V. Mm-hmm. That's because they weren't allowed to call it the V8 because of American cars sometimes being called the V8s. Yeah. So they called it the 8V. I think possibly one of the very few V8 Fiat production cars ever built.
Yeah, I believe that.
This one is designed by Zagato as well, which obviously have done lots of Ferraris, Alfas, Aston Martins in the past, which are beautiful. And it didn't have much power, 127, but this was like the 60s, which was quite a lot back then. It still is now, I mean, and the noise to die for the V8. Gorgeous car. Yeah.
Okay, so then finishing Fiat onto one that I've not actually heard of, and it's the Fisker and the Fisker Latigo CS.
Yes, so the next car on the Fisker list you'll probably have heard of, which is the Fisker Karma. We'll come on to that in a minute. But Fisker actually started out building rebodied and tuned German cars, basically. So the Latigo underneath is a BMW M6 E62, which is a V10. So basically they took the BMW's quite hideous body, threw it in the bin. They got the V10, which is a very good engine, but it's very reliable. They tuned it from 500 horsepower to 665, which in a coupe from this sort of period is just stupid. This is a GT car with more power than like modern Ferraris at this point. It could do over 200 miles an hour, 60 in the low fours, and best bit of all, they threw away the automatic gearbox. It was still an option, but they didn't throw it away fully. But they optioned a 6-speed manual gearbox. Oh yes, Fisker, in a better looking car. It's actually gorgeous car. Genuinely looks fabulous as well. Oh my, I want one. Yeah. And then that would be joined by the next car on the list.
So yeah, as you alluded to earlier, then there's the Fisker Karma.
I do not like electric cars. There are a couple on here, because some of them I do like, because they're niche. This is a very big niche. But this is not just electric. What this is a range extender, which I think is a type of technology that they need to extend on, because it's very good. Because you plug it in like an electric car, charges up like an electric car, but has a petrol engine, but not like a normal hybrid. That doesn't drive the wheels. You can't just turn the petrol engine on and drive without the electric motors. That's not how it works. All the petrol engine does is send electricity to the batteries. It acts as a generator. So that means that you can go however far you want to go on the battery, plus a full tank of fuel on electric power. It doesn't give off any CO2 hardly, because it's not restricted by. It's not genuinely. It's not ticking over as a normal engine. It's just they're providing power. It's a 2-litre Ford unit, so it's a normal engine that you're familiar in Focuses and stuff in America. But it doesn't provide any power to the Fisker. It's a big 4-door saloon, very good looking car. The designer has done many beautiful cars over the course of the 2000s. He did the BMW Z8, which if you want to know is on this list. You can go back to part 1 and have a look at that if you would like. Gorgeous guy designed that, but it's not fast that quick, but it had 403 horsepower, which isn't bad. So pretty nippy. But I think that type of technology really needs to be extended because you don't get the range anxiety. You can always just fill up a tank of fuel and drive on electric power while the batteries are charging. It doesn't make any noise because it's still electric. The engine doesn't damage the environment. It's genius. The new London taxis are that, and I'd actually have a London taxi, the new ones, because you can actually buy them. You don't have to be a taxi driver to earn them.
Alright. Right, okay, so then finishing up Fisker there, and we're going to move on to Ferrari.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and the Ferrari 812 GTS.
So basically, I've gone in age order of the GT cars, which we start off with. So we start off with the GT cars. So the 812 GTS. So you'll be familiar with the 812 Superfast, which I think is a really pathetic name, to be honest. Calling the car Superfast. It's a bit ambitious. Luckily enough, it is. So basically, this is the same car, just as a convertible.
Yeah. Okay.
So just under 800 horsepower, 211 mile an hour, but it looks better, and obviously it's cooler because it's convertible.
Okay, and then we've got the Ferrari 599 GTB Fiorano.
Yeah. So the predecessor to the 812 is the F12, and the predecessor to that is the 599. So we're going quite old now. Yeah. In late 2000s or late 90s basically, and 612 horsepower, big V12. I think it was 611 actually. I don't know, something like that. From the Enzo, and very fast. I think quite good looking as well. I do like the way they look, and basically just a very good GT car. But we're getting older now. Yeah. And this one is my favourite of the lot. I think. Yeah, with these three. Ferrari
575 Maranello.
Correct. Maranello, which I believe is a place.
Probably. Sounds very Italian.
Yeah. So the 550, which is the same car basically, came out, and they were like, "Oh, this isn't fast enough." So they updated it, put 508 horsepower in it.
Okay.
Which is a lot. From its big V12, extended it, made it a bit bigger. 202 miles an hour, which is not much less than the 599, hilariously. And I reckon it's quite a good looking car. Now a lot of people say it isn't, because it's not Ferrari, it's not mid-engined, and it's not low, but I love the way they look. I love a car like that, and I think you could get a manual option as well. You could actually get a 6-speed gated manual, which is awesome, as well as the fucking pedal. But I'd probably get a gated manual.
Okay, so then we've got the Ferrari 456 GT.
So basically, we'll tie in with the one underneath, which we'll talk about in a minute. But there are two 456 GTs, but we're going to talk about the standard 456 GT. Basically, the predecessor to the 612 Scaglietti and the 575 and the 550, basically. But this is a 4-seater GT. So the rest are all 2-seaters with a big boot. This is a 4-seater Ferrari. Back seats that you can use. V12, 440 horsepower approximately. Top speed of about 186-ish, so it's pretty quick. And a lot of people say it doesn't look that good, but I think it looks, personally, looks brilliant. And has one feature that I love: pop-up headlamps. It was the last ever car sold in Europe with pop-up headlamps.
Nice.
Along with the Corvette C5, which wasn't sold in Europe but sold in America. So they were the last ever 2 production cars with pop-up headlamps before they banned them.
Nice.
Which is very sad, but gorgeous.
Yeah. And then then we've got the Ferrari 456 GT Venice.
Now,
which is a place.
Doesn't sound like there's much different, but there is. Basically, same car, but what they did was they made it a 4-door estate. This is the only production 4-door Ferrari ever built that they actually went, right, the consumer can buy them. They had concepts, which they only made a couple of, but this was the only production one. And they are making the Prasang SUV, which will be the second Ferrari 4-door. But this is basically a 456 GT with 4 doors and then the stake body, so a big boot. So if you want to experience that V12, you can take your family with you now because they've got the back seats, they're accessible by 2 doors, and you can take your dog with you as well.
Why not? Oh yeah.
And it wouldn't be unacceptable to tow a caravan, which I wouldn't, but...
Then we've got the Ferrari 400.
Yeah, not a very good Ferrari, but I think they look very good. GT car as well, 4-seater. This is a really old Ferrari though. Pop-up headlamps, manual gearbox, classic. They weren't the best, but the high-power ones were pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Then we've got the Ferrari 365 GTB 4 Daytona Spider.
Yes, so the Daytona, everybody familiar with, was a lovely coupe GT car, but the back end's a bit for me. So what I would do, get rid of that roof, soft top, convertible. Now, at the time, the first car in the world was the Lamborghini Miura. Well, they claimed it could do 172, but because of the aerodynamics, it couldn't actually ever do that because it lifted its front wheels up. Now, the Daytona could do 174 miles an hour, so it was quicker than the Miura with 2 more horsepower.
Then there's the Ferrari 365 GTB 4 Daytona shooting brake.
Yes, this is a one-off. They made a shooting brake estate version of the Daytona, and it does look a bit like a hearse, but if it was, it's absolutely beautiful car. I love the way they look. It's not everyone's cup of tea, I presume, and I'm not surprised, but God, I want one. It's worth millions and millions and millions of pounds, the shooting brake that they made. They made a very few. They made about 4 prototypes, but they do 170 mile an hour as well. So imagine if it is a hearse, 170 mile an hour, but it isn't a hearse, but it looks very good.
Now, then we've got the Ferrari 288. Is that supposed to be GTO?
GTO, yeah. So we have started with the more supercar-y sort of... Actually, genuinely, there's only 3 mid-engine Ferraris on this list. The 288 GTO was the first. It was designed as a racing car, but never actually did the racing because the series it entered was cancelled before it managed to. Basically, it was the predecessor to the F40, so it had the actual engine that was later shoved in the F40, basically, I think. It was bored slightly. 395 horsepower, so just a shade under 190 miles an hour in the 70s and 80s, which wasn't bad. 0 to 60 in less than 5 seconds, so it was quick, basically. Very good looking as well, love them.
So we've got the Ferrari 250 GTO.
Yeah, the Ferrari 250 GTO remains the most expensive car ever sold at auction.
Oh wow, okay.
$47 million or something crazy.
Ooh.
40, well, it was about 40 million quid, something.
Ooh.
They made not many.
Yeah.
174 mile an hour car in the 60s. Brilliant racing car. Beautiful to look at, as all Ferraris. Well, not all of them. The SF90 and the F8 Tributor, the new ones, are absolutely terrible to look at. But as with all classic Ferraris, shall we rephrase that, looks awesome. And the V8 was brilliant. Oh, the V12, shall I say, was brilliant. But they are the most out of reach car probably on this list.
Yeah. Well,
except from the Bugatti Type 57 Atlantic, which is about 30 million quid, but there's less of them.
Yeah. Well. Then there's the Ferrari 250 GT California Spider.
Yeah, so before the GTO came out, they did the standard 250 GT, which was also a racing car, but they did the California Spider, which is beautiful. I believe it was owned by several film stars, and Chris Evans has one in black, and I would actually have one in black as well. I think they're beautiful. And yeah, they're expensive as well. You're looking at several million for them. I think he bought his for about 8 or 9 million, Chris Evans. It's probably worth more than that now. Probably near 20 mil. Something crazy.
Okay, then there's the classic little Ferrari F40.
By far the greatest Ferrari ever built. End of story. That's it. Greatest Ferrari ever built. first ever production car to do 200 miles an hour. Manual gearbox, mid-engine, looks fabulous. Pop-up headlamps. What more do I want?
Yeah.
And turbo lag. So it goes nothing, power! Like that. And classic turbo lag is hilarious, and it's so much fun.
Yeah. Then you've got the Ferrari Testarossa.
Yep, so the last Ferrari on the list, the Testarossa, which is one of the great Ferraris, but early one. Not the later 512, which looked terrible because they updated it and was a lot faster. This is the original 181 mile an hour V12 Testarossa with the pop-up headlamps and everything. As is quite common with most of the cars on this list, is pop-up headlamps because they're flipping awesome. But it's one of the all-time greats, definitely on there.
Can I challenge you over the Ferrari Cali T?
The Cali T, right? The reason the Cali T isn't on there is because there are better cars than it.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
And I think the Cali T is better looking than the Portofino and the Roma. But there was a huge argument between me and a couple of my mates about which one looks best. A lot of them think the Portofino looks better, but I hate the front end on the Portofino. I think it looks terrible. Actually, genuinely, it looks terrible from the front, and the Roma's not that nice. But I think the Cali T is better looking. Yeah. To be honest, I would actually have one if they were cheap enough. Yeah. But it's not on this list. Yeah. But I would actually have one if they were cheap enough.
Well, there you go. Got what I wanted. Right, okay, so now we're going on to Ford, which again is another rabbit hole.
Yes, Ford.
And we're going to start with the Ford Fiesta ST.
Car of the Year 2018, voted by Top Gear, went against the Bugatti Chiron and won Car of the Year, showing how damn good those cars are. One of the best cars money can buy. Cheap, really fast, good looking, sound flipping great, awesome to drive, handle like a flipping mosquito. Yeah. They don't weigh anything, and the 3-cylinder engine produces plenty power for a 3-cylinder engine and can return you 50 miles per gallon, shuts down 1 cylinder when you cruise into 2 cylinders, so you're not using any fuel. It's as bad for the environment as a wet fart. It's literally a brilliant little car. There's nothing wrong with it, except for the interior is not as nice as it is on some hatchbacks, but it's not important. Yeah. And they do not do an automatic version, like the Focus RS, which I believe is on this list
so
as well.
then next is the Ford Focus RS.
So this is the last gen Focus. The new Focus, they are not doing an RS, sadly, which is very sad.
And I thought that the new Focus looked alright, and I thought, you know what, put a bit of wing on the back of that, and that will look alright.
Yeah, I know.
But
they said that they might not. They said that for the time being, there's not one, and they can't confirm whether there is going to be one. But there is an open slot now that they've axed the 4-cylinder Mustang in the UK. Okay. So they could use that engine, which they used to in the Focus RS, and just shove it in the new Focus ST.
I think this is like the 2016-17
Yeah, this is a 17 model. I thought they would, because they said they would. They didn't do the RS 500 that they said they would either, which was the 400 odd horsepower RS that they said they would do, but they didn't. But the original RS, sophisticated 4-wheel drive system, which is homologation special style. I believe it is actually homologation special, the Focus RS, which means it's probably one of the greatest cars ever made. In fact, it is anyway. Looks pretty decent. I actually love the way they look. I love the standard blue colour though. Yep. That's what colour I'd have them. I know you'd have yours in grey or black.
I do like it in a dark grey, but I'll admit, when you see it cruising around in blue, you can't argue with it.
I know, and the racket they make, they go pop, pop, bam, 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 pop, they sound like a machine gun going off, and that's because the exhaust is specifically made so that when the flaps open on the rear,
may I add,
awesome.
It sounds about a stock, so stop sodding upgrading your exhaust pipe.
Yes. And the rapid stock. I mean, 0 to 16 under 5 seconds for a flipping Ford Focus. Yeah. These are things we should not be talking about. Ford Focuses doing less than 5 seconds to 60. Yeah. That's plenty fast enough. The other thing is the 4-wheel drive, usually they don't couple them to manual gearboxes. Not modern cars anyway. They do on the Yaris, the GR1, because it's homologation special. But they did on the Focus, and they didn't do an automatic version either. It's a manual only car.
So yeah.
Love it.
Alright, so then moving off the 2 cars that we could
shouldn't about. This shouldn't be on this list. I'm going to get really hated, but I shouldn't have it on, but It's
a Ford Puma ST.
It's not the classic Puma. I feel.
I'm sorry as well. Can you also say that the Puma is supposed to be an SUV?
Yeah, but they did a very bad job of making it an SUV because it's smaller than a Focus in height, length, and width.
Oh, it's a bit of a joke to be fair with you. But
basically, what we're looking at is a slightly bigger bodied Fiesta ST.
Yeah.
Now, I saw one the other day, and it was in green. Like, kid you not, I thought it looked quite good. I was like, that looks a lot better in the flesh than it should. I was like, do I like them? Do I not? I do. Yeah. I don't like SUVs, I hate them. And I hate the fact that they called it the Puma. I can't express enough how much I hate the fact they called it a Puma.
Well, you don't like the animal?
No, the Puma, the classic one, the coupe, the beautiful sports car they made called the Puma. They renamed this SUV the Puma for some stupid reason. But as a car, you discount the Puma badge. Yeah. It's a brilliant, brilliant car. In fact, it's actually won SUV Year award.
Even though it's really not an SUV.
Even though it's hardly an SUV. It's basically a slightly lifted hatch. Think of the Ford Focus Active.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting, really.
I swear to God, I think you probably... I think the Focus Active is probably more of an SUV than
even though it's not, basically it's a hatchback as well. But that's where it is. It's a slightly larger Fiesta. It doesn't even weigh anything. I mean, it weighs like 1,200 kilos for an SUV. I mean, the SUVs don't weigh that little. Yeah. It's not an SUV at all. But you get manual only gearbox, manual only, which is brilliant. You get the same engine, same differential, and everything as the Fiesta, so it handles not as well, but better than literally anything of its class. And I think it's better looking than the Hyundai Kona N, which is an automatic, which is rubbish. But generally, it shouldn't be on there. And I do apologise to people who are obsessive over the Puma. Don't worry, the Puma's on this list, the classic one. Yeah. But I think they're cool. Yeah. I think they're cooler than they should be, the Puma STs.
Then we got the Ford Fiesta XR2 Mark 1.
Yeah, we're going older now. So one of the oldies, Fiesta XR2. Basically the birth child to the Fiesta ST. Brilliant car. They had 84 horsepower, but they weighed 800 kilos. So they did 0 to 60 in less than 10 seconds back then, which was quick for a hatch.
Okay, and then we have the Ford Focus RS Mark 1.
Basically the birth child to the Ford Focus RS, the modern one. Yeah. And one of the best cars Ford have ever built to drive. Because this was a 144 mile an hour car in 2002. So basically you're looking at the current Fiesta ST's performance, but in 2002. Which in 2002 there wasn't that many hatchbacks that were that fast. Unless you had a VR6 engine like in the Golf. So it was rapid.
Then you have the Ford Racing Puma.
Hey, here we go. Right, I'll be forgiven now. The fact that this is on the list, it should have been first, but I do it in date order pretty much. Except from the Fiesta, but I'm doing it in sort of make and mark order. The Racing Puma is basically the Ford Puma, one of the best looking Fords ever built. And they decided to tune the 1.7 litre engine. Did a bit of extra 30 horsepower in a car that doesn't weigh a lot. So it only had 153, but went like flipping clappers. They redid the body, the wheels, the exhaust, painted this beautiful blue colour, made it dead rare, and the Racing Puma was born, and it's one of the best Fords ever built. And I will be forgiven the fact that the Puma ST is on there with that. But I can't express how much more I like the Puma, Racing Puma, than the Puma ST. The Puma ST is the least liked Ford on this list, but I can't leave it off because, in fact, to be honest, it should just be erased because the Fiesta ST is on there. But we've gone past it now.
Okay, then the Ford Escort Mexico Mark 1.
Yeah, I like the Escort Mark 1s, but I'd have a Mexico just because they were a bit cooler. Than the standard one. And they had 86.9 brake horsepower, which is very precise.
It is very precise. Then we've got the Ford Escort RS Turbo.
I believe this is Mark 3 or 4. I can't remember specifically. Luke will kill me. Okay. Because I don't know. But he likes these as well. Very good little cars. They're rapid. turbocharged as well. Probably one of the best looking as well.
Yeah. Right, and then we've got the Ford Escort RS Cosworth.
I think the next three are all Cosies, aren't they?
Yeah, they are all Cosies, yeah.
So we're in Cosy heaven. The Cosworth, the Escort Cosworth specifically, was a homologation special, which means it was basically a rally car with number plates.
Yeah.
So they got the Sierra RS500 Cosworth, the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth at the time. They also did a four-wheel drive one, as well as the rear-wheel drive one. So they got the engine, gearbox and drivetrain from that, shoved it in an Escort body with a whale-tail wing, 224 horsepower, top speed about 144, 60 in a little over 6 seconds, four-wheel drive, and a car that is now worth upwards of £70,000. If you want a good condition Escort RS Cosworth, you're looking at £80,000 or £90,000 for an Escort Cosworth.
Then you've got the Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth.
One of my all-time dream cars. Because this was a mundane saloon car.
Yeah.
Didn't look fast. But they were so fast that the police had to have them.
Yeah.
It's quite a funny story, actually. Basically, the Sierra Cosworth is the old Lotus Carlton.
Yes.
The Lotus Carlton before the Lotus Carlton, basically. They were affordable and easily stealable.
Yes.
So they were nicked all of the time by criminals. Very easy to drive as well. And they would just drive along 151 miles an hour, which is its top speed for the rear-wheel drive one. And rob banks and plenty of room to stick all the stuff they nick in the back. And they were faster than all the police cars because at the time they used Rover SD1s and Vauxhall Senators and they were not fast enough. So, simply, the Sierra Cosy was the rapid car of the day and it was much faster than the M3 and the Mercedes 190e Cosworth. So, it was like unstoppable in 1986 basically. The Sapphire is the four-door version.
Yes.
The RS500, which we're
So as I say, we'll just move on to that now. The Ford Sierra RS500 Cosworth.
Basically, the first Cosworth he did, the Sapphire came later. Looks slightly different, but it's basically the same car with two doors, 20 horsepower more.
Okay.
Because they used the basis of that in the Escort Cosworth as well. Well, basically, the Sapphire was tuned down so it wasn't as fast because it was a four-door. But they then did a 224 horsepower four-wheel drive Sapphire Cosworth called the Sapphire 4x4, which then they used the base of that for the Escort Cosworth. So it is more powerful than the standard Sapphire.
Then you've got the Ford Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, Cortina. What can I say about that beautiful thing? And one of the most successful touring cars of all time, driven by the legend himself, Jim Clark, Formula 1 driver. Rest in peace, legend. He had one, and they were rapid. He got 0 to 60 in 8 seconds. Back in there, like 8 or 9 seconds, it was crazy. Basically, the touring car back then was David versus Goliath. So you had David, which was Minis and Lotus Cortinas, against Goliath, which was Mustangs and Ford Falcons, and they were better and faster than the Falcons. About anything, corner-wise. And they had a crazy suspension setup, which meant that they either cocked the wheel when they went round, which means the one wheel lifted. And it was crazy fun. Or they just went fully sideways round. But when they went sideways, they went so quickly that they could drift past cars sideways. Drift and overtake. They were legendary little cars, the Cortinas. And they look sick. I love the lights on the back. Beautiful cars.
Then we've got the Ford Capri 3 litre Mark 1.
Yeah, so I'd actually have more than one Capri. I'd have about 3. But the one specifically that I would have more than ever is the 3 litre Mark 1 with the Essex V6. Famous engine, very good. And the Mark 1 looks better. I'd have one in orange with a vinyl black roof, specifically.
Then we've got the Ford Mondeo ST200 Estate.
The Ford Mondeo ST200 Estate is actually the only car ever built that Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond and James May all like.
Fair.
150 mile an hour V6 Estate, manual gearbox. Didn't look, well, it just looked like a Mondeo, but was rapid back in day. And they were very good cars as well. And the fact is they are very good cars, which is why they like them. The fact is that they're very mundane and they don't look fast. But the point is they're a sleeper. They were like the Sierra Cosy basically.
Right, and then we've got the Ford GT.
The modern one. I think the only modern supercar that I actually like, because it's different. Fast, good looking, and the V6 is better than what people think it is. I love them.
Then we've got the Ford GT40 Mark II.
Yeah, so the Mark 1 was a complete and utter failure and a death trap. The Mark II was the one that won Le Mans in 1966.
7 and 8.
6, 7 and 8, was it?
Yeah.
And could do about 210 mile an hour. Which was quick. Rapid. And they look, I think it's probably the best looking Ford GT built. I think the new one isn't so good looking as the classic GT40. I wouldn't have the GT, like, you know, the first gen GT, so the one that looks like a GT40. Probably wouldn't have one because I'd have a GT40, but I like them. If somebody gave me one, I wouldn't be disappointed, and I wouldn't sell it either because they're very good cars. But it's just something, I don't know if it's because Clarkson's had one. I just there's something odd about them that I don't really like as much as I do the modern one. They're very good cars though. There's a lot of cars that aren't on there that should be really. Speaking of Doug DeMuro, I just dropped out of the video.
So then we've got the Ford Mustang GT Bullet.
Modern Mustang, and it was a special edition for the anniversary of the film Bullet.
Okay.
Because it was 1968, the Mustang and that, and this was 2018, so it was a 50th anniversary model.
Okay.
I've only ever seen a few, but they did a manual. It was manual only, 453 horsepower in the UK spec, and they took the limiter off the top speed, so it could do 163, which is enough for a modern Mustang. And obviously, it sounds like flipping thunder.
Yep. Then we've got the Ford Mustang GT Fox Body.
In all fairness, this should not be on this list because it's a terrible car. Because at that time, it's 4.9 litre V8, which is big, gave off the same power as the 4-cylinder engine did in the Escort Cosworth, which is better to drive, better looking, and a lot better cornering and braking. But the Fox Body I like because I think they look cool. Only reason.
Then we've got the Ford Mustang Mach-1 in 1971.
The Mach-1 is probably the coolest or best Mustang ever built.
Fair.
End of story.
Yeah.
I will point out they couldn't travel at Mach-1.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Not even close.
Yeah, it was,
they only did 137.
Yeah, so it's really not beating...
No, they're not fast, but...
them speeds. Then we've got the Ford Mustang GT Fastback from 1967.
Right, the classic Fastback. Basically what Bullet was, but it was a 68 car. Yeah, beautiful. V8 was introduced. Love them.
Well, there we go. So that has also wrapped up Fs. So...
Yeah, we'll keep going for a little bit more. We've got
So
two Gs
we're going to start with
one
Gs.
of them probably nobody's heard of. But...
One is Gordon-Keeble, and he sounds like a fella you're going to meet in the pub.
Basically, the brand is Gordon, and the surname of the car is Keeble.
Yes.
They did the Gordon GT as well. But they didn't make very many cars. But the Keeble is basically Italian design, American V8, British chassis. So it handled and cornered like a British car, like not the E-Type, but something similar of that sort of era. So I can't let's say European car standards, so handle like European cars, not American cars, which is good. Had an American V8, so had 300 horsepower back in the 60s, which is first. And then it looked brilliant because it was designed by Italians. Perfect match, really. For a car.
Then we had the GMC Cyclone.
Another car that shouldn't be on there because, like the Fox Body, it was quite terrible in terms of to drive, and the power wasn't that good. I mean, the Fox Body had 235 from a V8. This had 280 from a V6, but it was a 4.3 litre turbo V6. It's quite a big capacity for V6, I think. They're never that big. V6s are always like 3.5 or 3.8 litres, or even 4s sometimes, but they're never 4.3. It's very unusual, because normally over 4 goes to a V8. In the modern-ish sort of terms, but early 90s, the only issue with it, and what I would do, and I spelled Cyclone wrong. Did I spell Cyclone?
I think you did spell Cyclone wrong.
No, because the GMC Cyclone's name is spelt wrong.
Oh.
It's not spelt as in cyclone, as in a cyclone.
Well, they're a bit stupid, aren't they?
It's, I think, is it S on the front of a cyclone? Cyclone is spelt with a C in real life, like for a normal proper cyclone weather storm. But then the GMC spelt with an S, I think. I don't know.
It'll be settled. You'll see it on the screen. I'll put it on the screen or whatever,
whatever spelling it is, all I know is it's wrong.
Alright, well... It's
either way wrong or it's wrong.
The Storm Cyclone is spelled with a C.
Yes, it's spelled with an S then.
Oh, well, it's a bit broken, isn't it?
I know.
Right.
The only issue with it that I would change is it's got a 4-speed automatic gearbox. And it's not a typical automatic. It's genuinely one of the slush box automatics. Terrible, terrible gearbox. Absolutely awful. But it was fast. This car could do the standing quarter faster than most sports cars. Because its four-wheel drive system could launch it to 60 in less than 5 seconds for a pickup truck. This was a tiny little car. Like, it wasn't very big for a pickup, but it could do the 60 in 4.7 seconds. I actually have a GMC Cyclone there, which I could have just got to check the name, but never mind.
We're now going to probably do... We'll go to H's, okay?
H's, yes.
And we're going to start out with the Holden HSV Commodore GTS RW1.
Yeah, so there's not very many muscle cars or American cars on this list, but the Holden HSV Commodore GTS RW1 is an Australian car and a Holden. And the last one ever built. Because the Commodore was axed in 2017 now, or was it 18? So, it might have been 19 actually.
Yeah.
No, I think it was 19. Yeah. Very recently it was axed. Yeah. It was axed from the UK as well. You may know them more, if you're British, as known as Vauxhall VXR8.
That's what it's sold as.
That's what it's sold as in the UK.
Yeah.
They didn't do the W1 as a Vauxhall.
Yeah.
However, these cars were really cool.
Yeah.
There's something about them. Obviously, even if the Vauxhall badged ones, these cars cost like half of an M5. But they have more power, they were rear-wheel drive, they had a manual gearbox, they were way more fun. I think in 2017 or 18 they sold 19 Vauxhall VXR8s in the UK, in the whole of the UK. 19, which is not a lot.
Yikes.
The W1 had its power upped to 635 brake horsepower. The top speed de-restricted is over 200 miles an hour. The 0-60 dropped below 4 seconds for rear-wheel drive. I know that there's some now that can do it in 3 seconds flat for 4-wheel drive. This was a manual car with a rear drive layout, so this was first for a car that setup. So, and they were painted orange.
So that is the young Holden. So now we're going to go on to Honda and the Honda Civic Type R.
You will question that. I will point out right now your NSX is not on here.
Yeah.
But there is an NSX on here.
Yeah. I presume you're on about, I don't know, like the latest
modern one.
Yes, which I love as well.
Yeah, I know you do. But it's a very good car. I've got nothing against the car.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't own one if I had the choice.
Yeah.
But
anyway, Civic Type R. Civic Type R.
The modern one,
yes.
Basically. The one that looks like it was designed by a 9-year-old.
Yes.
And for me, that's a good thing.
It is.
Because I think that hot hatchbacks should be like that. They shouldn't be able to do 0-60 in 3.9 seconds like the A45 or the Golf R in 4.7. They shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't have automatic gearboxes. They shouldn't be that fast. They should all have below 300 horsepower. Now, I know the Civic Type R's got 316, but it keeps its hot hatch DNA, front wheel drive, and a manual gearbox. Now, I would say I'd up the power to about 350 now, because they're getting quicker. This car is, I believe, the fastest hot hatch in the world top speed wise. Even with the D restrictions on the Mercedes A45 and the Golf R, they're still limited to 168. This does 169 miles per hour for a hot hatch. For a car that you can take kids to school in and do the shopping in. And I think it's also still the fastest around the Nürburgring for a front wheel drive car. Actually, no, it isn't. The Lynk&Co 03 took that, but that's a four-door saloon. I think it's still the first front wheel drive hot hatch to around the Nürburgring. But I think for me, a hot hatch should be crazy to look at, and that's why I loved the old ones, like the old Focuses. They were cool. They were designed by somebody who was like, let's make this look awesome, and that's what they did with the Civic Type R. Now I think it's a bit OTT, but I love it. I think it's cool.
Right then, we've got the Honda E.
Does what it says on the tin. Yes. Electric.
Yes.
Retro. absolutely adorable. It can only do 130-ish miles on a charge, which is pathetic.
Yeah.
But it's not designed for long distance. It's designed as a second car only. And we need a shot of the interior when you do this one.
Yeah.
Bang, there it is.
Right.
Because it's got probably the coolest and most tech-ridden interior I've ever seen.
So this one has also got about 3 different screens. Or 3 screens, like, inside.
It's like fully just screen. Big, huge TV from door, and even the door mirrors are screens.
Yeah. It's,
But it's got a cute, adorable little retro design. It's fucking cute as anything, and they're fucking brilliant to drive because when I say the light, I mean they're not, but for an electric car they are.
Yeah. Then there's the Honda Integra Type R.
Yep, I'd have an original British spec Type R, wouldn't have a Jap spec. These were basically a Civic Type R with a much better looking body. I saw an Integra recently actually, Type R, and I was like, oh my god, it was a Jap spec though with the square edge. Yeah. But these have the British rectangle edges. Yeah. Quite rare now as well. Very good cars. The 60 I think was about 6.7 seconds, which was pretty damn quick for late 90s, early 2000s. Still quick now. Yeah. Good looking car. And they had the VTEC engine like all Hondas, most Hondas anyway. So they could rev to like 9,500, so it was screaming. And they had like a little gearbox front wheel drive, but in a coupe-ish style body. So love them.
Then there's the Honda NSX 3 litre. Obviously, this is...
Yeah, this is actually, the 3 litre is the very, very basic standard original NSX. Yeah. Pop-up headlamps on this one. Because they got rid of the pop-up headlamps when they did the 3.2. So I'd have a manual one. I wouldn't have the automatic because it was terrible. But this could do about 160 miles an hour, 250-ish horsepower. But back then, that was plenty because the Ferraris at the time, the 348, didn't have much more. And this was a lot more affordable and better looking. So it's a very good sports car.
Then there's the Honda Prelude SIRS.
Yeah, that the little eye, the eye is meant to be tiny. Yeah. This was the top of the range, full fat Honda Prelude, 217 horsepower, front wheel drive, manual gearbox, very good car. The party piece though, these cars had 4-wheel steer. The back wheels, not fully like that, but they turned at certain degrees, like 6 or 7, something like that. Tiny little amounts, but made all the difference in the corners. Which is why in Forza Motorsport 7, the Prelude I use, the 4-wheel steer does actually work in Forza Motorsport 7. Don't think it does in Horizon 4 though. Yeah. But does actually work. And the car's stats are really low. Mm-hmm. Like it says it's not very good handling. Complete lie. Yeah. It goes round corners like it's just been knocked from the side. It's crazy round corners. I can just cut in and the front wheel drive means it doesn't slide. Yeah. And it hasn't got much power. And basically, the car I use is an SIRS. I've tuned it to be that, so I haven't tuned it to be top of D class. It's like mid-D. It's only got 217 horsepower, but it's flipping awesome cornering. I can't believe how amazing it was when I took it online just as a laugh for a video, which we never did, never uploaded, and we sort of axed it. But good cars.
Then there's the Honda S660. Oh, yes, how you say
S660. That? Yeah, this is a modern Honda, one of I think 2 actually on this list. With the 3 with the Honda E and the Civic. But this is one you can't buy at the minute. Well, can't buy in the UK. However, you can import them. They are right-hand drive as well because they're Japanese. The S660 is what's known as a K car.
Oh, okay.
So it's only got 660cc. So it's a 0.6 litre, turbo 3-cylinder, manual gearbox, rear wheel drive, mid-engined. This is basically the baby NSX. Yes. Because it's literally the styling you can see when you look at pictures of this, you'll notice that this is older than the NSX. I think you'll see that the styling cues from each is it is the baby NSX. It's only got 63 horsepower, but they're not heavy, are they? K cars, so it can do 0-60 in about 10 seconds flat, which isn't slow. I know people think it is, but it's really not slow at all.
Then finishing Honda. Then really, we're moving on to Honqui.
Honqui. There's something stupid about this car that makes me want one. basically, Honqui in Chinese is the red flag. So this is basically the communist dictator's car.
Yeah. I'm going to take a stab in the dark. No, it's not got much power.
It is quite powerful, actually, but it's not first because it weighs about 4 tons. Yeah. Because the doors are armoured and stuff. It's quite heavy.
What do you say about a dictator's car?
But there is something intrinsically evil about this car, and it makes it so cool.
I don't know if it's the fact that it's a massive communist,
No, the thing is, Honqui actually, they do the president, like the government cars, but Honqui do sell the L5 to people. They don't weigh 4 tons as such, but they weigh about 3.5 tons. They're very heavy, but they do sell them to the public. So for like £800,000.
I was going to say, I don't
they're 800 grand.
Yeah.
And they're so slow, but I don't want one. I think there's something stupidly cool about one, and if I had ever had the opportunity, I'd just get one just for a laugh, because I think they're cool.
Right, and then moving on, we've got the Hummer H1 convertible.
Another one that I get for a laugh.
I'm surprised you've gone for the convertible.
The thing with the Hummer is, right, and the classic H1 is it's enormous.
Yeah.
The H2 and the H3 were terrible cars. The classic original Hummers are very cool cars, but I don't like the Alfa, the roofed one. I don't like the way they look. The convertible is, as Hummers are supposed to be, quite noticeable. I'd have a yellow convertible Hummer because I want to be seen. I want to be seen driving it. That's what they are. Huge, slow American cars that are basically like twice the width of the average European car. But they're awesome. They're flipping cool as anything. So the fact that they're so big, you may as well just paint them a stupid colour. And the fact that they're convertibles, you may as well just paint them a stupid colour and have a convertible. If they're that big, they're noticeable. So,
okay, then we're going on to Hyundai and the Hyundai i30N Performance.
Yeah, the best under 300 horsepower hot hatchback on the planet at the minute to drive with the manual gearbox. By far the best. Handles, good looking. Just under 29 grand, was quite affordable. It's not cheap, but you know what I mean. For its class, it's like 4 grand less than a Golf GTI. First than a Golf GTI, and better looking, and the interior is good. So, brilliant to drive. Yeah.
And then the Hyundai i20N.
Basically, this is the only car that the Fiesta ST needs to be worried about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In fact, it doesn't, because the Fiesta ST is still better, but the i20N is the closest the car's got to knocking the Fiesta ST off its crown. No. Except from the GI Yaris, but that's a homologation special, and it's like 30 odd grand. So the i20N is affordable, good looking, very cool. First, that's actually more power than the Fiesta, but only by 4 horsepower. But a very cool car indeed, and I actually like them. But they're not as good as the Fiesta, but they're very, very awesome cars nonetheless. They're like the second best small hatch after the Fiesta, basically.
Okay, so that's now wrapped up H, and so moving on to I, we'll finish up the video with the Infiniti G37.
Yes. Yeah, it's a small coupe from Infiniti, which is basically Nissan's luxury arm. They bowed out of the UK quite a long time ago. Yep. Because they were sales disasters. And
you really don't see many Infinitis kicking about around here.
They don't. They went to Infiniti and beyond and left the UK.
Yes.
Basically. But they're actually quite cool. They're nice, good looking. 3.7 litre V6 featured in the 370Z Nissan. 316 horsepower, pretty nippy. The saloons weren't that good, but I like the G37, but there's not that much special about it.
Yep.
But other than that,
so we're going to start with Jag, obviously.
Absolutely. And we're starting with a very beautiful one, aren't we, I believe?
Yes, we're starting with the Jag E-Type convertible.
What can I say about the E-Type Series 1 3.8 litre convertible, except if you don't like this car, go to Specsavers. Basically, that's all I'm going to say. This car was a 150 mile an hour gorgeous drop-top convertible from the 60s, which was, for me, the peak of motoring. A peak of everything. I suppose steam died as well.
Yeah.
Sad times. We've got the motorway speed limits as well. But this thing was fabulous. It was affordable compared to a normal Ferrari. It was faster than the Ferraris, better to drive, better looking in every single way. And in fact, Enzo Ferrari himself said it was the most beautiful car he had ever seen.
Yeah, that's it.
I can't say much more except from, if you want a car that brakes better than it and handles a bit better, buy the Eagle Speedster. Yeah. Because you get the same body with a bit more performance.
That's all the Eagle Speedster is, and so,
but I'd have both. 2-car garage. Oh my god, I can't think of any better 2-car garage than that, except for my Lotus Carlton shoved in there. Other than that, we'll get onto that another day.
So
what's next?
Yeah, so then we're on to the Jag XJ220.
By far, nowhere near the best looking car that Jag have ever made. It's not a good looking car.
No.
But to be honest, I actually quite like it. I think it's cool. It's a cool car. But it's not drop dead gorgeous like the typical supercar.
It looks
the
like
good thing is,
dropped on it.
You wouldn't need to look at that body for very long, because this was the fastest car in the world at one point, I believe in 92, after the EB110, which did 212. This came out and went, I could do 217.
Yeah.
Between 213 and 217. And then Bugatti went, bang, and then they updated it to 218 in the EB110. But this was, and I think still is, the fastest production Jag ever built.
It wouldn't make sense.
And it was a complete major failure in what they promised. They promised a V12 4-wheel drive hypercar. Yeah. It came out with V6 that was stolen from the back of an MG Metro rally car. Yeah. They bolted on 2 turbochargers, which created a lot of lag. Nowhere near as bad as Bugattis, by the way. That had 4 big turbos in the 90s, which back then it took 40 years for it to get going. And it was rear-wheel drive. So it was, when turbos happen, well, in the 90s specifically, and the 80s when turbos were a new thing. Yeah. You'd be going around a corner, the turbo would engage when the lag stopped, bang, and you just go into a tree. Yeah. But that's what happened. But the Jag was a complete major failure in what it was promised. Yeah. However, made up for that by being an incredibly fast car. It was and a very good one out of that to drive as well. Just not drop dead gorgeous. I think it had the lights from like a Cavalier, like a Volkswagen or something. It borrowed like body parts from just random cars. It was built of plastic most of the time. The interior was a complete major downgrade. Yeah. But in terms of what it was as a vehicle, Jesus, incredible.
Then we've got the XKR. Oh no, we've not. We've got the XJR 575.
Yes, so this is a modern Jag. However, it is unfortunately no longer in production because they got rid of the XJ recently. A couple of years back. The last hurrah was the XJR 575, which was an updated version of the previous XJR. As you can say, 575 metric horsepower on Queen of England, 567 bhp. There is a difference between HP and bhp. I have explained that if you want to know. Somewhere up there, you can view that video. So this was capable of about 186 or something stupid, 060 low fours. And the thing with this car is the XJ. It looks superb for a big executive saloon. Absolutely awesome. It's got like boomerang shaped lights across the back. Not that way, like they are in a Maserati. That way. Boot lid. Oh, it's gorgeous little saloon. I think one of the best looking saloons ever built, in the top 20 by far. Gorgeous little car. When I say little, I mean it's about 5 meters long, but it's huge. But a very good luxury car, and I think it's the one. It's the sort of luxury car that you buy with your heart, not your head.
Yeah.
It's the heart head. It's the heart, not head choice. Yeah. Your head would say buy an S65 or an S63 AMG or an M760 Li. Your heart says go and get a Jag XJR because the way that thing sounds like glorified thunder. Big V8. The other two use V12s, the S65 and the M760. And this make a racket. Jags, V8 Jags. The thing with them was before the emission stuff, which was this. You could wake up an entire country from this side of Dover.
I mean,
you could wake up people in Calais from Dover. It is that loud. It's crazy, and I love them. I think they're awesome, and that's why I'd have one, because I just think they're crazy. The thing with the Jag is, it's that sort of car where you can park on a double yellow lines and get away with it, because you own a Jag. Yeah. You can go around to somebody's house one night, steal an oil painting, and when they wake up in the morning and find it's missing, they will not be disappointed or angry with you because you own a Jag. You don't have to pay for any meals. You can just go, oh no, I've forgotten my wallet. And then the girl who you go out with will pay because you own a Jag. That is what life is like with a Jag. You get away with everything.
Of course.
It's brilliant.
Then, obviously, to kind of going back to the point, the XJR.
This is the original version from the early 2000s. 400 horsepower, big V8. Bit squarer looking. It's not as good looking either. But really cool.
Yeah.
I like them.
Of course. Then we got the XKR-R.
So basically they did the XKR, but then they turned up to 11, and they did the XKRR. So they introduced more power. It was looking at 400 now. They got rid of any speed electronic limiters. 180 mile an hour car now, which is crazy fast. Back in the early 2000s. They put a roll cage in the back, lowered it, stiffened it up, made it sort of track going car almost, and they basically turned up to DEFCON 5 for this XKR, and it's in the old body XK as well, so I think it's a good looking car, not as nice as the one that replaced it, but still a very good looking car nonetheless. I think it's a really cool little thing. I think it was a 4.2 V8 supercharged, but I can't remember specifically from the top of my head.
Then we've got the Jag S-Type R.
Bit of a controversial one because the S-Type has always been renowned of one of the uglier Jags. With its big snouty nose on the front. But the S-Type R I think is quite a cool car. Supercharged V8, about 400 brake, quick. And you wouldn't have to look at that grille for much longer because you'd see it in your rear view mirror for half a second before it overtakes you and you see the back end of the car, which is quite a nice angle. So yeah, quick, reasonably good luxury car. Jag's known for their good saloons as well. To drive, it was brilliant. It was just had a big snouty nose that wasn't very nice to look at, but it's not about the looks really. Not all the time, is it really?
That's it. Then we've got the Jag Mark II 3.8.
Yep, classic saloon now. We're going back down to the 60s and 50s now. 3.8 litre straight six, the one that featured in the E-Type later in its life. These things were known as police cars, mainly. They were used as police cars because they were flipping rapid. However, people used them as getaway cars also because they were so fast. Not first by modern standards, I wouldn't say that. Well, to be honest, to me, they're still first. Yeah. Because I think that an EcoBoost Fiesta is pretty quick. So 8.5 to 60, speed about 125, 220 brake. That, for me, is pretty quick, especially for a 60s saloon or 50s saloon. Crazy fast little thing. And they're very good looking as well. So, yeah, I don't want one of those. I think they're cool. In British Racing Green with the wire wheels, obviously.
Then we've got the Jag XE SV Project 8.
Yep, so Jag's SVO department, the skunk works of motorsport, basically, got hold of the XE and thought, what shall we do with this four-door saloon? We'll open the rear doors, take the seats out, put a roll cage in. That makes no sense whatsoever, Jag. Put a big wing on the back, on the boot lid, and make it do 200 miles an hour on a four-wheel drive. However, they also then went, you can have an option so you can put the back seats back in.
Yes.
And you can have, with the roll cage, you will get harnesses.
Yes.
Which makes total sense. Alfa have done the same thing recently with the Alfa Romeo Giulia GT-AM. And they've gone, right, you've got four doors here. Yeah, but your rear doors, open them. Oh, it's a roll cage. And the Renault Megane RS Trophy R does that as well. But yeah. But you can actually have the seats in if you want.
Yes.
But it's a 200 mile an hour madman.
Fair. Then we've got the Jag F-Type SVR Coupe.
Yeah, so the old style F-Type. I don't actually have the new body F-Type in this list. I'm surprised. But I think it's slightly better looking, but I wouldn't actually have one. Because I like the old SVR, which was they actually de-restricted the F-Type. So this one was actually capable of 200 miles an hour. Putting it into almost supercar performance categories, really. But it's a GT car, very good looking, obviously, as the F-Types were. Loud, silly, and even though it was four-wheel drive, the majority of your life in an F-Type is spent going sideways, no matter what wheel is driven. Doesn't matter if it was front-wheel drive, it'd still spend, somehow it would spend the majority of its life going sideways. That's the F-Type life. You just got to, when you buy an F-Type, you've got to be in the mindset that you are now officially a crab.
Yes.
You're just going to live life going this way. You're like, yeah, my tyres are absolutely smoking. I'm going to be 50 quid poorer every time I go to Tesco's because my tyres are being absolutely knackered by going around the roundabout the wrong way. Well, basically sideways. But you can't help it. They can drift. You can drift them from about 12.
And then we've got the Jag F-Type SVO Project 7.
Yep, so the SVO department had a bit of a play with the F-Type convertible. They removed the roof completely, so it's now like a Trump's hat roof. So it's like an umbrella, basically, that you stick up yourself. They stuck the D-Type sort of, you know that thing that's behind the suction thing that's behind the drive on the D-Type. They sort of stuck that on as a homage to the old D-Type. They put more power in it, rear drive this time, so it suffers from even worse F-Type itis of going sideways. And a slightly quicker version of the rear-wheel drive F-Type, but better looking because it has no roof. Basically what we had this time.
Okay, so then we've finished off Jag there, and we're going to go on to Jeep with the Jeep Grand Wagoneer.
I will note this is the old Jeep Grand Wagoneer. However, specifically I'd have a 1991 version-ish, somewhere around that. These are the ones that are big boxy, you know, with the wooden panelling along the side of the doors.
Yes.
Horizon 3 vibes,
Indeed, yeah.
I very much like these things. It is an old one, and they are by no means fast. They had a 5.9 litre V8, which is big. They produced at home, make sure you're all sat down, don't carry any cups of tea before you have a heart attack, 144 horsepower from a 5.9 litre V8 in the 90s. That's no excuse, Jeep. That's terrible. In the 90s. Like,
shocking.
It did about 91 and so 60 in 15.6 seconds or something.
That's bad.
Which is utterly terrible. But yeah, terribly slow car. But there's something crazy and desirable about them, and they were fabulous off-road.
Then that's all we've got for Jeep. Moving on to the Jensen with the Jensen Interceptor FF.
Is the FF on there?
Yes.
Oh, the FF is on there.
The FF
I only saw
is
the
here.
S. The FF was a little bit of a fact. The Jensen Interceptor FF was the first mass-produced four-wheel drive car in the world. Sports car built in Britain with a Chrysler V8 that produced noise, but not very little power. The actual FF produced 330 horsepower, so it was actually pretty nippy. And it had four-wheel drive and a body that anybody would look at and go, God, that looks good, because it's an Italian styling, I think. It was designed by Touring Superleggera, who did the DB5, I think, and I think they did the Lamborghini 350 GT, and I think they designed they've done loads of Alphas, and I think they did the Jensen, unless it was built by them. I can't remember one of those, but I know it's Italian styling. But I think the next one is the...
Yes, then on to the Jensen Interceptor S Resto mod.
Yes, and basically this is a Jensen Interceptor, but with the old Chrysler engine was lifted out and thrown away. Get rid of that. They stuck in an LS3 Corvette 6.2 litre V8, 430 odd horsepower or something. This was quick. You're looking at just under 170 top end, so it's 60 under 5 seconds. Manual gearbox, rear drive, that beautiful body, resto modded. Basically, look at it like an Eagle Speedster. You see what? And it, obviously, because it wasn't based on an FF, it was rear driven, not forward drive, so way more fun. I'm gonna die again. No, not.
And then finishing J, that is actually. Moving on to K with the Kia and the Kia Stinger.
Probably one of the most underrated cars on sale at the minute, because the Kia Stinger is a car that people laugh at when you talk about it, because they're like, oh, it's a Kia, it's terrible. It is not a bad car at all. In fact, it's probably one of the best cars on sale at the minute. Money to performance wise. What me and Luke think it is it's the modern day Cozza. That's what it is. Affordable to everyone, but it'll just walk away. Get anywhere near it. This car can do just under 170 mile an hour, whereas all the Germans are stuck at 155. They'll do 60 sub 5 seconds, rear drive, proper laugh, because the rest of its rivals are four-wheel drive and a bit boring. Yeah. But then it's better looking than all of its rivals as well. Because like, you see them in the flesh and you go, God, that thing looks so good. If you didn't know it was a Kia, you would be so surprised that it is, because it looks that good. Yeah. And yeah, I love them. They're brilliant.
Right, and then we've got the Kia K900. Lesser
known, big executive V8 saloon car that was, I think it was only on sale in America and South Korea. Yeah, not on sale in the UK. I think it's called K9 as well in some markets.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty cool car. Quick, good looking, big executive saloon. So I don't really, not much to say about that really.
Then, okay, and that finishes off K. So moving on to L and Lamborghini with the Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV.
I think this is the definitive Lambo.
Yes.
Because it is an utterly terrible car.
Of course.
To live with. But as a Lambo, it is what a Lambo should be. Yeah. This is brilliant. Basically, if you don't know what the Countach is, it is the epitome of the super car.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty quick. The LP 5000 being the fastest could do just shy of 190. Well, that's what Lambo said when they took the door mirrors off and all of the spoilers off and tapes over all the panel gaps in order to test the speed. With all the drag taken away, basically. Naughty Lamborghini. Big V12, I think it was at 5.2 litres at the stage, 455 horsepower, something crazy. And the way it looks, big wing, the scissor doors, the stupidly wide rear end, that is a proper Lambo. And to drive, it was horrific. The steering, you had to be incredibly strong to work that steering if you was ever parking somewhere. Yeah. Even going around a corner just normally, it was painful to get that not power steering. This is before power steering. Yeah. Get that turned round, it was an absolute pain. Moving the gear lever into slot, put your clutch in, it was like trying to pull a flipping log out of the ground and put it in, and then eventually when it did slot in, you then have to getting it from second into third and then fourth into fifth would have been incredibly difficult and would have probably hurt.
Yes.
Then you come to park it, as well as the heavy steering and the terrible trying to get it into gear. It was a gated manual as well. You had the issue of, firstly you can't see out the back. The door mirrors were about this big, and they were as useful as the chocolate fireguard. Yeah. Then you had the issue is, you were sat in here and the door sill's like this. So you had that next to you. What you'd have to do is open the door fully, scissor doors. You'd then have to sit on the door sill and obviously put it into reverse and drive it out while you are sat half out of the car in order to park it. It was that bad to live with. No boot space at all, and you put it on a track and it was probably quite terrible. Yeah. And the Allegro would probably have been a better option. However, that gives it character.
Yeah.
What is important in a Lamborghini?
It is the character.
Character.
Yeah.
If the car is utterly perfect in every single way, it is not a Lamborghini. Yeah. Because that is not what they're designed for. For example, Alfa Romeos, if you had a perfect Alfa, it wouldn't be an Alfa. The reason you buy an Alfa is because it has flaws. If you want a car with no flaws, you go out and buy a BMW. If you want the perfect driving supercar, you buy a Ferrari. Yeah. End of story. If you want the thing that people will look at and go, flipping heck, he's mad, you buy a Countach. And the people will look at you and go, flipping hell, he's mad. Firstly, because the car looks insane, but also because you'd be like, why the hell is that Wally driving that around daily? Yeah. Because that's the kind of car it is. But it's the epitome of a proper Lamborghini. When people say, oh my god, I love the Huracan, I go and get a flipping proper car, because that is basically just a glorified Audi underneath. Yeah. Because Audi did everything, including the styling this time, and that's what really annoys me, because it doesn't look exciting enough for a Lambo. Yeah. But it's not, it's too perfect. It's a very good car, but it detracts from the Lamborghini aspect.
Yes. Then we've got the Lamborghini Miura.
Yep, I think the first ever mid-engined production car, supercar anyway. So 350 GT was their first car. The 400 GT was the slightly faster version of that. They then shoved the 400 GT's 3.9 litre V12 in the back of the Miura, the mid-engine. But the really interesting thing with Lambo is it was transversely mounted. And normally a V12 will be that way. So you open the bonnet and it's facing you, like a straight engine. However, you open the rear hatch and the engine is side on. Like an inline 4. It's like a straight 4, straight 5 normally. Front wheel drive goes. But that way. Which is the very confusing thing. So it was a transversely mounted 3.9 litre V12, but this could do 170 mile an hour. And that's an understatement because Lamborghini had the flaw. This is the good thing. It's got character, has the flaw of it would take off, front would lift at high speed, and it wouldn't match its top speed. That's a Lambo. It can't match its top speed because it lifts up at high speed and sort of it rests on the back and it just can't match its top speed. That's a Lambo.
Then we've got the Lamborghini Gallardo LP 570 for Squadra Corse 2013.
Yes, I think this was the last model of high-performance Gallardo built, because I know they updated it with the facelift. I think this is the facelifted one of the really late ones before the Huracan came out in about late 13, early 14. 5.2 litre V10 remained, but this was sort of like because they did the Superleggera with 562, but I think this was the predecessor. Was it successor? The one after?
Yeah.
Successor, isn't it?
Yes, the one after.
Right, successor to the Superleggera. So you was looking at around 200 mile an hour top end, low 360. So quick, but the thing with this is it looked like a Lambo. Stupid wings. It didn't have the silly doors, but it was... Lamborghini did the body and the brochure, so they made it look crazy. They said, "Oh, it's got cannons and it'll fire rockets and stuff like that." That's what they do. That's Lambo. They don't do that now. It's so sad, but that's what they did with the Gallardo, and I love it for that. And I think that the facelift version is probably not as good looking as the pre-facelift, but with the Squadra Corsa, look crazy. Next one's also
yes. It's exactly today. It's the Lamborghini Gallardo LP 570 4. So just the standard version of the last one.
Well, I think this one is the Performante Spider version.
This
pre-facelift Gallardo, but it was the convertible version of the Superleggera.
Yes.
Basically, that's what it was.
Okay, fair. I didn't see. There's 2 lines. Okay, there's the Lamborghini Estaque.
Correct pronunciation as well. Well, this is the most unrealistic car on this list because they never actually put the Estaque into production. I think it was a damn good missed opportunity from Lamborghini because it was a 4-door saloon. They've never really done a 4-door saloon. I don't think they ever have done a 4-door saloon. Ferrari have done one, which is the 456 GT Benz. It was an estate actually. Aston have done a few and Porsche's done some. So I thought, well, Lamborghini should have done one really. This could do 203 miles an hour. It had a 5.2 litre V10 in prototype form. The actual working prototype, I believe, had the V10 from the Gallardo. Quick thing. Looks insane. Because it kept that Lambo style. This was Lambo before the Huracan era. Now, the modern day era of Lambo. This is the Murcielago was still roaming about back when the Estaque was being thought of. So it looked like a proper Lambo. You knew it was a Lambo.
Oh wow.
And it looks sick for a 4-door saloon. And unfortunately they never put it in production. Big missed opportunity from Lambo. But yeah, that's the least realistic one on that list. Even though there are some unrealistic ones on there.
Okay, and then we've got the Lamborghini LO002.
I think, what is it with the LM002 is so cool.
Oh, it's built like a tank.
It was built for the army. But it was a terrible car for the army. So they thought, actually, I should sell it as an SUV. 444 horsepower, manual gearbox, 4-wheel drive, off-road car for the family. Countach underpinners, the engine and the gearbox with them Countach, but it was front engine, obviously. They're big boxy styling. I think in a weird way, it's quite good looking.
In a weird way.
In a sort of character. It's got that character. It's got charm. It's got an actual aspect of charm about it that I think sort of makes it stand out. It wasn't first, but it wasn't meant to be. Oh. But I love them. I think they're really cool. I think they're weirdly awesome.
Yeah. And then we've got the Lamborghini Jalpa. Jalpa.
Even though it's spelled Jalpa.
Yes. This is.
I think this is the only V8 supercar they've ever produced. And when I say supercar, I mean because it wasn't that first.
Yes.
This had a transversely, again, that way, mounted 3.5 litre V8, 250 horsepower. But it was actually not bad, actually, that 250 horsepower. Just wasn't the best to drive. Oh. But I think it's a very good looking car nonetheless. Yeah, like a Jalpa.
Okay, yeah, fair. Right, and then we've got the Lamborghini Urraco.
Oh, the Urraco's a good one. Yet again, another transversely mounted V8. I think it was a 3 litre this or something. But I think it's probably one of the best looking Lambos built. Just because it's so timeless. It looks so good. This one had 4 seats. So basically you had a bonnet with nothing in. Boot. 2 seats, engine, boot. Yeah. So the reason it was transversely mounted was so that they could fit a set of seats in front of the engine. That's why it was facing sideways. Because if they'd have had the V8 that way, you'd have never had any space for the back seats. Yeah. So this was a practical Lambo, but it went like a sports car. Yeah. Brilliant. GT car, really, more than a sports car or supercar. So, one of the very few mid-engine GTs ever built.
Yeah. Then we've got the Lamborghini 400 GT.
Yep, so the 350 GT was the first ever Lambo built. The 400 GT was a slightly more powerful version with a 3.9 litre V12. Drop dead gorgeous car, this.
Yeah, and then as you've just alluded to, then we had the Lamborghini 350 GT.
Yeah, probably one of the best looking cars ever built. And the first Lamborghini road car, because Lamborghini, if you did not know, are famous for tractors. They were a tractor manufacturer before they were a car manufacturer. They actually still build tractors, Ben, you know. But yeah, that was their first road car, designed by Touring Superleggera, who we mentioned earlier. Yeah. Coach builder, as well as did the Aston DB5, you know, the drop dead gorgeous car.
Of course.
And that was Lambo's first car. So.
Yeah, indeed. Right, and then we've got a final Lamborghini here that's been starred and everything. I mean, you must love this. Is the Lamborghini Huracan?
Oh no, it's not on there. Get rid of that.
Oh no, it's not on there. Right. Right.
Why is that? I just think, right, of all the cars you can choose from in the world to like, there are numerous better cars. Well, in fact, there are millions better cars to like than that. Yeah. And I can't even see why people like it, because I don't think it's that good looking. The Evo version, credit where it's due, the Evo one looks quite good. And the Performante is a very good car, and that is a sort of Lambo, because it's got the big wing. But the standard LP610-4, it's horrid. Yeah. It's a damn crazy bad car compared to what should be for a Lambo.
But anyway, that does indeed finish Lamborghini, and we're going on to Lancia.
Yay! We're back with character.
So we've got the Lancia Delta HF Integrale Evo.
Right, so the Lancia Delta, short name, the special HF Integrale Evo, was a homologation special rally car. So basically, it was a rally car, but they did homologation special, which means it was built for the road as well. Yep. So they sold a number of them with all the value. Basically, a road-going version of the rally car. They did that with the Escort Corsa. They did that with the Mitsubishi Evo 6 Tommy Mackinnon and the Celica GT4. Basically stuff like that. Okay. This thing was the last ever production Lancia ever built by Lancia as we know them, because Lancia was then built, owned by the Chrysler Group. 1994, I believe it came out. It's unfortunate actually, because I think this is one of the. I think this is the best looking hot hatchback ever built.
Fair.
It is boxy, but there's something about the Delta that's so beautiful. It was 4-wheel drive, turbocharged 4-cylinder. It wasn't that powerful really. 210 horsepower. It's about the same as a modern Fiesta ST, Hyundai 20N, Polo GTI, stuff like that. But it was 4-wheel drive, 5.7 to 60. That's quicker than most hatches now. Quick, beautiful, and they are worth an absolute fortune now. This boxy hot hatch, 70 grand now for a good one. Easy, probably more than that.
Yikes.
Right, the Escort Cosworth, so about 80, 90 grand. So, there genuinely is no better car than a homologation special. In fact, the modern Focus RS is probably verging on homologation special. It's sort of the modern equivalent to the Escort Cosworth, which was a homologation special, so it's indirectly one. Yeah. And that was a damn good car when it was out. In fact, it still is a fabulous car. But there's nothing better than homologation special. You can't get a car that's more fun, more as quick for the sucking either, because basically they just used sports cars and just thought, I'd just chuck them on a rally stage. Yeah. So yeah, they're fabulous cars, and I would adore a Delta in Tigale.
Yeah. Okay, then we've got the doesn't matter. It's the Lancia Thelma 8.32.
Thema 832.
Thema 832.
8.32.
8.32.
Yeah. So the Thema was the 4-door saloon they built, but they thought, you know what, stuff it. Stick a Ferrari V8 in the front. I believe, if I'm right in saying, this was the first ever production vehicle with active rear aero spoiler on the boot lid. Boot lid mounted active aero on the wing that came up out of the boot lid. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was. The 8 stands for V8, and the 32 is 32 valve V8. They're about 240 horsepower. It's pretty nippy. Very good looking car. One of the best 4-door saloon looking saloons ever got. I think you can get them for about 30k now, 20k-ish. So not too bad. Nobody near as expensive as a Delta. But yeah, good looking car. I love them. They're very cool.
No, fair.
Got that character against the M5s and stuff. Obviously.
Then we've got the Lancia Stratos.
Oh, the Stratos. Who can't love a Stratos? Beautiful car. Rally car, sports car, mid-engined. And the cockpit is about the size of a shoe. So if you're taller than about 5'6", you're going to struggle. The thing with the Stratos is, you had... all of it was left. So you drove, like, basically the pedals were with the passenger in the left-hand drive cars. And the steering wheel was over in a hedge on your left, so you drove like this. So the pedals are here, and the steering wheel is over here. And to change gear, which was there, it involved touching the person in the passenger seat's leg. It involved man touching, basically, in order to change gear. It was a nightmare to drive. Cool. But that's it with Italian cars. Alfas are the same. They're Italian and they don't work, but they're still fabulous. Lancia's, the Stratos, was terrible to drive on a daily basis if you had a passenger. But when you did drive it, it's such a special car that you just felt that you never wanted to get out of it, because it's such a brilliant experience when you drive Lancias.
Then we've got the Lancia 037.
Yeah, the 037, another mid-engined rally car. The last ever mid-engined rally car, sadly. Because they then went, and last ever rear-wheel drive one as well, I believe. Gorgeous car, very good as well. Basically just like the Stratos, except it wasn't as badly designed in terms of the driving experience. So your pedals were slightly more straight on this time.
Of course. Then we've got the Lancia Fulvia.
Fulvia is a very interesting car. Front-wheel drive, which sounds really boring, I believe. But it's actually not. Good little rally car. Gorgeous body. A little 1.3. They weren't that fast, but you can get 1.6 as well. They weren't that quick, but gorgeous.
Then we've got the Lancia Delta Fiorista Resto mod.
Yeah, so recently a bloke has decided he wanted to make a modern day version of the Delta, so it looks like a Delta but with modern power. So it's like 330 horsepower. It's so expensive, but I just want one. That's so awesome.
That sounds cool.
When you see pictures of it when you edit this,
obviously there will be one around here.
You're like, I want one.
Good.
Actually, to be honest, I'd rather have a normal standard Delta in red over a Futurista, because I think you can't improve upon a genius design unless the only time a resto mod looks better than the standard car is with the Eagle and the Jag E-Type. The Eagle is better looking than the E-Type, only very slightly, but that much difference. The Futurista isn't as good looking as the standard car, I don't think. But that's just me. I'm just like old classic cars.
Yeah. Okay, so that finishes on Lancia, and now we've got Land Rover with the Land Rover Defender Works V8.
Yep, so the 70th birthday of the Defender. This is the old body Defender, not the new one, not the modern one. This is the old big boxy one. They thought, right, let's send it off with a bang. And this is just before the release of the modern new Defender. They thought, let's stick a V8 in the front, 400 horsepower, shall we? Cool. That's basically what they did.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, then we've got the Land Rover Series 3 pickup, which is a V8.
Yep, so the reason I would want a V8 is because the 4-cylinder version is the slowest moving vehicle I've ever seen in my life, basically. I'd love a pickup truck. I've actually got one on the shelf behind the camera, blue one. That I absolutely adore, that little thing. Yeah. I'd actually have one in that colour as well. A pickup truck one, because they're not big, American pickup. So just basically the Series 3 Land Rover with a bed on the back. Not a very big car, really. They did a 2.25 litre one, 2.25 4-cylinder petrol. It took 29 seconds to get from 0 to 60. Top speed of 68 miles an hour, which is incredibly slow. Yeah. That's nearly twice the Jeep Grand Wagoneer, and I slated that for being slow.
That's true.
The V8 did 16.9, so it was massively improved, which is around about the Wagoneer's territory, version on that. So it's not too bad, and considering it's 70s, it's considering the Wagoneer's 20 years younger, it's fair enough. The V8 could do just over 80 mile an hour top end, so yeah, it's not too bad. But that's why I'd have a V8, because the 4-cylinder one is so slow. It's just unnecessarily slow.
And then we've got Range Rover, the classic model.
Classic Range Rover, the Mark 1 from the 70s. And I always like the ones that are faster, because they did up to 4.5 litre V8 one, actually. But I'd actually have an original 3.5, the slow one, because for me, that's the one that I fell in love with when I first ever watched Top Gear Bolivia Special. And I saw that, and when Horizon 4 came out, and I started to fall in love with it even more, I thought, I love the Rover V8, because the thing with the Rover V8 is it's heavily tunable. Yeah. They're not very reliable, but if you look after them, they'll last forever. Yeah. They're dead cheap to run, dead cheap to fix, dead cheap to tune. You can get 200 horsepower out of them like that. Yeah. And when they're only 135, so it was really slow, but with a couple of mods, you can get that engine without blowing up in one way, shape or form, upwards of 300 horsepower. The actual engine featured in the Lotus Esprit V8, which remained in production until 2002, and that had 2 turbochargers slapped on, and it produced just shy of 350 horsepower. That was a near 180 mile an hour car. So in one way, shape or form, that engine could be tuned really highly, and you could have a baby SVR, really. There's a lot of companies who do kits for them, where you can put LS3 V8s, Corvette engines in, or put big modern V8s in and stuff like that. So either way, you've got loads of capability. Basically, what you've got is you've got the world you've oyster with the classic Range Rover. That's basically what it is. It's just a massive template for whatever you want to do. You can go absolutely wild. I keep mine completely stock, and then I buy a second one and do it up probably, because they're that good to do up and tune. That's why I love them. But yeah, like classic Range Rover.
Right, then we're going on to that was obviously Range Rover, Land Rover, or whatever. So we're going on to back to Ireland, the Lexus LFA.
If somebody ever said to me, define Concorde as a car, I would say it's the LFA. Not the Veyron. I know the Veyron, everyone will say, it'll be Veyron because it was the first car to do over 400 kilometres an hour. But really, to be honest, the McLaren F1 did 240 and at some point would have hit it. Speed isn't why Concorde was famous, really. No. As well as it was a big aspect. But the thing is it was different, stood out, and it will never be seen again. The Veyron we've seen again. We've seen the Chiron, we've had the SSC, we've had Hennessy's, we've had Koenigsegg, we've had McLaren go over 250 again. We've had everybody's had a stab at the top speed race. But the thing with the LFA is you will never see a car like that ever again. Now everyone will be like, oh, it's just like a normal car. It's not. The way that car feels and the way it captures the GT experience mixed with supercar performance is incredible. The V10 is a masterpiece. They made a V10 that fits in the space of a V8. But produced 552 horsepower, 4.8 litre revs so quickly that it can't even have an analogue dial. Yeah. It revs from idle to the red line in 0.2 of a second or something stupid. Because it's so quick, and the gear changes are so quick that it has to have an electronic speedo and rev counter because it physically cannot keep up with how quickly that thing revs. It's such a masterpiece, and the sad thing is, it'll never be seen again, especially from Lexus, because even the people who made that car, it's that good. They're unable to replicate that car. It is so good, which is really sad. But that's what it is. It's Concorde as a car for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I don't think it's not the best looking car in the world, actually, to be honest. And Concorde was probably one of the most beautiful planes. But the way it's just amazing how you look at it and you go, oh, it's a Lexus, it's going to be a stupid hybrid. No, it's just so out of the ordinary from that brand. And it was done over a long period of time. It took like 9 years for them to develop it. They lost money every time they sold one. Like they did with Concorde, every time they flew it, they lost money. It took years of development. And it came out as a 202 mile/hour GT car with that engine note, which I still think remains the greatest engine note of any production vehicle. Number 2 is the Eagle Speedster. And it has flaws. It doesn't have any cup holders. You can't connect your iPod to it. It's a bit of a faff. Yeah. The seatbelt can't be done up. It's impossible to get your seatbelt in. But it has that defining little character aspect that makes it so fabulous. And Jeremy Clarkson, it still remains the greatest car that Jeremy Clarkson has ever driven.
Fair.
To this day. And they are incredibly expensive. They were when they were new. They're 340 grand. A Gallardo was like 120, which gives you an equivalent. The Gallardo was ours first. You're looking at now was about 700 grand second hand.
Yikes!
Which is a lot of money for Lexus.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, staying on Lexus, we've got the Lexus GSF, or GSF.
GSF. Basically, it's a space F, like the eyes of GSF. I actually don't like the RCF, the 2-door.
No.
Sort of sports GT that they did. The GSF was basically a 4-door version of this. However, in every single way, shape, or form, firstly, it's better looking. Actually, I've missed one out. We'll add one at the end. It's better looking, more practical, and it was annoying. It was silly. It had stupid flaws. Like the sat-nav one wouldn't shut up. The infotainment's terrible because it's tied to Lexus. The infotainments are horrible. But it had what it was. The M5 and the E63 didn't have, which are much faster. They got over 600 horsepower. The car's got 470. This had naturally aspirated V8, which is something you never see anymore, and rear-wheel drive. Its rivals were turbocharged. They didn't sound as loud. They weren't as crazy, and they had 4-wheel drive. Now this thing was just utterly crazy. But the thing is, Lexus can do that because the whole range is just hybrids and efficient cars. So they thought, all right, then let's go out crazy and do a big V8 saloon. So they did. Paid off because it's actually as good to drive as its rivals. It's just a bit of annoying to live with. But in all fairness, I'd rather live with the annoyance and have that character aspect than the rest of the cars. Which for me, the most important thing for me is character when it comes to cars. Because it's not, I don't give a toss how fast they are. That's not important. Yeah. It's what they're like as a concept. Basically what you are, you and your car are sort of mates. That's what you'll find. And you can't, AM5 can't be a good friend. The Lexus GSF can. Yeah. Because it's got, you get frustrated with it. Like you do with mates and stuff. Yeah. That's what it's like. But then you're like, okay, I forgive you, because it will do a massive drift and be dead loud and you'll just have an absolute blast with it. That's what they are. But I'm going to add another one on, which is the Lexus LC500 convertible, which is beautiful and has actually the same engine as that, 5 litre V8 rear drive. But the only downside I have is it has a 10-speed automatic, 10-speed gearbox, Why do you need 10 gears? That's too many.
That's a bit over.
That's way too many.
Yeah, that's a bit overdone.
It is overdone. But other than that, flipping thing is drop dead gorgeous. Big V8 GT convertible car. God, Lexus can design some cars like. I mean, when they pull it off and make a good looking car like the LFA and the GSF and the LC500 convertible. In fact, the coupe is beautiful as well. It looks sensational. I'd have a burgundy dark red LC500 convertible with the V8. You can actually only get it as a V8, which you get because of the roof mechanism, they can't stick the rear motors in for the hybrid. It's only a V8 convertible. It's a gorgeous car. Anyway, that's not. There's no other Lexus I like.
Yes, exactly. So then we've got the Lister Stealth.
Oh, right. Lister Stealth.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the Jag F-Pace?
Yes.
Basically that, and Lister are a famous tuning company of Jag from the olden days. And they went, oh, we'll do an F-Pace SVR. So they got the F-Pace SVR, which is the big V8 one. Yeah. And they thought, let's see if it was engineered by the beast or the devil. Because it's got 666 brake horsepower. Mm-hmm. And is the closest we've ever got for an SUV to get to 200 miles an hour. Does 195 miles an hour, so 63.5 seconds. And it's, bear in mind the F-Pace SVR is already a loud car. It's got the JLR's big 5 litre supercharged V8. You know, the one that's in the XJR 575 and the F-Type. And it's basically you'll wake up a whole county. Yeah. This has had an exhaust job on top of that engine. So you can probably guess how flipping awesome and loud this car sounds. Wow. That's basically what it is. It's incredibly cool little car. As an SUV, I don't like SUVs. Yeah. But if somebody said buy one, I'd probably get an Lister Stealth. I actually did a video on SUVs I like, and that didn't feature. But that's because it's a tuned car. It's a tuning car, not a... Because I don't like the F-Pace. Which means that I wouldn't have the tuned version. Yeah. Basically. But I did put the Alpina XP7 in, so I'm being a bit hypocritical though. But I actually do quite like the standard X7. But I just... I didn't put it in, but it's not in my top... I wouldn't say it's in my top 10. But I still actually... It's just crazy. It's better than the Urus. Yeah, well, obviously. Because if you go down the pub and say, oh, what are you driving? You go, I'm driving a Lister Stealth. Sounds better than going, I'm driving a Urus. It sounds a bit itchy. Yeah. Very anus. Yeah, it's body part. Body part is very biologically it's like body part. It is a biological. It's not a nice name. Even if you don't say the word, if you say the word, oh, I'm driving a Stealth. That sounds so much better than Urus. Oh, well. Doesn't it? Like. So, I mean. So. Yeah. Right, and then we're going on to Lotus with the Lotus Evora GT430. I've looked through these Lotuses before. Didn't even know those on there. GT430, so the Lotus Evora, the first version, which is basically just an Evora with a V6 and 430 horsepower. So that's in the tin. Fair? Yeah. Right, and then we've got the Lotus Exige Cup 430. So it's actually a better car than the Evora, but I think the Evora is slightly better looking. It's the it's the fastest version of the Exige done. Okay. The Exige S. 430 horsepower again, same engine and system as the Evora. They share parts anyway. And does about, I think, 60s down to 3.2, which is incredibly fast for a car with the engine from a four-door saloon built by Toyota. It's got a Toyota Camry engine, and it can do 16 just over 3 seconds with a manual gearbox. Crazy. Because it's light. Lightness is very key to making cars fast, not just outright power. So they've got 430 horsepower. When does a 430 horsepower car do 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds? Never. And the Evora GT430 does it in 3.8. That's still flipping rapid. So, the slowest Exige on sale at the minute does it in 3.9. Well, smashed it. Right, we've got the Lotus Evora GTE. Yeah, this is the old gen Evora before the GT430, or the Evora 400 it was called. I think it's just basically a slightly more powerful version of the last gen, but it sort of looks a bit like a GT430 with the wing and sort of racing car aspects. Good looking car though. Okay. Then we've got the Lotus Esprit V8. I mentioned this bad boy before. This was in Top Gear's final special, the Patagonia special, with the 90 Bentley Mustang. Could you believe the British car built by a company who are very famous for their unreliability, with the Rover V8, didn't suffer a single issue? It suffered all the least issues in the whole Top Gear Challenge. The Porsche, it's designed by Porsche for Pete's sake. Broke down more times than the Lotus Esprit V8 because it was a good name. It was just well looked after by James May. But it's quick, good looking, mid-engined, rear drive, manual gearbox, proper sports car, Ferrari killing sports car because at the time with the 348, which I saw one the other day actually, way faster than that. I think it is Lotus's greatest in-house car. They've done some tunes which are better. For example, the Carlton and the Cortina was very good as well, and the Talbot some Lotus. But the in-house car that Lotus have built themselves out of bits of Vauxhall, Renault and Citroën, as this one was, it is the greatest car they've ever built. End of story. No argue. You can't even argue. It's a V8 Ferrari rival by a British company, built in Norfolk.
Right, then you've got the Lotus Esprit S1.
Original. Very famous for being a Bond car.
Yes.
The one that was a submarine, the
Wet
white
Nelly.
one. He also drove an Esprit Turbo as well. I think an S2 or an S3. Slightly later one. But this is the original standard 4-cylinder mid-engined, obviously, Esprit S1. The classic, which is worth absolute fortune now. Obviously because of its fame.
I was going to say, I don't think
well.
Bond's helped it. It was Wet Nelly in Bond.
Yeah, but even the
Roger
V8
Moore.
ones, the big V8s are worth an absolute bomb now in good night.
So, yeah.
And they weren't in Bond.
Right, okay, then we've got the Lotus Elise S1.
Yep, classic. You know, the original standard Elise. The one with the 4 lights at the back. It was quite a bit fat. It looked like a fat rear end, but it was actually tiny. The one that you had to be about 5'3" to get in, basically. That original one of that. Awesome car. One of the all-time greats. Just end of story it is.
Then we've got the Lotus Elan S1.
I love an Elan. Elans are so cute. You can stick them in your pocket. They're so small. Adorable. They've only got like 100 horsepower, but they're rapid. Love them. Little cute little thing.
Fair. Then we've got the Lotus Elite.
The Lotus Elite, very unknown sort of little car. A bit older than the Elan, I think. And yeah, it was basically about 80 horsepower, 75 horsepower. It was a very good looking little car, really cute. I think they did an estate version as well, which was really weird and random. What the hell? Like, it's crazy. But yeah, I sort of like it in a weird way, so I'd actually have one because I think they're quite adorable.
Right, and then we've got the Lynk&Co 03 Scion.
Yes.
03.
Right, so basically, Lynk&Co are a Chinese company owned by the Geely Group, who own Volvo, but this actually uses Volvo bits. So underneath it's a Volvo V60 or an S60. So it's the same front differential, same gearboxes, blah blah blah. However, Scion are Volvo's BTCC racing team.
Okay.
And Lynk&Co's. They both do BTCC.
Okay.
The Lynk&Co 03 Scion then is obviously a BTCC car, which is road legal. It's not fully in production yet, I don't think. However, already this car has set a Nürburgring lap record for the fastest ever production front-wheel drive vehicle.
Okay.
And a Nürburgring lap record for the fastest ever 4-door saloon car in the world.
Okay.
Because, and I can't get my head around this, because normally a front-wheel drive car with loads of power will just go and just understeer and go into a tree. How does this one work then? With 521 brake horsepower through the front wheels. How the hell does that work?
That's a lot of powerful front wheels.
I know. That's a hell of a lot. It's going to do the steering and control. The Vauxhall Vectra VXR, when that came out, with 276 horsepower. I know they didn't do anything to the diff, they just left it alone. That was one of the worst handling cars ever built, front-wheel drive cars, because of how bad it understeered, and that had 276.
So like double that. That's mental.
Now the other thing is torque steer, whereas you might not understeer, but when you sit in a car, you leave the steering wheel alone, you accelerate. If the car stays straight, that's got a good balance of torque.
Okay.
It won't veer off. If you plant the accelerator and your car suddenly veers left or suddenly veers right, that's because it's got torque steer and it steers itself.
Right, yeah.
Because of how much torque there is. It's going to have at least 500 pound-feet, which is a hell of a lot of torque.
Yeah.
Now, how the hell is that car going to firstly not torque steer and firstly not understeer? Somehow it doesn't because it gets around the Nürburgring without crashing.
Well, yeah, some good engineering there.
That is a fabulous piece of design engineering. First, it also looks good, and you can probably guess what colour it is. Cyan. It's blue.
Oh, yeah. It's in its name. It's cyan.
Yeah. But it's a very cool car, and also, little fact, it is. There is not, because it's not a full production car yet. When it will be, is the highest BHP per litre of any production car on sale. Because it's a 2 litre turbocharged 4-cylinder. That's the other thing.
Wow.
It's a 2 litre 4-cylinder with 1 turbo. How the hell does that engine get 521 horsepower? Especially because it's a road car. Obviously, the racing car doesn't have any emissions and stuff. So fair enough, you can get 520. That's dead easy for the BTCC cars. But bear in mind, this has to be restricted against laws. It's rigorously tested, and it's all emissions, and it's got to have acceptable MPG and everything like that. How the hell, with all of the laws we have now, does that get 521 from a 2 litre turbo? Incredible piece of design and engineering that is.
Fair, Sue.
I do not know how they did that, but Lynk&Co, you have made one fabulous little car.
Indeed, fair. So, yeah. I mean, look, we've got it fair way through L there. Yeah, right. So
I think my phone's going down.
Yeah.
Well, we're starting with a good one next time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, M is an absolute massive.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's an absolute massive one.
So we're gonna leave it for.
We'll start with M next time.
M
is
probably P.
Yes, maybe P.
P's not actually that good.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how far we get into it next time. But that was it J to L we did. Wow. That's L was pretty big.
L was pretty big, yeah.
Exactly. That's it. And M.
So there were some highlights in there that we had to.
Of course.
Like the Lynk&Co. I do not know how that works, but I want one to find out.
It's some interesting mechanics of the.
The good news is Lynk&Co are coming to the UK this year or next year, so hopefully we get the 03 Cyan. Hopefully they go, let them have them, let them have some, and hopefully the UK will get some of those masterpieces. Well, even if they're left-hand drive only, it doesn't really concern me.
Oh, why?
Just deal with it.
Innit? Just for stuff like that, does it matter? Yeah. And M is massive.
It is, because there's a lot of car brands. So I believe we're starting with the beautiful Italian company called Maserati.
Yes, indeed. So we're starting with Maserati and the Maserati Bi-Turbo.
Now, albeit not that good of a car, really, when it originally came out, I do love a Bi-Turbo. And that's because the Bi-Turbo spanned a long life, all the way up into the late 90s. You may have heard of the Ghibli Cup, the one that's in Motorsport 7. That car itself is basically a predecessor of the Bi-Turbo with a very similar engine. So they came out with a 2 litre twin turbocharged V6. I think it produced about 185 horsepower originally. They weren't the fastest, but they sounded gorgeous. They looked fabulous because it was Italian, it was a Maserati. And it's a legend being the first ever production car with 2 turbochargers. That's where the Bi-Turbo name came from. It's the first ever mass-produced, proper production, road legal car with 2 turbochargers. So it's a legend in that, right?
Indeed. Very fair point. Right, then we've got the Maserati 3200 GT.
Yeah, so I think this is better looking than the later Grand Sport. This is a gorgeous V8. I believe this is also twin turbocharged, 3.2 litre, 365 brake horsepower, so a lot faster than the Bi-Turbo, be twice as quick. 174 miles an hour, pretty quick. GT car, gorgeous, and had the boomerang rear lights, and it looks sick. A lot better than just the standard squarish lights that they got on the later Grand Sport model, which wasn't as nice. It was just known as the coupe in other markets. It wasn't. Yeah, it didn't look really that nice. And I think they just nicked him off like a Renault or something, or a Citroën at the time, because that's who Maserati was probably owned by. But nonetheless, the boomerang light one looks fabulous, and they're brilliant cars as well.
So,
getting a classic status now, I think, as well.
Yeah, and then we've got the Maserati Quadruporte GTS from 2009.
Yes. So this is the older gen Quadruporte, and it's brilliant. gorgeous. Probably one of the best looking four-door saloons I think has ever been made. It's a bit of a Marmite one. Not everybody likes it, but I love it. Quick, full of soul and passion with the big 4.7 litre naturally aspirated V8, 434 horsepower or something. Top speed of over 100, nearly 180, just shy of it. It was rear-wheel drive, obviously, and it had a sort of terrible dual flappy paddle gearbox, but never mind. And it wasn't as good as an Aston Rapide or Push Panamera Turbo at the time, but it just had that whiff of character about it. You know, the charm that Italian cars have, like Alfas, and that thing that it's what it is. It's the heart, not head choice of the four-door saloon. That's what it was. Even now, I mean, it still is. It's a brilliant car now. It's just not as nice to look at. Still a gorgeous car though. But obviously, I prefer the old one with the big naturally aspirated V8. Sounded, the noise it made, the racket was to die for. Engine's fabulous. So yeah, gorgeous car. Not as good as the Rapide, but the Rapide is on that list. So fair enough.
Yeah. Right. So that's finished with Maserati.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're on to Mazda.
I like Mazda.
Yes, obviously the first one is the big placeholder here, and it's obviously the Mazda MX-5. First generation.
NA. So the NA MX-5, the original Mark 1 pop-up headlamps.
Yep.
A legend in the fact that it changed the world. It sort of brought the classic sports car back to the planet after the invasion of the hot hatch. So the convertible or just any form of two-seater sports car was a dying breed. The Cosworth, the XR3, the Golf GTI, the Peugeot 205 GTI had all invaded and came to the world like a bunch of aliens and taken every one of them by storm because they were faster, they were more practical, the majority of them were better to drive. So all of our British sports cars, TVR, Austin-Healey, Jensen, everyone, Lotus, all of them were dying. Lotus survived, but the rest of them, TVR didn't, till 2008, I think they went. So, yeah, they all came in, and sadly, the two-seater sports car was dead. Until 1989, when the Mazda MX-5 brought the two-seater sports car back to the masses, being better than the hot hatches, slightly quicker than most of them, obviously far better looking, and as well, it was affordable. The reason the hot hatches took over, because they were cheaper. This was around the same price or even cheaper than the hot hatches. So it brought that back, which obviously there was a massive wave of sports cars came out then. You can think, well, the MR2 had come out already, but it was mid-engine. But then you had the Fiat Barchetta came, you had the Mark II MX-5 came in the late 90s, and the sports car is still going now today. You've had the Abarth 124 recently, you know, from Fiat. Even Fiat got in on the sports car game.
Yeah,
sports cars are now not a dying breed. Sadly, it's four-door saloons, really, because of SUVs. But yeah, the Mazda MX-5 is a legend in the fact that it brought the two-seater sports car back. And it's just a brilliant car, full stop. I think they're gorgeous to look at, pop-up headlamps. I only know one person who doesn't like pop-up headlamps. He's just an obtuse person in personality terms.
Yeah, it's a bit... I mean, they're just nice, aren't they?
They're just sick. Like, so cool. He's like, oh, I don't like pop-up headlamps. I'm like...
Well, I don't know what not to like about them. I mean...
What's not to... And cars are usually faster with pop-up headlamps. Because the headlamp's always down, which means you can have... You don't set speed records at night, do you?
Yeah.
No. So when they were doing top speeds, obviously because the lights are down, you can have a more sleeker front, sharper nose.
Just fit like the fat lamps.
And because the lamps are down, like the flat nose 911, I love the flat nose 911. It had, you know, the circle lights on the front of the classic 930. They removed them on the special edition flat nose, and they pop-up headlamps, traditional normal lights that went like that. When the lights were down, it could do nearly 10 mile an hour more, albeit with a bit more power. It was nearly 10 mile an hour quicker than the standard 911 turbo 3.3. But it did have more power altogether, but it was a lot faster. And I think slightly better looking. I'm probably the only person who thinks that. But I genuinely like a flat nose. But yeah, they're very useful in that aspect, but sadly the last ever production car was the 5.456 GT and the Corvette C5. with the 2002, I think, or 3 they went. But yeah, I love them. I love them for the top of headlamps as well.
Anyway, that was on one car.
There you go, a bit sidetracked.
Then on to the Mazda MX-5, the ND.
Yeah, the Mach 4. So just the latest gen, brilliant car now. Well, it's a brilliant car. It's just full stop. Yeah, absolutely fabulous. One of the best money, like for what you get for the cash. One of the best cars. Rear-wheel drive, manual gearbox, convertible, good looking, plenty fast enough. You do not need a car that does 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. All you need is an MX-5, naturally aspirated, fabulous engine that's always revving, and you can just razz it 6 and a bit seconds to 60. It's a lot faster than it used to be. Those, bless them, the originals were about 8 and a half, but if you've got the 88 horsepower ones, a shade over 10 seconds, which is a bit slow. But in all fairness, they were quick then. But the new ones are rapid, obviously very good looking, and they're just brilliant, and they're really affordable as well. About the same price as the Fiesta ST, which isn't bad really. I know the ST's a little tiny bit faster, but there's not much in it.
Not for the look and all that.
But there's hardly anything in it, because the Mazda's dead light. It only weighs 950 kilos. Weighs the same as the original, you know. It's a new one. It's crazy. And that's got sat-nav and Bluetooth and air conditioning and everything like a touch screen. It's just crazy.
Fair.
So on to the big Mazdas now.
Yeah, so let's now on to the Mazda RX-7.
Yeah, so the FD, so the last gen they did. Now, obviously, very famous for the rotary Wankel engines. Yes, that is the actual thing, which are incredible. I love the way they work. They're tiny. They're the 1.3 litres in capacity, which is like really small. Yeah. Got a turbo. 2 little rotors that spin around. So it's basically a triangle like that, spins in a circle. Like 9,500 revs per minute, which is higher than most engines. And it can produce up to 290 horsepower. Base spec ones had about 230, but they could do, because of the light, the cars, because the engines work. Because obviously the Supra and the Skyline are big straight sixes, so they were heavy. This only had a tiny little rotary engine, which was half the size almost. It had the ability to do 0 to 16 shade over 5 seconds in base form, which is quick. But obviously, I'd actually genuinely have a base one, like an original one, the early one, with the 200 odd horsepower, about 235-ish horsepower, because I think they look better. The thing with the RX-7 is, it's one of the very few cars that's got a timeless design. You know, like the DB7? I'm in agreement with Luke, and I think he's right, that it is probably the best looking Japanese car that's ever been built.
Fair.
The one with because it's genuinely a timeless. It'll never look crap. It'll always look fabulous. The FD is in. I know it's people will disagree, but I think it's the best looking Japanese car that's ever been built. In terms of its timelessness, I think there are slightly prettier cars, like there probably are with the DB7 in terms of the E-Type. It's probably some people would say it's prettier than the DB7, but it's what's timeless. In 50 years, will you look at an E-Type and go, that looks amazing? Fair enough, you might, but the RX-7 and the DB7 are incredibly timeless designs, and they are fabulous. And so just the lines and the shape, they're just fabulous. And I think they'll remain useful for a long time.
Then we've got the Mazda RX-7 Savannah, the FC.
Yeah, so the Savannah Unana. I bet you like that one. So they were a little bit slower than the standard one, obviously. They're older, but they were quick. Lovely. Bumper headlamps, as you will see. There's a massive list of Mazdas on here with bumper headlamps, which is crazy. All RX-7s did, because they didn't build the RX-7 past the bumper headlamp rule, because it was then the RX-8. So, which amazingly isn't on there, but I don't really have that. So, the FC is sort of like the Mark II, a very nice car there. Yeah. Introduced them. The turbocharger was introduced on that one.
Yeah. Okay, then we've got the Mazda RX-7 FB.
Yeah, so the original one. I do actually have one of those in Motorsport 7, and it's brilliant. I love it. I've driven it so much on the online lobbies. It doesn't win, but it always consecutively comes all the time in the middle to above. So in the top half, always comes in that, and it's brilliant. It's just not quick enough on the straights, but cornering, it's fabulous. I love it. It's a good little car, and it just stands out. But it's a good little car. They're not the fastest, but oh no, I said there wasn't an RX on here, but there is.
Yeah, there is actually. Yeah,
there is.
The Mazda RX-8 R3.
Yeah, so the last gen one, the the one that's in motorsports, they're about 2011-ish, I think, which was sadly the last ever time a rotary engine was sold in the UK, the RX-8. They lose. The thing with the rotary is, the reason why the RX-8 is known for being unreliable is because as soon as you turn the key, it loses 50 horsepower. They lose power like there's no tomorrow. They need an engine rebuilt every 30 yards. That's the issue with rotaries. But the sensation you get when you drive one, because they're so revvy, so high pitched, it's just crazy. I love them. So yeah, that's about the same horsepower as an original RX-7, so about 230-ish, which isn't too bad. So they're quick.
Then we've got the Mazda MX-30.
A bit of a controversial one. It's an electric crossover. Two things I don't like electric cars, and the other thing I don't like is SUVs. However, the MX-30 has been used as, well, it is one of the best handling and most fun electric cars to drive. It's not fast at all. In fact, it's probably really slow. But it's just dead truckable, it's light, and it's not really an SUV. It's as spacious as a Ford Ka almost. Yeah. It's got suicide doors. I like the RX-8 as well, which are sick. Nobody hates suicide doors. They're impractical, but they're awesome. Right, and the boot's not that big because of the doors and they're impractical, but it's made to be fun. Yeah. That's why I like it, and it is fun. It's a nice, cute, niche, characterful car. That's why I like it. As an electric car goes, and the range is pitiful. But Mazda argue that if they had to put a bigger battery on, it would detract from firstly the fun, and secondly, it would make it too heavy. They have a good point. So it can only do 120 miles, but in all fairness, it's not what it's used for.
And then the final Mazda is the Mazda Cosmo Sport.
I'll let you guess what this Mazda's powered by.
This is a Wankel engine.
Yep. One of the original ones. Single rotor, 1 litre, 120 horsepower original. I do have a Cosmo on the shelf there behind the camera.
Yeah. Fair.
And a white one. I love them. I think they're beautiful. One of the best looking Mazdas built. If you just count the RX-7. Yeah. Obviously, I mean, best looking in terms of how pretty it is.
Yeah.
But in 50 years, it's not at all amazing, is it? In fact, actually, it's probably the turds that we have now. Turds that we have nowadays. So, yeah. Beautiful car.
Indeed. Right, so now we're on to McLaren. We're starting with the McLaren F1.
Yeah. In brackets, I have plus Gordon Murray T50 because I missed that out earlier in this series. So, what I've done is because I missed them out, I thought I would clump them together. Now, obviously, everyone will know what the McLaren F1 is. It's a 3-seater supercar that came out in the 90s. Legend of the fact that it just went from 218 miles an hour, the record, went to about 243 was the maximum it ever hit. Wow. Average was 240. So you ended up with a huge gap, and that wasn't to be beaten till 2002 with the Koenigsegg CCA test, which did 242. And 400 mile an hour, 400 kilometers per hour didn't get broken until the Veyron came out. So had a quick car, manual gearbox as well, big V12. It doesn't like its BMW power. Only had 627 horsepower, which isn't that much really, but it was light. And the designer, Gordon Murray, decided in 2020 to do a rebirth of this car, because obviously he was the designer, so he knew what he needed to do. So he brought out the T50, Cosworth 3.9 litre V12 at the back, naturally aspirated, 6-speed manual in the middle, 3-seater layout, exactly the same as the McLaren, and designed with very similar styling cues. You can 100% see it when they're side by side. Now, I missed the Gordon Murray out because I forgot, really. How forgettable modern supercars are, except for the Gordon Murray. It's the only one I actually sort of like, because it's a manual for starters. But it's rear drive. I love how simple it is. It's simple. It doesn't use turbos. It doesn't use hybrid electric motors and crap like that. It doesn't have an automatic gearbox. It's just simple, rear drive, big V12 at the back, manual gearbox in the middle. Simple. That's all it is. That's why I like it. It's a bit more powerful than the F1, but because of its F1 wasn't the best around the corners in its base form when they did the racing cars it was. So he's used loads of aero and he's used a fan at the back to keep it stuck to the floor. It's a really good car and stuff. It's brilliant. But I've stuck those together because obviously they are sort of joined together. Yeah. And they're expensive though.
Yeah. Okay. Then we have the McLaren P1.
P1 is the only car in the Holy Trinity that I would buy. Now, I don't really class it as a Holy... I know why it's called the Holy Trinity, because obviously they all came out at the same time. They all have some form of hybrid technology. However, the McLaren, the the Ferrari LaFerrari isn't a proper hybrid. It just uses a curved system that's attached to the gearbox. So that I don't count. That should have been the Jag CX-75, and it would have been if they wouldn't have cancelled the Jag. Jag, I hate you. So that's what it would have been. It'd been the Jag, the McLaren, and the Porsche, I think. Or it wouldn't have been. The Trinity would have consisted of 4 with the Ferrari added on. But obviously, Jag was like, no, chicken out. So the P1 is the one that I think is the best of the 3. It gives you firstly, it's the most entertaining to drive. It also gives you a proper hybrid system. It's not as Prius-y as the 918, in all fairness, but then I wouldn't want a Prius if I'm paying £2 million for a hypercar. It looks better, far better. The engine is the nicest to sound. I hate the problem is it's whittled it down. I don't like the Ferrari because it's just another Ferrari. And I don't like the Porsche because the engine sound is terrible. Hate how much of a Prius it is because it can do 94 miles to the gallon, which is about twice what an EcoBoost Fiesta can do. And then I hate the styling. So that's out. So then they're just left with the P1. The P1 just looks fabulous and all of it. I'd have a yellow one, I think, because I'm really crazy.
Yeah, well, the yellow was like
yellow P1, red LaFerrari, silver 918.
Yeah.
Or the 918 is the Y-Sack with the red, with the white with the red sort of livery, like it was in the Grand Tour. The P1 has to then be black. Like carbon purpley black.
Alright, yeah.
That's how it would work. But yeah, if you're on about the Holy Trinity without the bicep package, it's the 918 silver, yellow, McLaren, red Ferrari.
I'd say the P1's iconically in yellow. So.
Yeah. Or that purpley carbon, which does look fabulous.
Yes. Right, then we've got the McLaren 675 LT.
Yeah, I don't usually like supercars, but I like a 675 LT, and I love them in a lime colour. You see one there.
Alright, yeah. Alright.
Next to 720S on the shelf. I genuinely like the 675 LT. I like the way it looks, sounds incredible, and it has the beast in terms of its power. It had 666 bhp, or 675 metric.
Alright.
So, but in Queen of England it was the devil.
Yes.
Basically. So yeah, quick, gorgeous, expensive, rare, and far better looking and far nicer than the 765 LT, which is very confusing.
Yeah.
Really confusing McLaren.
Oh,
no, in all honesty, that does look quite good. And I sort of do like them. I just wouldn't buy one because I'd have a 675 LT because it's unnecessarily quick.
Yeah.
Whereas that was quick. That's plenty fast enough for a supercar. Plenty. So that would be basically my supercar that I go out and show off in a lime green McLaren, which would get easily more photographs than any Lambo, basically.
Right, okay, so that's finished with McLaren. Oh yeah, we're finally on to Mercs, which is
hold on to your hats. Yeah, it is big.
Okay, so obviously it's a mix of the two Merc brands as well. So
yes,
we're start with
AMG.
Yes.
And then you've got Mercedes-Benz, which will have some AMGs in, but it's before they combine Mercedes-AMG name.
Yeah, so we're going to start with Merc AMG with the Mercedes-AMG A45S.
Yes, so we are in alphabetical order. Not size order. Well, basically it does go in size order as well. So we're starting off with the A45S, which is known for being, I think at the minute, the fastest hot hatch on the planet until the Audi RS3 comes out, because that's even faster with less power. So that can now hit 108 CNZ 16 3.8. The Mercedes makes do with 168 top end and 3.9 to 60. But obviously for a hot hatch, that's ludicrous. So you get a 2-litre turbo. In all honesty, to be honest, the A45's on there because it's the fastest. I'd probably get the RS3, but never mind. I'd get both. But the RS3 isn't out yet, so that's what's not on the list. So it has I believe at the minute, it's got the highest bhp per litre of any engine, so 208 horsepower per litre. So if this engine was a 1 litre, it'd have 208 horsepower. That's basically how it works.
Right, nice.
2-litre turbo, 416 brake horsepower, which is a lot from a 4-ton. That's a hell of a lot. Lynk&Co says, hold my beer, 521. Shut up, Lynk&Co. You're out of this conversation. You're not out yet. So yeah, basically 4-wheel drive, rapid, but it is expensive, like 50 odd grand. For a hot hatch is just incredible. It's not even real. I wouldn't even say it's a hot hatch. I'd say it's more of like a cruising super hatch.
Yeah.
Because hot hatches really should be front wheel drive, manual, with about 300 horsepower-ish. So it's more of a super hatch, but I do think they're cool, and I love the way they look, especially in yellow with the AMG Aero kit, or when they are subtle. So when they're in like a dark blue, and you can't tell. And then somebody's got one who's put the yellow AMG sort of colour, from the Edition 1 C63, put that on the front grille and on the badge, and it looks sick. A yellow calipers, it looks brilliant. With the dark blue body, it looks really good.
Then we're on to the Mercedes-AMG E63S Estate.
Yeah, I think the Estate version of the E63 is nicer than the Saloon, and obviously because it's an Estate, you got a bigger boot with the same performance, and it's a brilliant car. So, I forgot to say about the Mercedes A45 and the E63, they both have a drift mode because of four-wheel drive. So it's hard to drift, isn't it?
Yes, and you can knock the back wheels on.
Yeah, basically, it'll just send more power to the rear and get the car sliding. It's quite a good idea. The Golf R's got that now as well.
Okay, then we've got the Mercedes-AMG GT63S 4-door coupe.
That's not the full name because I've not put the 4MATIC in for these because that will be just too much of a mouthful. So the GT63, everybody will know, is a 4-door version of the AMG GT, or a slightly better looking version of the Mercedes CLS if you actually delve deeper, because it's got no relation to the AMG GT sports car whatsoever, or GT car, shall I say. And not a single relation except from the engine, which is actually more powerful in that, and that is slightly faster than the AMG GT.
Okay, yeah.
So the AMG GT is redundant, except from the black seat. So you get 4-door. Basically, you get an E-Class underneath or a CLS with a bit more power, better looking body, really cool GT basically. And they look sick. Yeah, I do like them. But that's the reason why I wouldn't have an E63 Saloon. Because I'd have that in the Estate. Because the Estate's more practical though, so it looks like better.
Yeah, fair. Right, then we've got the Mercedes-AMG GLB 35.
Yes, another SUV of a few that I have on this list. You can click somewhere and you can see a list of actual 10 SUVs I would consider purchasing, or that I actually like, because there's not many. But the GLB it's going to be like a car that comes further down the list. Yeah. It's 7 seats, unnecessarily quick, and in a class of its own. Because it was 16, 5.2 seconds, but it's a 7-seater SUV. Small SUV, it's not very big. 7 seats, luxury. And in that class, I mean, there's no sporty cars like that. You've got the Kia Sorento and the Hyundai Santa Fe. They're not fast. And then they just come out with that. But it oozes character and it's fucking sick. It's so cool.
So, then we've got the Mercedes-AMG G63. Yes?
Yes. It's just a G-Wagon in it with a big V8 and crazy styling, crazy body, awesome interior, and noise that can start earthquakes, and the ability to look incredibly funny when it accelerates because the suspension and the ladder frame chassis cannot take how fast it is. It leans back on its suspension. No, because it's so quick. Like, it doesn't look quick, and the stats say 0-16 4.5 seconds. It's probably a lot less than that. It's the way it accelerates. It's quicker than like the SVR, and it's bigger and boxier, and it's crazy. I don't know how it's so quick, really, for a 2.6 ton car nearly. It's incredible.
Right, then we've got the Mercedes-AMG GT Black series.
Yes, so I do a Shmee 150 with this, and I paint it Solar Beam yellow, which is a colour you can't actually get it in. I think they look really. I didn't know. Right, first impressions when I first saw it, I liked it, but I was like, I don't really want one. But now I've seen it more and more and more. I've started to really grow on me. This is the fastest AMG you can currently buy. 202 miles an hour, 720 brake horsepower in an AMG GT. This is a GT car with a 3-step wing on the back. It's massive, road legal, but it's a track-focused GT car, which there are not many of. But it is a GT car. I mean, people say it's a supercar, but not because it's a mid-engine. It's a GT car that you can take on a track, which you could do with the AMG GTR, but this is like DEFCON 5 of the AMG GT. It's crazy. You'll see why it stops being only 202, considering it's got 720 horsepower when you see the aero. Because it's a wing is huge. I think it's really cool. But I did like the AMG GTR in all fairness. But obviously that's redundant now that the black series is out. So
Alright, then we've got going to Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, we're into the Benz now. There's quite a lot of actual proper AMGs on here as well. Yeah. There's a lot of AMG Mercs. God,
yes, they're on the Mercedes-Benz C63 AMG Black Series.
Black Series Merc, as you can probably guess, in solar beam is also the colour I'd have with the AMG Euro. So I'd actually have them all in solar beam yellow. So every single one of them would be the same colour. So the only one that I would copy for me is his GT Black Series, which is going to be solar beam. I'd also have mine solar beam. However, his SLS, which looks sensationally Mystic Blue, I wouldn't have a Mystic Blue. I'd have it in solar beam, just because I wouldn't want to seem to be copying.
Of course.
So,
of course.
Which does look good in Mystic Blue.
Yes.
Yeah, so about 510 horsepower-ish. Top speed of 186. Obviously, everyone's familiar with it. It's in Forza as well.
Right.
So it does look sick.
Yeah. Cool. Then we've got the Mercedes-Benz C63 AMG Edition 507.
Yeah, so basically it was a very similar car. Now the Black Series was a two-door version, so they did the coupe. They also did, obviously, they did the saloon of the C63, and they did the special edition 507, which was red with black striping. It looked really cool. 501 horsepower was up to in that one. So it's not much less than the Black Series.
Yeah.
But you got the four-door body, so obviously it's cool.
Okay, then we've got the Mercedes-Benz CLK 63 AMG Black Series.
Okay, no, genuinely, the only one I wouldn't paint in solar beam, I'd have a silver one of these.
Okay.
I forgot about this one. 186 mile an hour. Awesome to look at. I don't know really. Would I paint it solar beam? I've never seen one in solar beam, so I wouldn't know. I don't know whether I would to make them all match, but it's a brilliant 500 horsepower old C60 CLK. Fabulous car to drive. And so good, in fact, that Jeremy Clarkson bought one. He had one for a long time because he loved it that much. It was one of the best cars he's driven.
Fair play.
So, awesome.
Indeed. Right, then we've got the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG Black Series.
Yeah, so obviously they've all got 6.2 litre V8s except from the CLK, which I think was a 5.5. Yep. But this was, at the time, I think when it came out, the most powerful naturally aspirated V8 in the world. With 622 bhp, the 6.2 litre V8, naturally aspirated. No turbos or superchargers to assist. Obviously, gorgeous SLS body, GT car, but obviously being the Black Series, it was more track focused. The gullwing doors, which are sick. I know people say they're a bit unnecessary, but I love the fact that it's the homage to the 300 SL. I love the fact that it captures that 1954 car, and obviously it was rapid, as you would expect. That sounds like fucking glorified thunder. Love it. The noise the V8's making those Mercs is fabulous.
Cool. Then then we're on to the Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren.
Yeah, so basically, McLaren and Mercedes sort of joint ventured in making a GT car in the early 2000s, which is the SLR. Okay. And side exhaust pipes behind the front wheels. Oh, six that. Stupid butterfly doors. Had 5.4 litre supercharged V8 at the front from the SL, tuned to about 617 bhp. This was, when it was out, the fastest automatic car in the world at one point, with a top speed of a whopping 208 miles an hour for a GT car. This is a 208 mile an hour GT car, but in like 2003 or 2004, so it was rapid. This was before the Bristol Fighter T walked in and went, hold my beer. But obviously, it was quick. Yeah. So, and I think they look fabulous as well. I do like those. Yeah. I've soft spot for those.
Okay, fair play. Right, then we're on to the, if I can find what I'm looking, Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6v6.
Nobody should like this car, but you can't help but like it because it's just so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so unnecessary. You need a six-wheel car that can do 0 to 60 in a shade under 6 seconds, which is quick.
That is quick.
You do 100 miles an hour, 125 with the limbs taken off.
Yeah, with 6
over any form of terrain. It can do 0 to 60 in 6 seconds on any terrain. It can go anywhere. But then again, it weighs 3 3/4 tons, which is a lot.
That is mad.
But it's sick, and it's just such a good, cool factor. I wouldn't drive it. I'd just have it and just have it in a garage locked up and just with the standard G-Wagon just side by side to show a difference. Be funny. Yeah, hilarious.
Then there is the Mercedes-Benz R63.
You will probably not know much about. Now, the R63 I added literally before we filmed this video. because I felt that it's an unnecessary car, but one that's so unnecessary that it's awesome. Now, have you ever thought, right, I want my family MPV to have a 6.2 litre V8, the ability to do nearly 180 miles an hour, and the ability to shake off any sports car in the world?
It's not crossed my mind, but okay.
Well, there you go then. However, Mercedes thought that people wanted that. So what did they do? They shoved the 6.2 litre 503 brake horsepower V8 in the front of their big luxury MPV, which didn't sell as it was. Didn't have many sales figures as a diesel. So what do you think a 6.2 litre V8 nearly 100 grand flipping 7 seats is going to be like? Oh, it didn't sell. Oh, that's why there's 5 left on the roads in the UK. So they did. And they mated it with a 7-speed automatic gearbox, familiar with the rest of the motor range, and the same engine basically. And 4-wheel drive was an option on the long wheelbase ones as well. 0 to 60, 5.1 seconds, top speed 155, which was electrically limited. You could pay for that to be up to 171, which is already crazy enough for a 7-seater. Or you could remove the limiter itself on these old Mercs, and it would do 185 miles an hour. So basically, it was a rocket. It was the Tesla Model X of its day, except for it wasn't an SUV.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what it was. A 911 would come up next to you, or even like a Ferrari 348, or well, obviously, or like a slower sort of supercar, like an old NSX or something, and they pull up next to you with their mid-engine sports cars or rear-engine sports cars, whatever. And you'd be sat there in your car, and they'd be at the lights, and they'd be like, he's got blowing exhaust, because obviously it would sound quite fruity, being a 6.2 litre V8 tuned by AMG, and you would just kill them basically with your 500 horsepower 2.5 ton MPV. It's utterly crazy, unnecessary, stupid waste of metal and money, but it's so cool. Just the ability to have that, which is Mercedes just going off on one, and when Mercedes do stuff like that, that's why they stand out as a company. They're not as good as BMW on the whole, in the terms of every single great car they've ever made. They're not as good on the whole, but the thing is, they have that extra whiff of character. So the gullwing doors, unnecessary, impractical, and stupid. And if you roll over, you can't get out your car unless they blow off on the SLS. But who cares? The dogleg gearbox on the 198, which we'll come to later. If you've been driving 20 years and you get in your car, it's very difficult to get the habit of left and forwards out of your mind.
Yeah.
So you will reverse into somebody.
Yeah.
Unless you're on your driveway, which is very practical. It's stupid, but it's brilliant. Brilliant idea, because it means it's better for racing. It's Mercs stand out, don't they? Such crazy. But that's why I like the R63, and I think I'd actually probably buy one just to take to track days, because obviously it's AMG, so it's tuned underneath. It's not an R63 that they've just shoved a V8 in. AMG's done the diff, the suspension, the brakes, they've done everything. So it doesn't handle like a 911 GT3, obviously, but it's not bad at all, considering it's a 2.25 ton flipping MPV.
Yeah.
So
fair. Right, then we on to the Mercedes World 500e. Mercedes-Benz 500e.
Yeah, big V8 saloon car. Basically the original E-Class, but it's basically the first AMG E-Class, even though it wasn't AMG. It was tuned by Porsche. So they did a very similar thing, the 500e that they did with the RS2, one of the Ford or something that they worked on. So it was quick. Good looking, pretty cool. Yeah, there's not much to say about it except it's just a 500, it's just an E-Class basically.
Yeah. Alright, then we're on to the Mercedes-Benz 190e 2.3 Cosworth.
Yeah, so I actually have the really original base spec one, wasn't that fast, because isn't it cool? Yeah. They thought, well, because obviously it was a DTM, wasn't it? I think it was in the racing thing, a bit like touring car.
Right.
And they basically got a Cosworth tuned 4-cylinder with 16 valve, about 190 horsepower something. That's not why it's called the 190e. And they basically just tuned it up, made it better underneath, but then they added the dogleg gearbox, which is actually, you can buy cars now with dogleg gearboxes. It just means that your first is that way rather than that way. So your reverse is left and forwards.
Ah,
and your first is left and down. But that means that second, third, fourth, and fifth are all in perfect line. Because you're not going to be using first that much on a racetrack. It's perfect for when you need to change quick. Because it's a lot easier to change quickly from second to third and fourth to fifth. Because you need to when it's straight down or straight up. So it made a lot of sense on the track, and that's why they have that slight edge over certain edge of the M3. But it was a good idea. But it was just in practice, it was a bit annoying sometimes.
Yes,
as James may found out. When you reverse into Hammond.
Right, then we're on to the Mercedes-Benz 600 Grosser.
Basically, if you have a 600 Grosser, you are the majority of 600 owners were dictators.
Fair.
Yeah.
And
you wouldn't, if you're driving a bus, cut up a 600 Grosser driver, because you'd be in the boot without your head, as Clarkson would say. Because that's who drove them. Fidel Castro, as an example. Stalin, I think, had one. Basically, the Queen drives around a Bentley, or a Rolls-Royce, as it would have been probably in the olden days. All the Prime Ministers goes around in British cars like Jags, and Thatcher around old Daimler, or any Rolls, any Bentley, stuff like that. They went around in the 600 Grosser. They are so cool.
Evidently.
But the thing is, these were better than our crappy British cars back then. Well, the Rolls-Royce Corniche, I mean, you didn't get any luxury, compared to the 600 Grosser. The Grosser had hydraulic windows, hydraulic doors, hydraulic boot lid. Independence, the suspension was, super, sort of, I think it was hydrogen pneumatic, something like that. It was crazy. And it was oh my god, everything you got. You even got curtains in the back windows. The Rolls-Royce Corniche was just a Ford Zephyr with a chrome nose, as Clarkson would call it. It was rubbish compared to a Grosser, and or the Silver Shadow, as it would have been the direct rival. But the Grosser is so cool. Big V8. And they're not designed to be. They're like the Honqui. Think of the Honqui. Heavy, unnecessary, slow, rubbish, basically, in practice. But they were so cool. And it has, I think, what's been voted probably one of the loudest horns ever fitted to a production vehicle. So loud that Clarkson got him and James May kicked out of multi-story car park on Top Gear because it was that loud. Somebody was beeping him. Somebody was beeping James, reversing his rolls into the space. Be patient. So we thought, you want a horn race, and you just went bang around. It was so loud you could hear it across the city, and they got kicked out. So
fair. And they could get kicked out of multi-story. Alright.
Well, that's what they say. But awesome, really cool, and something stupid about one.
Yep. Right, then we're on to the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL.
Oh, well, everybody knows the 300 SL for being iconic. Golden doors, classic original, wasn't it? And it was the first car in the world in 1954.
Fair. Yeah. Right, then we're on to the Mercedes-Benz 280 SL Pagoda.
Pagoda. So the Pagoda is I think it's just what people know it as, but it's the classic 60s one. 280 SL, 2.8 straight 6. Gorgeous. They are one of the best. Oh my god, they're stunning little cars. It depends on sort of spec. You can get the 190s look nice, or the 230s, but they're just not as nice. Those 280, but the 280s are classic. Well, it's in Forza as well. A lot of these are just because it's a racing game, and most of the cars are. Anyway, but it is a nice one. It is a nice car. It's gorgeous.
Right, actually, that finishes up Merc, surprisingly. So now we're going to get on to MG with MG X-Power SV.
Yeah, one of the last cars MG made before they went bang. Sports cars they made. Ford Mustang V8, manual gearbox, about 320 horsepower in base spec, and really rare, incredibly rare. They didn't make many before they went bust.
No.
Less than 100, basically. So you can probably guess how rare those things are now.
Right, then we've got the MG ZT 260.
Basically, if you're familiar with the Rover 75, the big executive saloon, they shoved a 4.6 litre Mustang V8 in front of that. 256 horsepower, rear-wheel drive. But it was genuinely not a very decent car, in the fact that it was actually quite a crazy saloon car. It was a good muscle car sort of thing. It was not a bad idea. They did plan a really, 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 really fast one, but then they made 2 prototypes because MG and Rover went bust before they could make any cars. So the ZT260 was one of the last ones they built.
Alright, then there's the MG RV8.
Yep, so, obviously the MGB GT and stuff, which is next. The RV8 was one of the later models of MG Roadster, but it obviously had a V8. Really about 108 horsepower, but it was quick though. Quick by today's standards as well, because obviously it was dead light, big 3.9. I think it was a 3.9 V8 in the front. So yeah, it was rapid.
So, right, then there's the MG GT.
I love the B. Oh, the GT is obviously the coupe of the slanted rear end, Pathfinder Horizon 4. But it was just gorgeous. It was slow and it was rubbish, basically. Not to drive, it's just rubbish in terms of its performance. But they're beautiful. And the twin cam engine sounded fabulous as well. But yeah, they're nice. Classics. Proper one.
Right, then there's the MG Maestro Turbo.
The Austin Maestro as a car was utterly terrible. It was a terrible, terrible car. They then did the MG Maestro, which is a lot better. Then they did the MG Maestro Turbo, of which there are only 10 of these left registered on the UK roads, of the turbos.
Yes.
Of the 505 they ever built, because they've all rusted or been crashed. This car, nowadays, 6.7 seconds to 60. In the 80s, in the 90s.
Yeah.
That's Golf GTI level nearly now. So it was fast. It actually looked quite good as well. Yeah.
Okay, right. Then we're on to the MG Metro Turbo.
Yeah, so baby Metro. It's the Austin Metro. They did an MG Metro and they did an MG Metro Turbo. So at 0-60 dipped below 10 seconds at 9.9, which obviously with the class of Golf and stuff was fairly adequate. It wasn't that good really, but it's an MG Metro Turbo. And the A-Series engine, which is in the front, 1275cc, which is in the Mini, is a good little engine, really, and they turbocharged it. So, yeah, I mean, it's just fun, in it? It's a nice little car.
Yeah, so, right, okay, so that finishes up MG. And so now we're on to Mini, with the Mini Clubman, John Cooper Works.
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah.
The barn door at the back. But then it hasn't got the suicide on the side.
Yeah.
It's just got the standard 4 doors. But this is the updated one with 302 bhp. 0-60. Burn back to Mini Clubman. 4.9 seconds.
Ooh, that's alright. Four-wheel drive, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
Alright. That's alright.
Far nicer than the 1.2 as well. Because at least the Mini was designed to be front-wheel drive and wasn't rear-wheel drive to start off with.
Yeah. So.
Well, it was designed to be front-wheel drive, but it's four-wheel drive now, so.
Right, okay, then we've got the Mini John Cooper Works GP3.
Yeah, so there's one GP1, GP2, and GP3. There's only GP3 on it. The genuinely only criticism of this car I have is it's an automatic.
Okay.
It just really annoys me.
Yeah.
Because the GP1 and 2 were fun because they were manuals.
Yeah.
But this is the most powerful production Mini ever built. The same 302 horsepower that the Clubman has, but it's sent to the front wheels in a Mini. When meant as a proper Mini, like a small Mini. So that was 0-60 is not that short off the Clubman with its 4-wheel drive. So 5.2 for the Mini. GP3. Top speed of 164 because it isn't restricted. So it's quick.
Yeah.
Quick little car.
Yeah. Right, okay, then we've just got the classic Mini.
Yeah. Cooper S, 1275, classic Mini. Can't get better. With the twin exhaust and the slightly wider arches and the lovely alloy wheels. Gorgeous.
Indeed. Right.
With the Union Jack on both and the white straps up on it.
Right, okay, then we've got the Mitsubishi Evo 8 FQ400.
I don't even like Evos. I don't know why there's so many Evos on there. Well, it's great. But the FQ400 was cool because it was rapid.
Yeah, fair.
It was just a normal Evo 8, right? And you couldn't really tell unless you knew the things to look for.
Yeah.
But basically, the FQ400 actually had over 400 bhp, 405, which is a lot. Top speed of 175 for an Evo. It's actually crazy. 0-60, 3.5 seconds for an Evo. Basically, I wish the Rosas used that instead of the FQ260s that they had.
Yeah.
Or the FQ280s or whatever it was. Because that thing was stupidly fast. But nowhere near as nice as the next one.
Yeah, which is the Mitsubishi Evo 6 Tommy Mäkinen.
Yep, Tommy Mäkinen edition. So basically, it was a homologation special. basically based at Tommy Macken. I think he's a famous rally driver, actually, being a rally car. So it used the standard 276 bhp, so it's been a 150. But these cars were light and four-wheel drive, so they did 0 4.4 seconds. So off the line, basically in the 90s, nothing can keep up with an old Evo 6 or an Audi Quattro or a Delta or whatever. So these homologation specials, that you can't get better to drive than a homologation special because of the fun they give, the acceleration, the pure just fun and the speed. They're not that quick, really. Like modern day top speed wise, they're not that quick. It only just 150, but they just accelerate like nothing else, and they feel like nothing else to drive, and they're brilliant. Tommy Macken's one of the best cars ever built. Full stop.
No,
fabulous.
Okay.
The Evo 1.
Yeah. Now we're down to the Mitsubishi Evo 1.
So the original Evo, basically. It started it all.
Yeah.
So it's a legend.
Indeed. Right, okay, then we're to the Mitsubishi 3000 GT.
Yeah, so obviously most commonly known as Mitsubishi GTO, which is basically the old and slightly less powerful version of that car from before. I know they weren't as good. They had the V6 was mounted sideways and had four-wheel drive, and it was a bit more front-wheel drive based, and it was a bit nose-heavy. It wasn't the best car in the world, but I do like the way they look, and honestly, they were very good cars nonetheless.
Okay, then it's the Mitsubishi Starion.
Yeah, very unsuccessful rally car in its day, but a very nice one at that. Four-wheel drive, sporty car.
Yeah.
So they're nice.
Indeed. Nice. Okay, then there's the... that's finished Mitsubishi, and we're on to Morgan with the Morgan Plus 6.
Yeah, the new one. Because everyone's like, oh, do you want a Z4 or do you want a Toyota Supra? But they forget the third option, which is the Morgan Plus 6, which a lot of people don't know. Shares the engine and gearbox with the Supra and the Z4. Except for the Morgan is lighter, far better looking, and because it's lighter and doesn't have an electronic speed limiter, it can leave them both for dead. So 0 to 60 is claim 4.2, which is quicker than the Supra and quicker than the BMW, and a top speed of 166, which is obviously far quicker than the Z4. And the Morgan's got the character and the fun of the open air experience. It's light and it's nimble and agile. The only downside I have is it isn't a manual, but you could probably swap it out. But then again, if I wanted a manual Morgan, the next one would be my choice to take on a track day or just anywhere on a B road or something.
Yeah, which is the Morgan Aeromax.
Fabulous looking car. Coupe, Euro 8 basically. 4.8 litre V8, 362 bhp, manual gearbox. It isn't much quicker. It isn't actually hardly quicker than it's probably slower than the Plus 6. It does be a 170, so there's not much in it. But you get a V8 naturally aspirated instead of a turbo in line 6, and you get a manual gearbox and a slightly better looking body. Flipping gorgeous Aeromaxes. All of them.
So, right, okay. Then we're to the Morgan three-wheeler.
What? You can't hate a three-wheeler. They're fabulous little cute little things. 3 wheels, obviously. They're not fast, really, are they? But they're adorable. And then they've got that little V-twin at the front, which is 2 cylinders going at the front. Only 80 horsepower, but they're quick. They're adorable. I love them.
There's nothing to them. I mean,
there's not, they don't weigh anything. They're just crazy fun, aren't they?
Yeah. Right, okay, so that's wrapping up Morgan. And we're on to... that wraps up M. Okay, so which means we now want to N. It doesn't have many. It's just a Nissan with Nissan R390 GT1.
I added this not long back because I actually bought an R390 because it's the concession shelf. It was Nissan's homologated road legal version of a race car. So like 550 horsepower V8 manual. It was really limited numbers, obviously, but it was like the CLK GTR and the McLaren, not McLaren, what's it called? Yeah, like the McLaren F1 GT, not the standard F1, and the Porsche 911 GT1 Strassen version. It's very similar to those, just homologated race car for the road. It was a really cool car, really rare, cool to look at, really nice car, and better looking than the 911 and the Merc. I don't really like that much, and McLaren I just have a normal F1. So.
Right, okay, then we're on to the Nissan Skyline GTR R33.
Yeah, you can probably guess what the next one's going to be. The R33, I think, is the nicer package of the lot. So it gets you the speed of the R34, basically, but in a nicer body than the R34. So if you don't like... The R32 is a bit slow. The R33 is what you get instead of the R34. Because the R34 is just, I hate the way it looks. It's big ugly, for starters. And it's also, like, not much quicker than the R33. So. And I'd have one in midnight purple, just in case you was looking at it.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
Alright, then we've got the Nissan Skyline GTR R32.
Yeah, the best one by far to drive and to look at and to just enjoy. By far the best to drive and stuff. Most fun because it's less powerful and lighter, but it's still got you in a decent form. You can get nearly 300 bhp from the UK spec ones, even though they did say 276 for Japanese law. They lied. They pulled a fast one with that one. Right. So they were quick, they were gorgeous, and I named the channel after that car. Even though it isn't in my top 5, it is number 6 on my dream car list. Just about not in there, but never mind. Brilliant car nonetheless, and fabulous. That's all rotting, and I was so sad I wanted to save it.
Right, okay, so then there's the Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from 1971.
The original. Basically, the classic, what started the GTR craze. Gorgeous car. I would like to add one, just quick. The Nissan Stagea, I believe it's pronounced, which is basically just an estate. It wouldn't give 2 looks at. Yeah. But I think it had the RB26 at the front, which is the engine from the R34.
Okay.
So it was quick, and you wouldn't look at it, and it was a rapid forward drive, and it was that. And to be honest, it's probably better looking. It's actually better looking than the R34. Yeah. Even though it's a box. But they're really cool and really rare, and they're quite popular. Probably a tiny bit overrated. But no one is overrated as the R34. I think it's 1,000 times worse than the Stagea. But yeah, I like them. I think they're really cool.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So then, we're on to the Nissan 300 ZX.
Yes, so everyone's like, oh, I like a 350Z, oh, I like a 370Z. I do not like those. I know the 350Z's a good car, but the 370Z's big ugly. 300ZX for me is the Z car. I like the modern one. Twin turbo, and 4-wheel steer as well, I think was an option. It was quick, it was gorgeous. I have a 300ZX nearly just behind the R390, the white one, on the shelf behind you. I will show everybody that in a video in the future. But yeah, I love it. I love the 300ZX. I'd have a red one, I think, but I'd change the wheels. It's horrible standard wheels, but never mind.
Okay, and then we're on to the Nissan Silvia from 1966.
Yeah, the baby. I saw an S15 the other day, actually. Oh, was it an S15? Yeah, it was an S15. I saw an S15 Silvia from like 98 the other day. But yeah, I'd have a 1966 classic original Silvia. I have one of those on the shelf as well, next to the Cosmo. The goldy coloured one.
Fair.
Beautiful car. And yeah, they were slow, but they're fabulous to look at. And obviously it's the birth of the Silvia. I don't really like the Silvias. I don't like the S14 and stuff like that. I don't like the S15. I just like that one. It's the only one I like, so that's why it's on there.
Okay, that finishes Nissan, so now we're on to Noble.
The only Noble.
Yeah, indeed. Noble and the M12 GTO 3R.
Basically, I don't like the M600, by the way. I don't really like it that much. I like it more than other supercars. I don't really like it. This is a sports car. It can do 0-60 in shed under 4 seconds. It's quick. I had the engine from a Ford Mondeo, I think. With a manual gearbox, and it was just like really cool. It just wasn't the greatest. Yeah. Everywhere else.
Yeah. Right, and then we're on to the it finishes to run with the Omeo with the Opel Manta 400.
Yeah, classic rally car. I think it was a bit like a relegation special as well. The Opel Manta 400 was the very good one. Actually, no, it wasn't. I don't know. I think that was the rally one that really fast, but it wasn't really awesome. But it was quick and it was really awesome. I liked the Manta.
Yeah. Right, okay, so now we're going to go to P. With the Pagani Zonda C12.
The only Pagani. The original Zonda, basically.
Right.
With the Mercedes 6-litre V12. Did 190 miles an hour. It wasn't slow for an original.
No.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
294 bhp. Manual gearbox. Gorgeous to look at. I just don't really like the thing with Zonda is how many they did of just they continuously just sold the same car with slightly different power over and over and over and over again. So look, we made new cars, just basically the same car that you brought out in 1999, just with more power. Just move on, please make a different car. And they didn't do that until 2013. So no, or 2012, whatever it was when they brought the out, which is known as the Wyra. Yes. Nobody can pronounce it or spell it. Yeah. No, if you have to write down Wyra, it's incredibly difficult. Anyway, so yeah, I like the original Zonda, but I don't like the rest of them because it's just a bit boring.
Right, okay, so now on to Peugeot.
You might go, oh, well, you just called Bugatti boring, but you can like Peugeot. Yeah. No, Peugeot, these Peugeots aren't boring, they're fabulous.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to start with the Peugeot 508 PSE.
Yeah, basically the most modern of the lot. The new 508 Peugeot Sport Engineered. Now, I don't like hybrids or electric cars, but I like this one because it's Peugeot styles. It looks fabulous, but it's quick, different, and it's the heart choice. And it's French executive cars are cool. I didn't put the DS9 on here because I made this list before the DS9 came out, but I wouldn't have added that really. So, but yeah, this is basically just a turbocharged 4-cylinder 1.6 at the front. A couple of electric motors. You get combined 355 bhp, which is a lot for Peugeot. So it's rapid, good looking, cool, 4-door split.
Yeah, okay, then we've got the Peugeot RCZ-R.
By far one of the best looking sports cars of its day when it came out, when it rivaled the TT and the Scirocco and the 2 Series a couple of years back. It was fabulous. And you saw when you're like, no way, if that didn't have a Peugeot badge, people would look at that like it was nothing. It's fabulous. And they facelifted it and made the RCZ-R. I was like, oh my god. Black roof, burgundy sort of paint. It was fabulous to look at. Fastest Peugeot that had like really good Peugeot that had been made when it came out. Front wheel drive, 266 bhp, manual gearbox, all good recipe now. This is like this is quicker than most TTs. Far better looking and cheaper than the German executives, and it was genuine. Even now, it's a sensational looking car. I do not know how Peugeot designed that car because Peugeot usually at that sort of time were just common with their crap boxes, weren't they? But the RCZ was such a... It's like, you know the CRX that you like? Is it CRX?
Z.
CRZ. The CRX is the old one.
Yes.
I think I mixed up. It's the CRZ that you like. Yes. It came out at a similar time to that.
Okay.
And obviously that's a good looking car.
Yeah.
And then this was obviously Honda when they were making the Jazz and the Civic at the time were a bit naff.
Right.
They brought that out. People were like, oh, that's random. But basically it was like Peugeot because they were using like a 308. That Gen 308 was a bit ugly. And then the 208, they didn't have the 208 at that time, I don't think. And they brought that out and they were like, that thing looks sick. So yeah, but it is a good looking car.
Right, okay, then we've got the Peugeot 205 GTI.
The legend that is the Peugeot 205 GTI. The 1.9, the original, legendary. This is the car that killed off the poor MX-5, basically.
Yeah.
This and the Golf GTI, the Mark 1. The Mark 1 in 1976 introduced the idea of the hot hatch. The 205 GTI pursued the idea of the hot hatch.
Yes.
Because this thing was on another level in terms of performance. This thing dipped below 8 seconds over 60, 130 bhp. Yeah, I think it did that in top speed as well, nearly. Something crazy fast. And obviously it was affordable. The only thing is they did rust and they were crashed a lot, but they were flipping awesome.
Mm-hmm. Alright, then we've got the Peugeot 106 Rally.
Rally. Just rally, yeah. But it's spelt rally because that's how they spell it in French.
The French.
The 106 Rally is cute. It's a nice little diddy, small 106, but it's been tuned. And they're really good looking and they're adorable and I love them. They're not as quick as the 205 GTI. And not really anything from that sort of era is, let's be honest. Unless you got the Claire Williams. And the only reason that was fast was because it had slightly more power. It was tuned by Williams. But never mind. Genuinely, it's a good little car. And obviously being the rally one, it was based... It looked a bit rally-ish with the stickers and stuff. It was nice.
Right, okay, then we've got the Peugeot 304 sod it.
Decapitable, which you can probably guess what that means in French.
What? Decapitated?
Correct.
Oh.
It is the French translation for decapitated. And can you guess why they called the Peugeot 304 decapitated?
Did you just have a bad sunroof or something?
No, because it was the convertible decapitated and the roof had been taken off. Clever idea, Peugeot.
They called a car.
Genuinely, from the rear, I think from the front it's nice, but from the rear, this car looks sensational. And I'd have a dark green one like James May did in the last ever Top Gear show. Because it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful car. Slow and a bit rubbish. But for just driving around nice and slowly on like a Sunday afternoon in sun with the roof off. They made a lovely noise. They looked fabulous. And everyone would look at you because they'd be like, that car looks sick. And it's so rare, and they're just so nice. And they're nice little. They're not for driving 200 miles an hour, obviously. They're just for enjoying on a Sunday afternoon in the sun on your day off work, basically. That's what it's for. Just a nice little classic you can tinkle with in the evening. It's nice. Nice little car.
Yeah. Right, okay. Then we've got the Peugeot 504 Coupe.
Thankfully, the rest of these cars are basically in the good days of Peugeot. 504 Coupe is a fabulous looking car. Gorgeous, gorgeous car. And they did. What's really sad is they did a homage, an electric one called the Legend D, I think it was called, and it looks sick. Everyone was like, "Please, Peugeot, please, put it in production!" And they were like, "Sorry, we're not doing it just yet." And everyone's like, basically they said they're not doing it at all. But knowing Peugeot, they will. I hope they do because it was like 450 bhp. It was rapid, this Legend D, but the original 504 is gorgeous. And you'll see on the pictures, you'll look at these and go, I can't deny, but these cars look sick for Peugeots. Because obviously Peugeot got a crap reputation for being stupid in the mid-noughties, and being rubbish, basically. They've got a crap reputation for it. But these cars are sick and they look awesome. I love them.
Yeah. The Peugeot 505 GTI.
A lot of people don't know about the 505 GTI. It was like an executive saloon, basically similar size to the 5 Series of the day. And it was a GTI tuned one, and this was far better looking because it was designed by Peugeot, which in the 80s and 90s were fabulous at designing cars. Gorgeous looking little car. For a saloon. Really nice. Obviously it was manual and it was quick, front engine, probably front drive. But yeah, far better looking than the German executives at the time, and therefore has the character as well. Obviously, Peugeot. The reason Peugeot is on there because genuinely, like French cars and Italian cars have far more character than German cars and British cars. A lot of British cars do, but in all fairness, because they're so common, like Beamers and Audis and Mercs of the day, they didn't have much about them really. They were just because obviously they're very clean and they work. They're just a bit bland. Whereas the Peugeots and the Italian Alfas and stuff, they had that bit because they hardly worked. When they did, they were far better to look at, drive, and just have a bit of fun in. That's why I like the 505. It's nice.
Right, okay, so then we've got the Peugeot 406.
Yeah, the V6 Coupe from, I think it was early noughties, late 90s. Nice little car.
Right.
The big V6. It is nice.
Yeah.
I think the next one has got one of the coolest names ever fitted to a legal car.
The Peugeot 405 MI16.
The MI16.
Does sound like some strange spy denomination.
Oh, it sounds like a weapon. And how sick does that sound? What are you driving these days? I'm driving an MI16. What are you driving? I'm driving a 5 Series. Ha, get out, I'm cooler than you. Basically, that's what it was. But they were fabulous to drive as well. Super quick for Peugeot that day. Brilliant little cars. They're brilliant. Someone started streaming, or it's sort of
it's circular saw or whatever. That's right, you not, thank you. Right. Right, that finishes Peugeot, and we're going to go on to Polestar with Polestar 1.
Good looking, isn't it? For starters.
Yeah.
Hybrid. Yep. So I'm saving the planet here.
Okay.
Getting all the emissions back from those old Peugeots. Yeah. In fact, it's actually our name, even with that polluting because of all 4 cylinders. Apart from the 406. But the Polestar hybrid, cool, 601 brake horsepower, 4-wheel drive, GT car that has the world's smallest boots and is left-hand drive only. But I don't give a toss because the thing is, it's so cool, it's beautiful, it's fast, and far more character than a lot of the Grand Tourers these days. I mean, the Bentley's is filled with character because the fact is it's rapid, but this is just super, super cool. I mean, who in their right mind would spend 150 grand on a glorified Volvo? Seriously, who would?
Yeah.
But then when you actually look at one, you are like, right, I'm spending 150 grand on a glorified Volvo because you just cannot help yourself but spend that much money on the left-hand drive Volvo.
Fair.
Basically, it's got the S90's platform basically modified, which is a big executive saloon. It's got the engines from Volvo, it's a 2-litre supercharged and turbocharged engine, which is twin-charged. You don't get twin-charged engines often now. You've got turbo and supercharged working together. And then you basically got the electric motors from some Volvos, just a few more of them. So it's basically a Volvo, and it's got a Volvo interior.
Yeah.
But then it looks sensational. So, Volvo are a good company there. They make some fabulous cars.
Okay, right, we're going to have Pontiac, the Pontiac Firebird Trans AM from 1977.
Yeah, so the 77 Trans Am is an utterly terrible car. In terms of performance, it had a 6.6 litre V8 with 200 horsepower. Even in the 70s, that was terrible. We had 4-cylinder cars with nearly that. Our Capri with a V6 had more power, nearly as much power than that. But I think they look awesome. I love the way they look. I love the Trans Am roof. You know, it's got the sort of glass strip bits on above you, so you can take that out and enjoy it as like an open top car almost. Like a T. It was like a bit like a T-top really, like a Targa. But yeah, they were nice. They were cool. And I believe the Trans Am is famous for being kit, but the later ones, the 80s ones.
Yes.
But the 77s were better looking, so I do like them.
Okay, then we've got the Pontiac Solstice GXP convertible.
Yes, so I think a very good looking, for starters, which is unusual for American cars. No offense, you can't make very good looking cars normally. Sports car. Yes, it didn't handle or brake as well because Americans can't make cars handle or brake. It's just a fact of life. Yeah. They will go into a tree or they will just not corner at all and just go in a straight line. This car struggled with the straight line stuff and it struggled with the handling and braking a little bit compared to its European rivals, but it was much more improved than the typical other car of the day. So basically, it was a nice sports car, but they did a coupe and then they did the convertible. And I once saw a convertible in the car park and I was the only person who knew what it was, so I was like, oh yes. Fair. But obviously they're not common in Britain, are they? Because it's seldom here, so...
Okay, so then we are on to Porsche.
Yay, the big man Porsche.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to say some numbers a lot of times here. So I've got the Porsche 911 GT3 992.
Yeah, so the newest one.
Right, okay.
I'd have a manual one.
Okay.
Generally, the only 992 that I like styling-wise. Because the 992 is not a very good looking 911. The turbo looks horrible. So it's the only 992 I have. Other than that, all the old ones. Let's guess the old ones. Yeah,
okay, then we've got the Porsche 911 Speedster 991.
Yep, so I think this is like the swan song of the 991, basically. So I think it's like about the same power as the 992 GT3. But it's got a manual gearbox as well. Lovely, fully flat six. This is a gem of an engine. Bit of drive. But obviously, being a speedster, it had no roof. Yeah. Which is a bit impractical, but never mind.
Okay, there's got the Porsche 911 GT3 RS 991.
Yeah, I like those in lime green with the GT3 RS striking across the side of the door. These had an automatic gearbox, but then they make up for the manual GT3. Were nice there. And they were cool. Basically, it's just we're just going through 911s. It's basically what can you say about 911s? It's just cars, unless they actually genuinely work.
Yes,
amazing.
Then we've got the Porsche 911 R from 991.
By far, probably one of the best 911s ever built because it offered you the GT3's pace without the wing, but they altered it so that the top speed is now just above 200 miles an hour, 201 mile an hour 911 with manual gearbox. Gorgeous to look at, right? Just because it looked like a normal 911 now, because they got rid of the wings and everything, and it was limited numbers, and they were just awesome to drive. Because obviously the standard 911 GT3 and GT3 RS were fabulous to drive, so you got that sensation just in a normal 911 body and a 200 mile an hour plus 911.
Okay, then we've got the 911 GT3 996.
Who's that? Oh, I know. So the 996 is obviously an older one with a Vardar lamps. You're familiar with the 996, yes, aren't you? But the GT3 was obviously the first track day style one. But yeah, lovely thing.
Okay, then we're on to the Porsche 911 Turbo 993.
Yeah, my favourite 911, 993 Turbo. Or Turbo S, whichever one was the fastest. I love them. I love the 993. It's my favourite shape 911. Genuinely, I think it's gorgeous. It's the best looking one they've done. There was the last cooled 911 as well. They all went to, I think, water cooled or something now. All the 911s are very similar now. They've always remained that after the air cooled. So it's the last air cooled 911, and sort of when the turbo started becoming unnecessarily fast. It was quick back in the day, but this was the first 911 that didn't throw you into a hedge. First 911 turbo, but it was also the first 911 turbo that was unnecessary in its performance.
Okay, then we've got the Porsche 911 Turbo 930.
Yeah, so basically one of the first turbocharged cars ever made, and one of the first turbocharged sports cars, and famous for its turbo kicking in at unexpected moments. When you was going around a corner, it would go whoop, and the turbo lag would then go, and it would just burst in, and you would have an extra burst of power when you ran a corner. And you can probably guess what happened when that was a bit wet. You would end up in a hedge or a tree. So it was quite dangerous in that aspect, but never mind. Yeah. It was a brilliant car nonetheless.
Yeah. Right, okay, then we've got the Porsche 911 Turbo Flat Nose 930.
Basically the same car with flat nose.
Well.
Simple as.
Yes.
And I sort of talked about it before with the proper pedals.
Yes. Okay, then we've got the Porsche 911 Speedster.
Not the same Speedster as before, because obviously that was a homage to this car. This is the original. So the classic 911 body with the Speedster roof stuff.
Yeah. And then we've got the original Porsche 911.
Just basically a normal, original, basic 911.
Yeah. Okay, then we've got the Porsche Panamera Turbo S Sport Turismo.
Yeah, so I don't really like the saloon body, but Panamera looks good as a saloon, but it looks far better as the estate Sport Turismo. And the Turbo S is the fastest one.
Right.
And it's quick. But it looks really cool.
Right. Then we've got the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4.
So obviously the Cayman's the baby 911. It's the modern one, the GT4 with the big flat six, 3.8 litre. Was it 4? It might be 4 litre. That's going to make me sound a bit thick now, I can't remember. It's the 4 litre, 3.8. Never mind anyway, it's got 414 bhp manual gearbox, which is the one I would have. And I have one in yellow, I think, because they look really nice.
Right. Then we've got the Porsche 959.
World's fastest car in 1986.
Right.
Designed for Group B rallying.
Yeah.
And it was a Group B rally car, but then they thought, let's make a road legal one, just have a bit of a laugh. And they turned it into an ultimate supercar or an ultimate sports car for some weird reason. And it became a rocket and an amazing car all round for the road. It was a good rally car as well. So it was a bit of a fluke, really, that they made a 197 mile an hour road car.
And then we've got the Porsche 928 GTS.
Famous from Top Gear in the Patagonia special. It was a GT, but basically the same car. Big V8. I know a manual one, if I could find one, because they're going to be rare. Incredibly expensive now. But the fastest and last of the 928, basically.
Okay.
But obviously, they had them lights, which weren't like covered lights, but they popped up.
Oh, right.
So they had lamps that weren't exposed by cover.
Yeah.
So they lay on the bonnet and just lift it. Yeah, a bit weird, but they were cool.
Good. Right, and then we've got the final one of the day, I think, the Porsche 944 Turbo.
944, pop headlamps as well. Like a lot of the cars I like. But what somebody should do is they should watch all of the series and calculate how many cars have got pop-up headlamps.
Yeah.
It will be quite interesting.
And most will probably be in this video.
Yeah. So the 944 Turbo. The 944 is a good-looking small sports car.
Yep.
Sort of GT-ish with a big boot. They basically turbocharged it. But I'd have like a later one, so I think about an 89-ish one with like 247 horsepower. So, nice car. Good one.
Yeah. Right, so we're going to start at our Renault with the Renault Sport Megane 300 Trophy R.
Yes. On paper, a £70,000 Renault Megane, it's about 55, but with all the options, it's like 70 odd grand. A £70,000 Renault Megane doesn't sound like a very good idea.
No.
But this thing is a weapon. Absolute weapon. It's an incredible piece of engineering. Front-wheel drive, manual gearbox, 296 bhp, so it fits all of the categories for a true hot hatch. It's fabulous, absolutely incredible car, and it's actually worth for the driving and enjoyment and the experience that you get from it. 100% worth the premium, and it's because of all the carbon that they put in it. It's got no back seats anymore, even though it's got 4 doors. It's got a roll cage at back. It's an absolute weapon, and it's a brilliant car.
Yeah.
And it's faster than the standard again because it's lighter.
Yeah. Alright.
So
fair. Right, okay, then we've got the Renault Twingo GT.
Yes. The Renault Twingo GT from, I think it's about, they stopped selling the Twingo recently. And I was gutted because a Renault Twingo GT is basically a baby 911. Engine is at the back, under the boot floor. Rear wheel drive. Has a manual gearbox in the middle, where you expect it to be. They weren't fast. They're 0.9 litre turbocharged 3-cylinder engine. Gave it 108 horsepower, so 60. Shaved into 10 seconds. So speed of 113. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's not slow.
Yeah.
I mean, these are MX-5 figures, really.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So, not a slow car at all. Looked brilliant. Twin set exhaust at the back. Love them.
Fair.
They were fabulous to drive as well. Unfortunately, not available anymore because they're not the Twingo in the UK anymore, and they don't even do a GT in other markets anyway. So, it's a great car.
Alright, then we've got the Renault Sport Clio V6 Phase 2.
Yeah. So, they actually, I'd probably have a Phase 1 as well. Let's put 1 and 2.
Okay.
For that, so we'll change it.
Alright.
I would have a Phase 1 and a Phase 2. So the Phase 1 is based on the Mark II Clio, the early 2000s one, late 90s one. And they had, basically they shoved a 2.9 litre V6 where the rear seats are. So they made a front wheel drive, 4-seater hatchback, a rear wheel drive, mid-engine, 2-seater V6 sports car.
Right.
Manual gearbox, as usual. Incredible. Because these are one of the very few hatchbacks that you can fully sideways and hold all day. Like the BMW 1 Series, except from this is a sports car rather than a hot hatch. The original Phase 1 came with 227 horsepower, which is a lot, especially back then in the early 2000s. The Phase 2 put that to 252 with the Mark III Clio body. And then after that, they've never made a V6 engine Clio ever again. But it was brilliant. They were fabulous. This is the era of Renault I love. And the thing is, it's not the first time they've shoved an engine in the middle of a front-wheel drive hatchback, as we will learn in a minute. Because it was a famous rally car that they did it to. And they are the homage of that.
Okay. Right, well, the next one is the Renault Alpine, whatever, A610.
It's grammatically it's Alpine,
Okay,
and I go off the grammar because that's how I think it should be.
Yes.
So the A610 was the last Alpine they built before Alpine made its return in 2018. This had a big V6 at the back, and it is the fastest Alpine that has ever been built, top speed wise, because the new Alpines aren't as fast as that. This did 166 miles an hour.
Okay.
For a Renault. The manual gearbox,
Yeah.
rear wheel drive, mid-engined. So, two things that I think are better than the modern Alpine, which is a very good car, make no mistake. Manual, and it's got more power.
Yeah.
Except from the A110S, but who gives a toss about that?
Yeah.
That's a special edition. So it had about 266 horsepower, about 247. Actually, it's a little bit shy. But something like that. I know it had quite a decent, sort of similar amount to the modern one, but it has a V6, so it does sound better than the modern Alpine for sure. And it's faster, top end. But 166, and it had lights. So basically, it didn't have pop-up headlamps, but it had sort of covers that sort of like went like that, and then the lights revealed.
Okay.
It was really cool. Yeah.
So, okay, right, then we've got the Renault Alpine GTA Le Mans.
Basically, the same car, just a tiny bit older. So the V6 only churned out 197 bhp, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it could do 155 miles an hour with only 197 horsepower, which is brilliant. And 0 to 60 was about just shy of 7 seconds, so not slow.
Definitely not. Right. Okay, then we've got the Renault 5 Turbo.
So the Renault 5 Turbo is, as I mentioned earlier, the rally car that they took the back seats out of and shoved an engine in.
Okay.
I actually have one there next to the TCV on the desk.
Okay.
So, basically, the modern Clio V6 and, well, the Phase 1 and Phase 2 were the homage to this car, basically. Because in the 70s, they thought, well, what do we need to win the World Rally Championship? The Renault 5 GT Turbo, which is after this, which is just a front-wheel drive, 4-cylinder up front, manual gearbox, just a hot hatch to rival the Golf and the Fiesta XR2, was brilliant. But they thought, right, we need to make this a little bit different. So they turbocharged the engine, got it to about 158 horsepower, removed as much weight as possible, dead wide at the back, because it had to have the vents and a wide arch, changed the front end a little bit, and they ended up with a turbocharged, mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, manual sports car that was incredible at rallying, which when rallying it tuned up to about 350 horsepower, 400 horsepower, something like that, and one which was incredible to drive as a road car as well. And because it was light, it could do 0 to 60 in 6.6 seconds, which is quick by today's standards. So basically, they made a mid-engined hatchback again, and then the Renault 5 GT Turbo arrived with a turbocharged engine, as you would have expected, but it was not the Renault 5 Turbo with the engine at the back. So, yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, I think you just alluded to anyway. The Renault 5 GT Turbo.
Yeah, just an XR2 rival, but a brilliant car nonetheless.
Yeah, just say just so you can see the picture or whatever of it.
You'll see there's a huge difference between the two.
Yeah. Okay. Then we've got the Renault 4.
The Renault 4 is not as interesting as the Renault 5.
Yeah.
The Renault 4 is basically Renault's 2CV. It was for the people. It was a people's car. It wasn't anything special, but they are bulletproof cars, and they survived a long, long time on sale as well. One of the longest production runs of cars, like the Beetle had a long production run, the Mini did, the 2CV did. All of the people cars have had a long, long time on sale. This is one of them. It's one of the more forgotten about cars, I think, of the people's cars. But the Renault 4 is a gorgeous little car. I love them. I think they're really nice, and I would own the Mini, the 2CV, and the Beetle. So I just like these sports cars. Yeah. I think they're cool.
Makes sense. Okay, then we've got the Renault Clio Williams.
I love the Clio Williams. This was the Renault's first hot Clio.
Oh, okay.
So this was before Renault Sport, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And they got them out on Clio, and Williams used to be the Formula 1 team.
Oh, right, yeah.
The Formula 1
yeah.
team. So
Still
for Renault. So Williams thought, oh, we'll tune a road car, we'll just do a bit up to the Clio to take on the Peugeot 205 GTI.
Mm-hmm.
Which also had a mid-engine variant with rear-wheel drive to rival the 905 Turbo. Yeah. And basically, they had about 145 horsepower. They did it in really limited numbers, all painted blue with gold wheels. Bit Subaru-ish, but the blue's
very Subaru.
The blue's a lot darker. Good looking, incredibly rare, fabulous to drive, incredibly fast for a little Mark 1 Clio. And obviously they handled and braked like an absolute god because they were tuned by a Formula 1 team.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense. Okay, right, then we got the final Renault, which is the Renault Aventine.
Yes, possibly the only coupe MPV ever built. Which doesn't sound like much.
No.
However, these cars are incredibly cool because they were designed when Renault used to make like fabulous looking cars, like they used to.
Yeah.
This was one of them because it looked really good. It's dead curvy, dead swoopy, and then it's got a dead sharp angled rear end. V6 at the front, which is a brilliant engine. Front wheel drive, which is a bit obviously, but it's still front wheel drive. They did them with the manual as well. So this is a manual 2-door MPV with a V6 with 240 horsepower available. This is pretty quick. This is cool stuff. And it was a sales disaster, so there's hardly any of them on sale. And if you would like to see the Renault Aventine featuring in a video, you can click on the pop-out banner somewhere up there, where you can see it as being one of the 40 rarest 21st century cars in the UK.
Okay.
With, I think, 158 of them left on the roads. So there's not many of them. There are obviously 40 really good cars in that video. Yeah. 39 others that you can see as well.
Yeah. Which that's to be fair is a good video, just because on the grounds of Yeah, you want to see what?
Well, for reference, there are around 3,500 Lamborghini Huracans on sale, so that gives you a reference to how rare the Avanti time is. If there are only 158 of them.
There you go.
In the UK, you fall over Huracans in the UK. You never see anything interesting.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's mental.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on to the only Reliant, and that's the Reliant
Scimitar.
Right. Okay. Good. I almost said something. That's what?
Scimitar.
That's not a lot spelled. Scimitar GTE.
Right. Princess Anne had one of those. You have to say that by law.
Yeah.
Have to. You can never say Reliant Scimitar GT and never go Princess Anne had one of those. You have to. I've actually seen her very Reliant Scimitar. I actually have.
No, privately owned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, you might go, why are you owning Reliant? They're the makers of that three-wheeled crap. Yes, they did make the Reliant Robin, but
that's just a comical car.
Other than that, which they did, I think, for a laugh.
Yeah,
they genuinely made
a comical car.
They made a rear-wheel drive sports coupe with a Ford Essex V6 at the front, one of the best engines ever built by Ford, manual gearbox, in a beautiful coupe body, known as the Scimitar. Yeah. Basically, Capri V6 at the front, 3 litre, available in the GTE, 138 horsepower, top speed of 125, 0-60 in 9 seconds flat. This was good in the 80s, in the 90s, well, in the 80s this one, and late 70s. Available with I think it was about 4-speed or 5-speed manual. Absolutely beautiful car. You'll look at it and go, genuinely, if you see a Scimitar, you will never believe that the people who made that also built the Robin. Yeah. You'd never think it's from the same manufacturer. It's crazy. But genuinely, it's a fabulous car, and obviously Princess Anne had one as well, so she was a proper car enthusiast as well. She genuinely was. She was funny.
Sure. Right, okay, now we're on to the Rolls-Royce Ghost Black badge. Yeah. Ghost.
Right.
Rolls Ghost.
I'm not a big fan of Rolls because I like Rolls. I do. Yeah. I like Rolls as a brand, and I like the cars, but I just wouldn't know one that goes a bit overpriced and they're not first. Right. However, the Ghost, I think, right, because everyone's like, oh, you wouldn't own a Ghost because it's like the baby Phantom, and like the Phantom will pull up alongside you at satellites and you'll feel a bit embarrassed. But I don't think you would, because firstly, the Ghost is better looking, and the black badge, specifically, a hell of a lot faster, because they tune the 6.6 litre twin turbocharged V12 to 603 bhp. But, unlike the cars that it shared its engine with, also known as the BMW M760 Li, it's rear-wheel drive. So if you actually do come to a corner, you can give it a bit of opposite lock, and the back end will slide. They're not very good track cars. However, genuinely, the Ghost is a properly fast car. It's a lot quicker than the figures state it is as well. So it says that with 603 horsepower, it can do 0-60 in 4.6 seconds. It'll be low 4s. It won't be under 4, but it'll be low 4s. It's not 4.6. The way that the thing with the Rolls is, especially the Ghost, is one of those cars that you will look at and go, that's actually not that fast. But even though it can't accelerate like a god, like a Bentley, and keep going to 207, they can't. It's just how it wafts along dead quietly, and how it builds its acceleration using the V12 is really, it's a surprising car rather than the first one. And that's why I bought, as well as the power and the surprise of the car's power. I like the way they look in the black badge configuration, all black, but I don't like black cars, I don't like black wheels, but Rolls pull it off with all the chrome accents and stuff, and it tones down what is ordinarily quite a rank car to look at when they're all black. They're not cool black cars normally, but yeah, it's cool. I like them. Okay,
right, and then we've got the Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe.
Yeah, the old gen Phantom. Not the new gen Phantom. I like the new Phantom, but I wouldn't own one, as this list states. The Phantom Coupe was a bit cooler because it had 2 doors. It's basically the old version of the Wraith, which is a car I also like, but then the Wraith is just like something odd about the way they look. So this has got a bigger 6.75 litre twin turbo V12, but only produces 453 horsepower, which isn't a lot. So it's 65.6 seconds, which isn't brilliant, but they're not built for straight line speed, are they? But the thing is with the Phantom Coupe is, it's It gives you everything the saloon does in a better looking body.
Yeah.
So it's the same car, just with a slopey back end and 2 doors that open like that.
Yeah.
Super side doors, which are really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I have that.
Fair. Alright, cool.
I have a blue one with a white interior. Good dark navy with a white, and then the chrome, sort of silver wheels. Really nice.
Fair. Right, okay. Then we've got the Rover SD1 350 Vitesse. I don't know.
Vitesse.
3500.
Which is the 3.5 litre V8. So the Rover SD1 saloon car. Probably one of the very few good cars that British Leyland ended up churning out. Because Leyland were quite terrible. They built the Mini as well, the original Mini, but eventually. But yeah, no, one of the very few good cars. It was quick, had a big V8, really good looking car. The person who designed it said they were influenced by the styling of the Ferrari Daytona. It looks more like a Ferrari Daytona than flipping the Mini Cooper. It genuinely doesn't look anything like. If the only way it could look like a Daytona is if you were stood about half a mile away and you was heavily drunk.
Yes.
Yeah, probably on Stella.
Yes.
Or Foster's.
Yes.
They're the only 2 beers I think would make it look like a Daytona.
Yes.
Other than that, genuinely that's it. It doesn't look anything like a Daytona, but it's a very good car nonetheless, and I love them. The Vitesse is in Horizon 4.
Oh, right, okay.
With the wing on the back. Really good car there. Did quite a lot of stuff as well, like to impact the. It had a lot of really cool features on it. I think it had like cruise control on it, and like the cars didn't have it these days. Had electronic door mirrors.
Oh, right.
But then, because they knew it would break, because it's British Leyland, they also supplied manual one.
Right, okay.
You know,
fair.
Sunroof.
Oh, right, okay.
And doors that fall off, according to Clark. Well, when Clarkson bought his SD1 on the Leyland Challenge, 2 different doors fell off out of the 4. But no, usually they were well welded, and they were so quick and so agile and nimble. He says they weren't. They were terrible.
Yeah.
The police used them, which is why the police couldn't keep up with the Yobbos and the Sierra Cosworths, because they used SD1s, which were not very good round corners or braking. They were quick in a straight line, but no, I wouldn't recommend taking out a track.
Right, fair. Right, okay. Now we've come up to the end of our with Rough and the Rough CTR from 2021.
Yes. We could basically do these together because they're the same car. They're both painted yellow, and they're both. Well, the 2021 is the homage of the 1987 Yellowbird, which is the nickname.
Yeah.
Now, in 2021, it was about 2018 actually, they sort of revealed this. But this is the Roof CTR, the new 2021, is basically, well, it's the fastest road-going Porsche you can buy currently. I know it isn't a Porsche because of the brand, but it is a Porsche.
Okay.
Like, it's just a tuned one.
No, okay.
Except it's better looking than every other Porsche on sale because it's designed to look like the old 930s and 964 cars that they used to make before the 993. When Porsches went slightly ugly after the 996, which is the one that your Bill's got with the five-egg headlamps. I think the 997 is when they started going a little bit ugly. The 991 was nice, but the 992 is not. So these are beautiful, and you know the 911 Turbo? It's got 4-wheel drive, 641 horsepower, but it's got 4-wheel drive and it's an automatic gearbox because people can't handle 641 horsepower because they're weak. This is not for the weak. This has a twin turbocharged flat 6 of smaller capacity than the 911 Turbo S is the new one, the 992, but it's got 700 brake horsepower. Which is sent through the rear wheels via a 7-speed manual with dog leg, I think.
Wow.
It's a manual rear-wheel drive, 700 horsepower Porsche, which weighs about 600 kilograms less than the 992, or about half a ton less. It weighs 1,200 kilos approx. So it's got a power-to-weight ratio that's off the limit. Hence why, yes, it does take 3.5 seconds to get to 60 on a good day, because it doesn't have all the electronic aids and it doesn't have the 4-wheel drive. However, the 911 Turbo S and even the Porsche 918, you know, the one that's really expensive, that does 214 miles an hour. Stops there. The new 911 Turbo S stops at 205. This, 235. miles an hour. Meaning it is one of the fastest cars you can currently buy.
Wow.
Because there are very few cars on sale at this second that do more than 235.
Yeah.
You've only got a couple of Koenigseggers and a couple of Bugattis with confirmed top speeds that can do over 235. There's not many cars. This is one of the fastest road legal cars on sale. And one of the coolest because it's got a manual and it's rear-wheel drive. Like, how sick is that? This isn't about quarter mile time. This is about going on track, thrashing every Porsche that's on sale because it's designed to be good on track. Yeah. And then, also, when they're on the Autobahn, sat there at 205 miles an hour, like, hey, look at me, I'm overtaking all these Lambos, look at these, all these old Hurricanes doing 202, they're overtaking them. You just see this yellow speck, and the thing is, what's hilarious is, the 1987 would do that to a 911 Turbo S as well, because that does 211 miles an hour, which is still fast. And bear in mind, that was built in 1987. Now, in 86, Porsche set the world fastest car record at 197 with the Porsche 959. Ferrari then broke the 200 mile an hour barrier in the greatest Ferrari of all time, as we know, the Ferrari F40. Yeah. And then about 6 months later, Roof came and was like, hi, we can do 211 with less power than you. Yeah. 469 bhp versus the 478 of the F40. And they just obliterated it, and it can actually do, like, everyone's like, oh, it can't do 211. It genuinely can do 211 because of the aerodynamics. Yeah. You know them, the headlights on the Porsches at the front, because of how it's designed, so aerodynamic, no drag at all, but the way it, the thing with the F40 is it had that big wing and it could go well on the track, and everyone was like, well, the roof must be crap on track. It's not. It's incredible how well designed it is. And the new ones like that as well. I love them both. They're all both painted yellow, hence why the CTR Yellow Bird, as it's known as. But they're fabulous cars, and genuinely they would kill any modern Porsche top end wise, which is more important than outright acceleration, isn't it? Because let's be honest, on a top trumps car, who's looking at 0 to 60s? No one. When it comes to top trumps, it's top speed. And power is all that counts. And when modern cars are like, oh, we've got 600 horsepower and we can do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, but we can only do 200 miles an hour. That just takes that and goes, throws it out the window. And the fact that it's got a manual of 7 speed, you hardly ever get 7 speed manuals.
Oh, of course.
Because of how it works, it's a dog leg, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, like that, with the wheel drive, the right, left and forwards instead. Because of how it's designed, it's incredible to drive, and I would absolutely long for one. It's a pity that they haven't made many, and they never will, and there's hardly any of the original Yellowbirds either. But, I don't think that the Yellowbird was given the top speed record because it wasn't made in mass numbers. Because it's not mass produced, but it is, if it was officially, and you didn't have to have, like, mass produced number and stuff, it genuinely was the first road legal car in the world in 1987. And remained the fastest for a long time, but they didn't sell it for many years. So when the Diablo came out at 202, I don't think the roof was on sale. So when that did 202, that was then the fastest car in the world in 1990, because the roof wasn't on sale anymore. I don't think so. But yeah, that's a little bit of the history lesson about the roofs. But that's why I genuinely would give it anything for a roof CCR. I'd have it over any modern supercar probably, except for the Ford GT, because they're sick. In fact, the 2021, I mean, it's built in 2021, and it's got all the mod cons like you'd expect from a modern car. It's just got that whiff of old school about it, which I love. Manual rear drive for starters. But then, instead of a modern Porsche Flat 6, it uses a little bit of an older one. So, sick car. Recommend you go and check that one out. Read the reviews on it as well. I think it got like 10s and 9s from everyone. It's incredible.
Okay, now we're on to S and the Saab 99 Turbo.
I won't go into an in-depth history lesson of this one, but this was one of the first turbocharged sports cars ever built, along with BMW 200 Turbo and Porsche 911 Turbo. They all came out in 1973, I believe, all same year basically. 99 Turbo was not as fast as the other two, but it was still rapid. 0 to 60 was around 8 seconds. Pretty quick. Okay. As usual, with a ring of cars that I like. Manual, as you would expect. Automatic cars are just boring, in all honesty. Most of the time. suits certain cars differently, doesn't it? The thing with an auto is that when you get that, it's that sense of the surprise of just the mass acceleration, because you don't have when you change gear in a manual, it's a lot slower, isn't it? You get the sort of jolt forward and then in, and then it accelerates again. With an auto, it's just genuinely just outright speed, and you're just like, there's no half a second break, is there, to get over the speed. That's the thing with an auto. Is positive about them is they are quick, but obviously they don't have the engagement. That's why I like the manual better. But Saab 99 Turbo, fabulous car, very good looking. One of Saab's best cars. I think, in fact, it's probably Saab's best car. Because they were brilliant. They looked fab. They were brilliant to drive. Turbos, obviously revolutionary. Decent amount of power. I think it was about 145, which was decent in the 80s, because that was like a sports car then. Not much less than the 2002, to be honest. I had 168. And then you had around the 130 mark. So yeah, really, really good car. I definitely have one. Very good car.
Yeah, fair. Okay, right then we've got the Saab 95 2.8 turbo, is it?
Yeah. This one's a sad one because this was the last ever Saab to be created. It was unfinished, unfortunately, because Saab went bust. Yeah. They actually sold, I think there are about 2 of the estates in the UK, less than that, because they're unfinished. Yeah. However, they're not going to be in danger of extinction because people are going to preserve the estates and stuff that are left. Obviously, they've all been probably put in museums now. Yeah. The Saab 95 was underneath based on the Vauxhall Vectra and shares its 2.8 litre turbocharged V6 with the Insignia. Oh. Does it say Vectra or does it say Insignia? Based on the Insignia.
Said Vectra.
No, it's based on the Insignia underneath. Right. And it shares the 2.8 litre turbo engine. Yes. Also featured in the Insignia VXR. In the Saab 95, it produced 296 bhp, which is obviously quite a lot. Yeah. Launching this saloon to 155 miles an hour approx, 6.6 to 60, so not slow. Yeah. But obviously it looked brilliant because it was designed by Saab. It was really luxurious, just a really all-round solid car. And obviously it's not going to be as good as the 5 Series and the A6 and the E-Class, but they're boring German executives. Who cares anymore? I want the Swede, I want the French ones, I want the Italians. They're fun, they're different, aren't they? Got that whiff of character about them. Yeah, I love Saab 95. Right. Just as a car that I just own, just to say it was the last ever Saab, because it's sad what happened to Saab, and if there was a company I'd want back, it would be Saab, probably more than most people, because it was the way they did things that made them such a good company. They didn't make all-round incredible cars all of the time, but it was the things they did to the cars that made them unique and full of character. That's what I liked about them. Anyway.
Right, okay. Right. Next we've got the Seat Leon Cupra R.
So basically I remember before, early in the video we had the Cupra Leon 300, didn't we? This is the older gen Seat Leon Cupra. Before Cupra became its own brand. The Cupra R was a limited edition hot version of the Leon Cupra. 296 bhp, manual, front drive, and I think there's only 14 of them in the UK because it's a very limited production run as well. 14 or 15 of them in the UK. They're really rare. They're awesome. Awesome cars.
Yeah, cool. Okay, next we've got the Singer 911 DLS.
Yes, a resto mod this time. 911 resto mod. So looks like an old 911. Yeah. And no, it's not underneath. No. 4 litre Urkel flat 6 at the back. Okay. Which is mad. Yeah. Manual gearbox, as you'd expect. Rear drive. 493 horsepower in what is an old 911. Yep. Body wise. So you had 0-60 less than 4 seconds. Top speed of about 186. Yep. So you're verging on GT3 territory now. 911 GT3 territory. It's a lot faster than the stats say as well. But obviously it's beautiful because it looks like a classic 911 in white with the accents and all the colours and the special wheels with the deep dish at the back. It looks flipping awesome, right? You know, with the red plates at the back, that's mesh. Right. So it's not a solid panel. Yeah. So if you haven't got a red plate there, you can see the exhaust. Yeah. It looks so good. It's in Horizon 4 actually, the DLS Singer 911. But yeah, genuinely. I love resto mods, and that's one I would have. Yeah. incredibly expensive, but a fabulous piece of design and engineering. I love them.
Okay, then we've got the Skoda Octavia VRS.
Yeah, I love the new one. Which is better than the Golf GTI Mark 8 in every single way. More practical, hell of a lot cheaper, doesn't have a terrible infotainment system like the Golf does, and it looks better. End of story. There you go. And they offer a manual, which they do in the Golf, however. Yeah, I love the manual one.
Okay, then we've got the Skoda Superb 2-litre TSI 280.
Yeah, this is the top of the range model with 276 bhp. 65.5 seconds for a Skoda.
That is pretty
Top
nice.
speed of 155, but it's electronically limited, so it would go higher than that.
Well,
quick thing, genuinely, the Skoda were a bit ambitious calling the Superb.
Yeah.
However, they pulled it off. It is superb. So
no,
superb saloon car, very good, very inexpensive for the size of the car. What you get, boot space, quality of the items, the infotainment system, brilliant. The interior is really nice. You get a quick car as well, 5.5 to 60 in saloon model length, about 5.6 or 5.7 for the estate with 276 horsepower. It's a solid car. Just use that for just bits of everything really. I wouldn't really use it all of the time necessarily, but.
Right, okay. Next we've got the Spiker C8 Spider.
Yes.
Video. The Spiker C8 Spider.
Yes. Spiker are a sort of a known brand. I think they're Dutch. And yeah, the Spider is a really good looking near 400 horsepower sports car with a big V8. Really nice car. I'd have the convertible just because it's convertible, but I wouldn't. The thing with the Spiker is, if I ever owned it, I wouldn't really use it. I'd just sort of look at it and have it as a museum piece more than I would drive it, because it wasn't that good to drive really compared to the European example, but like the other sort of cars on the market, like the 911s and stuff. But they're really nice cars, and obviously I'd have one because not many people have heard of them.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, then we've got the Subaru Impreza 2000 Turbo.
Yeah, just the original of the classic Subarus. So, the Subaru, as it is, like the 4-door, turbocharged 4-cylinder. The 2000 Turbo is basically just the standard original version. 215 bhp, fabulous car. And they're the old body ones, so I really like the look of them as well. And not the traditional chabby ones, as we know.
Right, okay, and then we've got the Subaru Impreza 22B.
Yes, so basically, sort of similar look, however it's only 2-door, homologation special, 280 horsepower-ish, top speed of about 156, which isn't bad at all, considering the 90s. Incredibly rare, limited numbers, as all homologations are. It's incredibly expensive, you're probably looking at 6 figures now. But yeah, just an all-round incredibly good car, and as I've always said, homologation specials are probably the best cars money can buy to drive and use. Like, they just are, they're incredible.
Right, cool. Then we've got the Sunbeam Tiger.
Yes, basically the Sunbeam Alpine with a V8.
Alright.
Which is a very nice car, but it wasn't very first. So you can have the same car, basically, nearly, just with a big V8 with about 140 horsepower. So it's a bit more quick.
Fair. Right, cool. Okay, then we got the
Suzuki. I like Suzuki. Suzuki's are cute.
Yes, now we've got the Suzuki Swift Sport.
The modern one, however, pre-2021, because they've now fitted it with a 12-volt mild hybrid system, which is basically a battery that turns the engine off when you're coasting. And they've also reduced the power to 129, which it didn't have many to begin with. It had 138. But that reduction in 9 horsepower has added a full second to the 60 time. Now, it wasn't first to begin with at 8.1, and that's 9.1. So forget the mild hybrid one. I wouldn't get that one. I would have a yellow pre-mild hybrid Suzuki Swift Sport with the 8.1 seconds over 60 times with 138 horsepower. Fabulous 1.4 litre booster jet turbo 4-cylinder engine. It's not as good as the. It's not as sort of like when you accelerate, it does have the lag, and it doesn't sort of create the sort of sense of fun immediately when you compared to the older ones. However, it's better looking, and on a twisty road, it is absolutely brilliant little car, an absolute blast. And I would definitely have one. Really cool. But obviously the pre-mild hybrid one.
Okay, cool. Then we've got the Suzuki Jimny.
The new one. And have it in the same colour as well, like that bright yellow. that they do them in, because they're just weird. And I think they're supposed to stand out. The Jimneys are really cute. Now, these are not designed to be fast.
Yeah.
The 1.5 litre. The 1.5 litre naturally aspirated 4-cylinder gives off just 100 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
So you're lucky to get 90 top end. 0 to 60 in 12 and a bit, so about 12 seconds. 5-speed manual. But you do get the manual, in all fairness, which is cool. However, you show this car any form of tough terrain, and basically it will just deal with it. They don't get stuck. They're incredibly good off-road. The way they're designed underneath, Suzuki really did a good job at making it as good off-road as physically possible without it breaking the bank, so they're like 20 grand, and without them being unnecessarily fast. Brilliant little cars. Full of character. They have their flaws, but every car has. I think we've got...
and then we've got the Suzuki Cappuccino.
Yes, it is as small as its name suggests. The Suzuki Cappuccino is a K car, one of the Japanese ones. It's one of the very few that has actually been sold in the UK, on the UK market. Now, when they did that, it was about 91 it came out. These are actually slower than the Jimny, top speed wise, not 0 to 60 wise.
Well, yeah, it was a
top speed of 87, because it only has 63 brake horsepower. Thanks to a 660cc turbocharged 3-cylinder engine, which is mounted at the front. I believe these are rear-wheel drive and a manual though, so they're like a baby MX-5. 0 to 60 in around 10 seconds, which isn't too bad considering the power. But no, they're brilliant to drive. Get on these on a B road. On a motorway, it'd be a bit scary because they can only do 87, and you'd be at the top of the rev range and it'd be screaming at you, and the car would be like, "Please get me up! I'm going to be overtaken by a lorry." You'd struggle to get to 70. But on a B road in the UK, which is basically what all roads are like, realistically, other than town centres, you've only got B roads and motorways. Which motorways you can only do 70, and B roads are basically just all go for it, have a laugh. But you can't go for it and have a laugh in any sports car or supercar because they're too tight, they're too narrow, you've got trees or fences, you've got animals that could run across the road. And basically, that's why any form of manual small car with a manual gearbox is way better than any supercar in Britain, just full stop in Britain. But the Cappuccino on a B road would be an absolute blast. Probably MX-5, good as well on a B road, just you wouldn't have that. You would probably get overtaken by some bloke in a 5 Series diesel. Who's angry that you're driving so slowly, but obviously you can only do a limited a tiny top speed. So,
okay. Next is the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus.
Yeah, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus is a Talbot Sunbeam, which is the small hatchback, but tuned by a Lotus. But these things were rally gods, brilliant off road, like on the gravel and stuff. They're brilliant rally cars, but they did the road version, tuned by Lotus, and as all Lotus tuned cars are, it's fast. As you know, with the Carlton and with the Lotus Cortina, it was fast. This, I think, had about 150 horsepower, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I think it deserved 60 in about 6.5 seconds. Which in, I think, 1979. This was 1979. You could deserve 60 in a hatchback in 6.5 seconds. Like the new Gold GTI does it in 6.4. Like, what the hell? This is mad. There's loads of resto mods and kits that you can do to them to make them really fast, like properly fast as well. They are awesome.
Okay, fair. Next is the Toyota GR Yaris GR4.
Yes, the best car that came out in 2020.
Of course.
Full stop. End of story. That's it. That's all I can say. 1.6 litre, 3-cylinder turbocharged engine. Incredible 257 horsepower on the British market. I think it was 275 on the Japanese one.
Okay.
4-wheel drive. Proper manual gearbox. And the ability to send 80% of the power to the rear wheels. So you can do proper full rally style drifts. Pull a handbrake. Proper manual handbrake, so you can go yank and then just whiz it round and then put the handbrake down in half a second, and that's a proper rally. This is genuinely a rally car for the road. It's homologation special. However, they don't do a rally version of this Toyota Yaris. That's the only difference. So when they normally do a homologation special, they normally have a rally version. They don't with this. They just have the rally car prepped with tax and insurance. And some number plates. That's basically what it is. No, genuinely, you can't get the only car that comes close on ability for fun are the Fiesta ST and probably the new Hyundai 20N hot hatches of the similar size. But genuinely, it's 30 grand for a Toyota Yaris, but you get what you pay for with that car. It's not like you're spending 300 grand on a car you can't use. That car on a British B road is the fastest car in the world. A 300 mile an hour Bugatti Chiron could not keep up with that on a British B road. End of story. It's not possible. They are flipping fabulous. And they're rated at 5.5 seconds to 0 to 60. Top gear time, those at 4.6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
4.6 for a Toyota Yaris. This is a Toyota Yaris.
Yeah.
And it did it in less than 5 seconds. So, there you go.
So?
Fabulous car.
Okay, next is the Toyota Century from 2018.
Come in. The Toyota Century is a car that's not sold in the UK. However, it's obviously it's a Japanese market. So you do get it with the steering wheel on the correct side, which is where Jack is.
Yes.
On the right.
Yes, yes.
With the manual gearbox in the middle and the pedals are CBA instead of CBA with the gearbox there, because that's weird, because the clutch is on the wrong side of the car. You should be next to the gear lever, which is what it's for. Don't understand why people driving with left-hand drive cars. It's weird. So, yeah, you can import them. Obviously, it's a big luxury car that's not fast, it's not exciting, but it's good looking, it's different, it's nice, super luxurious, and the Japanese presidents and ministers drive them. But in fact, it does have a V8, 5 litre V8, naturally aspirated, hybrid system, 443 horsepower, which isn't bad. It's not. I'm not saying it's a slow car, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a set your hair on fire one. But they do a GR one. You know, GR the Gazoo Racing. They do one with the kit, with like a GR kit on it, and it's really funny. It's actually hilarious, and it looks so flipping cool. But no, I just have a plain original black. Not the original from like the 70s, that's so sorry. I'm on about just the brand new 2018 in black, just nothing done to it. Just leave it alone, just so I can cruise around, just have a nice relaxing ride. I know it's an automatic and stuff. Obviously, it's a luxury saloon car, it's not meant to be exciting, so I understand why it's got autos on that. That's why.
So, right, okay, next is the Toyota Celica GT4.
Similar concept to the Yaris GT4, homologation special. This one, big turbo up front, 239 horsepower. They could do 0 to 60 in 6 seconds flat. They were brilliant, basically. They did two. They did the older one and the newer one. I'm on about the one with the circle front lights, which isn't a very good looking car in any colour except red. But out of the manual option, because I think they did an auto as well, which I think is a bit weird. I can't remember though. Yeah, really cool car though. Basically the oldie version of the Yaris. Except for it did look better with the coupe body. We're getting attacked by the door, I think.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, cool. Next is the Toyota Supra A80.
That's going to have to have its door stop, isn't it?
Just shush, child.
Right. They set the dog off now.
Go.
Right. A80 Supra is the Supra that everybody thinks of when you mention the word Supra. The one that looks like a catfish, the one that's not that good looking in any colour except from white probably, and I don't really like white cars. And the one that's incredibly overrated, even though Luke says it's not, because the shift has been put towards other cars, which I understand. Like the Huracan is 10 times more overrated than the Supra now. The thing with the Supra is, I hate how it's obsessed over Paul Walker and Fast and Furious. And Paul Walker. I don't speak ill of the dead, and he's a brilliant guy, but he's probably the most overrated human being on the planet. Fact. Fast and Furious is probably the most overrated film on the planet, and it isn't that good. Fact. However, I do not care. I don't like overrated cars, and the Supra did have its spell of being incredibly overrated, but shift has now gone to other cars, and it's actually gained a classic and cult status. It's common with people who put 1400 horsepower in it and put stupid big exhaust in it, and people who put silly wings on it and make it like orange with green accents on the side, like Fast and Furious cars. I don't like that, and then those people can just go and enjoy their supers. They will find a day when it will go bang, because it will, and they will not be able to put 1400 horsepower down. They will spin around and go into a tree, and somebody in a stock 320 horsepower super will just drive past them as a normal human being, enjoying it as they should be. Yes. However, when the stock with the 6-speed manual with 320 horsepower with the 2JZ with the turbos, if it was white, which I'd have one in white, with a stock body, they're brilliant cars.
Fair.
I can't deny that they're brilliant cars. I always slag supers off because of Fast and Furious and Paul Walker and being overrated and 8-year-old kids who have them on the bedroom walls. But they're genuinely brilliant cars, and the thing is, they're nowhere near as overrated as the R34 Skyline, which I don't like the look of, and I wouldn't own one. So, yeah, I'd have an original A80 Super, early one, about 93-ish, because they're really good cars. And everybody says that they're overrated, and to be honest, they're not now. Yeah. Especially among the people, like, the majority of Supers now are left stock and original and classic, rather than modded. Now, it used to be the other way around. It used to be people obsessed over them. They used to say it was the first car in the world and like no car's better than the Supra, which is a lot of cars that are better than the Supra. However, it is genuinely probably one of the all-time greats. It is a fabulous car, and to drive, they're brilliant. I just don't think they look that good. And I never will think they look that good. They do look like catfishes, but they genuinely look like fish. They're not very good-looking cars, but they're sick. Yeah. End of story.
Then there's the Toyota MR2 Mark 1.
I love an MR2. But the original one, the boxy one with the pop-up headlamps and the T-tops. I had a T-top instead of the classic, just standard soft-top convertible with the later ones. So yeah, I'd have a T-top original, non-turbo. I think they had about 140 horsepower. I think they had less than that, about 120. Something. But they were light, so they were quick. Yeah. But I like the boxiness of them. I think they're really cool. Worth a lot of money now as well.
Then there's the Toyota 2000 GT.
Yes, probably one of the best looking Toyotas of all time. And incredibly expensive. But they were quick and obviously famous for being a bomb car.
Was it?
As a convertible, yes. Because I can't remember who drove it. Is it Connor who used it tall? Yeah. He's the one who's really tall. He's about 6'5".
Well, as a Bond, I don't know.
As a Bond?
I don't look at that. I don't know.
I don't know who it was anyway. I think it's Connor. I don't know. If you know, comment below. They wanted to use the 2000 GT Coupe for the film, because it's such a tiny car in height. The person who drove it, or the Bond, was too tall to fit in it. So they built two custom Toyota 2000 GT convertibles. It was a tall bloke, and the Toyota 2000 GT is a tiny car, which is why Chris Harris drove one. The Bond special that they did on Top Gear recently. So.
Okay, right, cool. Then next we have the Triumph Stag.
My uncle owned a Stag. V8 convertible sporty Triumph. The original Triumph engines were incredibly unreliable and not that good, but a lot of them have been Rover engine swapped now, so they're just shy of 200 horsepower and they're getting pretty quick, so good cars though.
Okay, right, next is the Triumph TR5.
Another classic British sports car, but it wasn't a V8, it was a straight six. Still, very good car though.
Okay, next is the TVR Griffith.
Yeah, the modern one that basically doesn't exist yet. Because they still not built it 4 years after they decided they were going to.
Right.
Because it's still been the factory. It's taken a long time to build this factory.
Yeah.
For cars, not many cars are going to build every year.
Yeah.
But when it eventually arrives, this manual, beautiful, rear-wheel drive, Coyote V8 powered, which is the Mustang engine. Yep. Sports car will have 480 horsepower, a top speed of 202 miles an hour, and 0 to 60 will be around 3.8 seconds. So this car will be fast.
Right, next is the TVR Griffith 500.
The old Griffith with the big V8 and the convertible, gorgeous little car.
Great.
The Vauxhall now.
This video is going to be a long one.
It is, but it is the final one. So.
Yeah. Okay, this is the Vauxhall Astra GTE Mark 1.
I'm pretty sure my granddad had a Mark 1 GTE.
Okay.
I had a Mark 2.
Yeah.
But what was really creepy recently is Luke sent me a photo of one that he saw. It was next to an Aventador, actually. It was hilarious. And I was actually like... the first thing I noticed on the picture was the GTE. I didn't care about the Aventador. I was like, Aventador, you can bog off. This is far cooler. Like 10 times rarer and better looking than you. So it was a GTE Mark 1 in white, the colour I'd have it. Absolutely mint it was. But it was weird because it was on the anniversary of my granddad's death. And he owned one.
Yeah, that is weird.
And I found it so coincidental, but I found it so happy and I found it really nice as well. So yeah, but he used to have one. My granddad was a petrol head.
Yeah.
And my uncle's a petrol head. Yeah, as well. The one who was a stag. My dad, to say the least, is probably not. But I'm going to take my uncle and granddad's side of the family and make it. I'm going to be a petrol head. But yeah, he used to have a GT8 and they are brilliant cars. 2-door. They were basically rivals to the XR2 and the Golf GTI, but it looked better than them basically, and it was quick. I think the Mark 1 GTE could do about 7.5 to 60, which the Golf was. Well, it was a Mark 2 Golf around that sort of date actually. It was about 8.5, and the XR2 was around 9.5. So
yeah. Okay, next the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton.
My money, no object dream car is the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton because of what it did. Not because it's the best looking car in the world, it is not. There are far better looking cars than the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton. There are far quicker cars than the Lotus Carlton. However, it's what it did to the planet. It changed the world for the four-door saloon. You may be sat here now and you may like the 600 horsepower super saloons we've got now, like the M5 and the RS6 and the E63. Horsepower in saloons may not have ended up that way if it wasn't for the leap that the Lotus Carlton made in 1990. We only got over 300 in the mid-90s with the BMWs and Audis. They could have got there anyway. But the Lotus Carlton was closer to 400. Yeah. So it came out at the time when the Sapphire Cosworth, one of my all-time dream cars as well. In fact, it's my dream daily driver. I know the Lotus Carlton's also can be daily, but it's my number one dream car, so it doesn't really work as a daily and it's too expensive. So, the Sapphire Cosworth was out, which took the M3 and the 190 and threw them in the bin, because it was faster than both of them, but they all had around 200 horsepower. Lotus Carlton was built to take on those. Now the M5 at the time had 282-ish horsepower, 286, which was the M5, the E28. And that was the fastest four-door saloon, basically, that you could buy then. It did 153. In fact, the Sierra Cosy did 151. So in fact, the Cosy was far quicker than the M5 because it was smaller and lighter. The Carlton came out in 1990, 2 years after the M5, with 100 more horsepower, nearly. Yeah. It was about 95 horsepower more. Yeah. The top speed was now pushed up to 177 by law, because it was faster. 0 to 60, low fives. And that wasn't the end, because this car wasn't just quick in a straight line. Take it on a track, it could obliterate 911s and the Ferrari 348s and stuff for the day. It would take on the supercars and the sports cars of the time in the 90s. Not like the Diablo and stuff, we're not on about stuff like that. Because they've got 490 horsepower. But it would take on those cars and just annihilate them on track because it was heavily modified. Suspension was done by Lotus. Diff, wheels, tyres, brakes, everything. It was basically, all it was a Lotus car underneath. Basically Lotus F1 team vehicle tuned underneath with the engine done by Lotus with a Vauxhall body. It's basically a supercar with a Vauxhall styling. Yeah. And that's why I like it, because this car is so underestimated. It's incredibly rare. There's only 43 of them left on the roads in the UK. 43, which does include Son. So there's 43, incredibly rare. There's actually less Audi RS2s. We did see something very similar with the Audi RS2 in 95, or 94 I think it came out, when Porsche tuned the Audi 80 estate, created the RS2. But Lotus did, the Lotus Carlton is far quicker than the RS2. It's got 86 more horsepower than the RS2. Can do 30 mile an hour more top end, even though that can do 162, so you can probably guess how fast it can go. I'll give you one thing about the Carlton, shows you how fast it was. It was so fast that the British government, bear in mind this is a British car, now the British government thought that it was unacceptable for a four-door car to be that fast, and it is the only car in British history that has ever been attempted to be banned. There are no cars that have ever been banned by the British government. The only one that they ever attempted to ban was the Lotus Carlton. Didn't fall through. It never got banned. However, has caused the biggest political stir of any car since 1964-ish, when the Shelby Daytona did 191 on the M1, which is when they introduced the speed limit.
Yeah.
Other than that no car had ever produced any bigger political division or anything. It impacted the government that much. Because it could do about 190 plus. It could do over 190 miles an hour. There's no proven top speed for the Carlton, except for Manona did say that he had hit over 190 if you engaged the secret de-restrictor on the gear. Secret this. Now Vauxhall, and they weren't the richest company, and neither was Lotus. Lotus have never been that wealthy, and they couldn't really afford to build all of the cars with speed limiters, like electronic ones, like all the 155 ones that their BMW had and stuff in the mid-90s. So they had to think of a little bit of a hack. Now, the car top speed is registered at 177 because that is the top speed of the car at a red line in fifth gear. Now, it's got a 6-speed manual gearbox. The sixth gear isn't a cruising gear at all. It's just a really long gear that increases the speed. However, you can only increase the speed from 177 if you redline it into 6. If you leave it right till the very last minute and it starts like edging like that, and then engage 6 dead quick, limit is gone. Yeah. If you engage 6th for the red line, you're stuck at 177. How genius is that? That is genius. Because on a normal day, it's a 177 mile an hour car, which in 1990 is still unacceptably fast for a four-door saloon. The first four-door saloon to be faster than that and do over 177, I think, was the E39 with the limit taken off, probably something like that. So this car took 10 years for saloons to catch up. So yeah, the only way you could increase top speed was to redline it, but you didn't have to fiddle with the engine and take the ECUs and all the engine management systems out to remove the limiters that you have now. It was basically just drive it on the autobahn, engage 6th at the red line, bang, there you go, you're doing 190 odd miles an hour. And to be honest, if the Lotus Carlton did 203, it would have been the fastest car in the world. Now, nobody's ever tested it, and I think that it is possible with that 6th gear because it's so long before it hits the red line again. It's entirely possible with that 6th, which isn't a cruising gear. It's just a really long final drive ratio. It's entirely possible it could do 203. So, if you've got a Carlton out there, take it to a 2.5 mile long runway and max it for us and see what it can genuinely do, because the top speed is easily over 190. It'll be over 195. The top speed will be close to 200 anyway. So what can it genuinely do? Can it do 203? If so, it's the unofficial fastest car in the world in 1990, which was the Diablo at 202. So if it can do 203, it'd have been faster than a Diablo top end, which is incredible to think of. But generally, that's why it's my dream car. And I did a video, about a 40-odd minute video on the Carlton, which you can see up there, why it's my dream car. But genuinely, there are faster saloon cars now. Obviously, there are times we've moved on. It's 30 years old, for Pete's sake. But in 1990, imagine just being in your Ferrari 348 at 170, which was their top speed, and this thing flew past you in 6th at like 190. You'd be like, because it's the sort of car that if it drove past you on a normal sunny day, if you're just a regular person, you're not interested in cars at all, you have no knowledge of them or anything, you wouldn't even really look at it. You just think, oh, that's a slightly pumped up Carlton. You just think it looks a bit tarted up. It's got a couple of Lotus badges on it. You wouldn't think of anything of that. But if you know about the Carlton, that is basically like seeing gold. Because it is one of the all-time greatest cars. I've still not ever done that video, and I'm definitely going to do it eventually. But I can tell you, me and Luke voted it number 2 slot as one of the all-time greats because of what it did. Because it's an absolute legend. And just because it's fucking stupid. And that was why I liked Vauxhall back then. They did stuff like that, and Lotus did stuff like that. They don't do that anymore, and it's so sad to see car. And the thing is, this is before the days of soft limiters and, you know, all the emissions crap that you have on cars now. And let's not talk about the engine. 3.6 litre, twin turbocharged straight six. It sounds incredible because it revs so high as well, but it's so loud because the exhaust system was done by Lotus and tuned exhaust system and stuff. My God, the car is incredible. Painted in such a dark green with the sort of wheels and stuff. The other reason for the political scandal around it was because it was so fast and actually quite easy to firstly steal and secondly buy, because it wasn't like stupidly expensive. The police couldn't keep up. Because, you know, with the Rover SD1, they were like, oh, them Sapphires are quick, let's get some of those. But then, by the time they got the Sapphires, the Carlton came out, so they had the exact same problem all over again. And even though the Sapphire was like 3 seconds quicker than the Rover SD1 to 60, and was like a 20 mile an hour faster top end, they now couldn't keep up with people anyway. So, but yeah, brilliant piece of engineering, love it.
Okay, next the Vauxhall Monaro VXR 600.
Another case of Vauxhall going utterly crazy. Now, you may know the Monaro as a Holden 2-door muscle car. You know, the one, it's a really good looking car. Vauxhall decided they would have a 601 brake horsepower version. Twins, I think it was twin supercharged or something stupid. 601 bhp. Top speed, 180. I think it was limited. So imagine how fast this is. Did 63.9 seconds. Rear-wheel drive manual. Sick. Big V8. So yeah, Vauxhall going crazy yet again. As we all know, Vauxhall going crazy takes you back. You don't expect it. But that's why I like Vauxhall, when they do go crazy. Should be allowed.
Okay, next is the Vauxhall VXR 8 Maloo.
VXR 8, another Holden that was badged as a Vauxhall in the UK, which they all were. Yeah, the Ute, or the pickup truck, with the bed at the back, big V8 manual, 400 odd horsepower. But the one I would have is the later ones with about, I don't know whether I'd have the early one with 425 or the later ones with about 537. I don't know which one, because I'd have to sort of decide that if I ever bought one. But, which I probably wouldn't, because they're quite expensive on the second-hand market now. But yeah, they're brilliant. Incredibly rare as well. The VXR 8 cars. So yeah, it's Vauxhall's craziness again. Because they sold that along. The thing you see Corsas, Astras, the Insignia, the Mocha, stuff like that, and then you just see that big 6.2 litre V8 car, and you'd be like, what the hell is that doing in Vauxhall's range? Like, what the hell? But that's why I love Vauxhall, when they did sell stuff like that. A lot of people would say that this is the modern version of the Carlton. It's not. Nowhere near. But it is a fast hot saloon from Vauxhall, not Holden. It's not the VXR 8 that's been imported from Australia with Holden badges swapped for Vauxhall ones. This is genuinely Vauxhall's hot saloon. 2.8 litre twin turbo, turbocharged V6, single turbo. 4-wheel drive, manual gearbox in the middle. Top speed could be raised to 170 miles an hour, which is fast for flipping Insignia. 321 bhp. Rapid, just isn't a modern version of the Carlton because it's far inferior in performance terms and handling and braking terms. But it is a little bit of a step up from Vauxhall sort of modern cars now. It was a step up to like, oh, they can make a hot saloon. So even in the modern day. So yeah, but a very cool car nonetheless.
Okay. Next, moving on to Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
Yeah, and I've got the Volkswagen Up GTI.
It's an Up with GTI badges.
Fair.
Basically, it's a modern equivalent of the Mark 1 Golf GTI because they've managed to match horsepower 0 to 60 and size basically with the original Golf GTI Mark 1.
Right, fair.
Which obviously is a legend.
And then we've got the Volkswagen Golf GTI Club Sport S, the Mark 7.
Yeah, so this is the most modern Golf I would buy. What did they do? They got a Golf R engine with 306 horsepower at the time, and they shoved it in a Golf GTI with front-wheel drive, not four-wheel drive, a manual gearbox, what I want. They took the back seats out and made a track weapon.
Fair.
But the reason I wouldn't have the Golf GTI is because the Golf R is because if I was going to get a Golf R, I'd want the fast one with the automatic, and then it's not as fun.
Yep.
The Golf GTI Club Sport S basically offers you the same power and the same sense of speed, but in a lighter package that's better on track and far more fun. Yeah. So that's why I have the Club Sport S.
Fair. Okay, and then we've got the Volkswagen Golf GTI, the Mark 3.
The Mark 3 is the last Golf before they started going a bit naff. And the GTI was just a really solid car all round.
And then we've got the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark II.
You can probably guess where this is going. It was basically a step up from the Mark 1, which is next. And they offered up to 16 valves on this one instead of 8. Ooh, getting exciting. I mean, some cars have like 50 now. So it's a very good car. Pretty quick with a 16 valve engine. I'd have an 8er because 8 valves are cool.
Fair.
The 8 valve one's cool.
Okay, and then as you just alluded to, the Volkswagen Golf GTI, the Mark 1.
One of the all-time greats, for sure. Yeah. Obviously, the classic Golf GTI. What started it all, and the car that basically killed the sports car before the MX-5 came and regained the popularity of the sports car again. What a naughty car that was, but in all fairness, it's a brilliant car.
Right, well, that's fair. Okay, next is the Volkswagen Scirocco R.
Yeah, this was actually on sale at the similar time to the Mark 7 Golf R. Okay. But the thing I like about the Scirocco more than the Golf is front-wheel drive, the manual option, and the thing is it dipped below 300 horsepower. Now, I think for a true, fun, proper hot hatch, it has to be between 200 and 300. It has to be front-wheel drive, and it has to be a manual. Now, it can fulfill 2 criteria. The Honda Civic Type R is probably the greatest hot hatch on sale. It is the greatest hot hatch on sale, end of story, of that size, for the Golf sort of size. But it does exceed 300 horsepower, but it does have the other 2 categories, so it fulfills that, so fine. This fulfills all 3, whereas the Golf R doesn't fulfill, or only fulfills 1 if you option the manual gearbox. So it isn't that fun. Whereas the Scirocco, far better looking, as all Sciroccos are better looking than the Golf. It's front-wheel drive. The R1, as the Golf is brilliant anyway, but you do get the more fun package in a better looking car, which is why I had the Scirocco R. And unfortunately, the Scirocco isn't on sale anymore because it didn't really sell. But it should have done. It was a brilliant car. Because it's based on the Golf underneath, so.
Then we've got the Volkswagen Scirocco Storm.
Yeah, the old one. Storm did feature the Golf Mark 1 GTI's engine, but in a better looking package with a beautiful sort of turquoisey teal colour that you could option it in. So yeah, that's why I love that with the coupe sort of body. It's nice.
Cool. Then we've got the Volkswagen Corrado VR6.
Yeah, with the fabulous VR6 engine. Which a lot of people don't know about VR engines because neither did Volkswagen clearly because they badged a lot of their VR engine stuff as V6s just to save confusion. But there is a lot of confusion between them. Everybody thinks it's a V6, however, a VR is different to a V, and a VR is what creates a W. So 2 Vs doesn't make a W, it's 2 VRs that make a W engine. So VRs are slightly smaller, they don't really normally produce as much power as a V. And they are most likely mounted that way, whereas normal regular V6s are usually mounted that way, however some can be. They are slightly different. They're usually smaller and don't produce so much power. Now, this produced about 190 horsepower, whereas the equivalent V6 would produce over 200, so there you go, there's your clear example of it being a VR, but they sound incredible. They sound very V6-ish, they're very similar, they are different, and people need to know that they are, but it's a legend, the Corrado. Midnight. I'd have a midnight purple, the Storm one probably, with obviously the fabulous VR engine.
Then we've got the Volkswagen Beetle GSR.
Yeah, the modern. I don't really like the modern Beetles as such because they're not classic Beetles. I haven't even put a classic Beetle on there, have I?
No.
Right, let's have them going on there after this.
Cool.
So, modern Beetle with the Golf GTI Mark 7 power plant, basically. Quickie.
Yep.
As the. Yeah, right, next. Volkswagen Beetle Classic. Yeah. You all know the story of that. Don't really need to gloss over it. It's just a classic Beetle.
Yeah. Made by a very famous fella.
Two very famous people, actually.
Yeah.
Not famous.
It's not Leonardo DiCaprio.
No.
Right, Volkswagen Passat R36.
Yes. Like the Golf Mark 5 R32, this also features a commonly mistaken V6. It's a VR6, this one, but of 3.6 litres in capacity, shoved in the front of a Passat, with 4-wheel drive and 296 brake horsepower, with the looks that were a lot more menacing than the standard Passat. Yeah, but really cool car. I like those.
Okay, then we've got the Volkswagen Passat V8.
W8.
W8.
There you go. Very different, this.
Very different.
Because the traditional sporty saloon, well, it's not really sporty, but the traditional first saloon has a V8. They thought, nah, I'm not having V8s. They shoved in the W8, which is two VR4s welded together.
So it doesn't even mathematically make sense, but alright then.
Two 2-litre VR4s dragged together to make a 4-litre W8.
Fair.
That's basically what it is. Produced 275 horsepower-ish. It did have an automatic gearbox, but it's not the sort of car that you would want to drive on a B road at full pelt, really. It's not designed for that. So, yeah, really cool car. Incredibly rare. You don't see them. They're unicorns now.
Yep.
And the W8 was such a really good engine there. Really good power plant. I do like them. But obviously, Volkswagen, about the VR engines, they also did a VR5, which they badged as the V5. Which clearly shows you that there's something not right, because you can't physically have a V5. That's not possible, because you can't have, because V's always have two parallel sets of cylinders, and 5 is an odd number, so you can't have 3 on one side, 2 on the other, which is why genuinely what it is basically it's the cylinders mounted sort of that way. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. So it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5, and that'd be really odd. It doesn't go like that. So a W is basically one. So a W8 will be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that.
Fair.
Confusingly. Yeah. My friend actually did a video explaining VR engines. Right. So you can go and see that on his channel. I Love Cars. He did one on that quite a long time ago now, but it was brilliant, really good video, and it's really informative. It tells you about the VRs and stuff, how I learned a bit about VRs and Ws, so go and check it out. Yeah.
Right, okay, then we've got the Volkswagen Phaeton W12.
The big luxury car that was a sales disaster. However, it was a very, very good car. It was just nobody's going to buy a Volkswagen that costs the same as the more luxury cars on sale, like the big Beamers now, the Mercs. Nobody's going to buy a VW, are they? But it did have a 6-litre W12 with 444 brake horsepower, which was quite a lot, and it's a big engine. And that engine did famously make its way into the Bentley Flying Spur.
Oh, okay.
But with twin turbos and all the modern Bentleys. That engine is still in production today in one way, shape, or form. Okay. Its DNA roots back to the next car, basically, and stuff like that. So,
well, the next car is the Volkswagen Nado W12.
So, the Volkswagen W12 is a mid-engined supercar from the late 2000s. Now they did the Volkswagen Nado W12 and the Volkswagen Syncro W12. The Syncro was naturally aspirated with the same engine as the Phaeton with around the same power. The Nado knocked it up to 11 with twin turbos. 591 bhp, mid-engine Volkswagen supercar, which is incredible. And it could do 217 miles an hour in 16.5 seconds. Unfortunately, they bailed out at the last minute and didn't put it into full production. but they did genuinely make working ones that did these specs and stuff. So, and they did a convertible with the Synchro power plant with 444 horsepower or something. So, yeah.
Okay, then we had the Volvo P1800 Cyan from 2021.
Yes, so we are onto Volvo and onto a absolute gem. This is probably one of the best cars that has been released recently. Now, obviously, it's not a proper production car, so it goes to the Yaris, but this is genuinely one of the best that money can buy if you have like 400 grand to spend on a Volvo, which not many people do. But the P1800, which is next, and so is the P1800 ES, which we'll talk about in a bit, was an old classic, beautiful sports coupe. And basically Volvo decided, well, Cyan, who are Volvo's racing company, who also run Lynk&Co with the Cyan that we previously mentioned, decided they'd make a resto mod.
Okay.
So they got Volvo's famous 4-cylinder power plant, 414 bhp, rear drive, dogleg gearbox. Yeah. Who doesn't love a dogleg gearbox? They're annoying because you will forget and you'll go into reverse and you reverse the person who's behind you. But when you are actually driving them, they're so much better. Because all your gears are in line, except from first, which you don't use when you're on a track and stuff, because you're going too fast. Okay. So yeah, brilliant car. It could do, its 0 to 60 is around about 4 seconds flat, and its top speed's around the 170 mark for a car that's from the 70s basically, but it's like modernised with proper brakes, proper suspension. It's incredible, and it looks the part. And you can probably guess what colour it is.
Black.
No, right. Cyan. It's blue.
The next car is the Volvo P1800.
Yes, the standard one. I'd have a white one to match that of what Roger Moore drove in The Saint.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Famous from that film, yeah.
It's true. Then the Volvo P1800 ES.
Yes, they did an estate version of the coupe. They did a shooting brake, which actually looks properly sick. No, the original P1800 and P1800 ES, they're not fast cars, but they're so good looking and they're so cool, beautiful cars. And the ES, I would have in like a goldy brown just because it just looks like a typical Volvo estate until you actually get up close and then you're like, that's way too curvy for a Volvo.
Yeah, fair. Right. Then there is the Volvo S60 T8 Polestar.
Modern one, brand new one. I don't know why, but there's something about the modern T8 Recharge, is what's known as, because it's hybrid. Polestar engineered version of the Volvo S60 that I sort of like. Because they look really good in black. It's just something that they stand out a bit more than the like the M340i's and the Audi S4s, which are diesels anyway. Why do you own one? Stuff like that. So, it's just, you know, like the Peugeot 508 PSE, the Peugeot Sport Engineer, that's a hybrid as well, and it's of similar size almost. So I don't know what's with it. The only thing that really annoys me is it's got 405 metric horsepower, but in Queen of England terms, that's 399 brake horsepower. So if they'd have put that up to 406 metric horsepower, you'd have had 400 bhp, which I think is a much better number. But obviously, because car companies work in metric, when they measure the PS or HP, they work on like funny numbers, which is why like when I say an Audi RS6 has got 592 bhp, I think that's an odd number, but that's 600 metric horsepower, so it's a big round number in metric terms. But yeah, the only thing that annoys me is it's 399. It could have been 400, but never mind.
Okay, then there is the Volvo C30 C5.
Ewan's mum's got a C30. Not a T5 though, I don't think. Yeah. But yeah, they're really cool. They went into the hatchback market with a more sporty coupe style car rather than just a traditional hatchback. So it was out with the norm for Volvo. And the T5 deploys their magnificent 2.5 litre turbo 5-cylinder, which sounds the part as well. And Volvo didn't just detract from the noise it makes, and they genuinely just shoved that in the front and thought, right, have it front wheel drive manual sports hot hatch with a 5-cylinder, which also featured in the later Focus RS and loads of other really cool cars. So yeah, they were just like, have it, but they love their 5-cylinders.
Okay, then is the Volvo 850R.
Again, a 5-cylinder, this time the big boxy estate. Volvo's famous for the big boxy estates, but the 850R was different to the normal traditional big boxy estate, being a sports estate to rival the first saloons and estates at the time. The 850R also was also a saloon body as well, but the estate is cooler because it's an estate. Now, what I would do is avoid the automatic version because it's really slow, and it's less powerful than the manual, which I find always a bit weird. Now, I did research this. They did loads of different versions, but the proper full-fat 850R has 250 metric horsepower, 247 bhp, and the in manual form, the top speed of 155 and 66.7 seconds. The automatic only has 240 metric horsepower, or 237 bhp. So you've got 10 horsepower less, which then means that you've got as slow as a 60 anyway, because it's a really terrible 4-speed automatic. 7.1 to 60, so it's nearly half a second slower, and the top speed is 146. So, if you want one, avoid the auto. But the manuals are quite rare and really expensive. But I think they're really cool. I'd have a red one, just so it stands out. But the thing is, obviously, they don't look that fast. But if the manual ones are quick, they're M3 quick, E30 quick. So they are really cool cars, and they sound incredible as well with the 5-cylinder. It was a 2.3 turbo this time.
Okay, then you have the Vol 05RR.
Yep, different brand and the only Vol. We're coming to the end of the list now, not many left. I promise it'll end soon. The Vol 05RR is a Mexican car with a 4D EcoBoost engine, 2.3 litre turbo in the 05RR, because slightly bigger than the standard one, with an extra 100 horsepower, 385 bhp, so 60 drops to 2.7 seconds, and is just a brilliant car. I love the way they look. I think they're really cool, and obviously will be probably featuring in the new Horizon 5 game, which is set in Mexico, which obviously we'll be updating you on all the time. Most likely it has been added to Horizon 4, which and it's in Motorsport 7, so for me, if it's not in
it will be.
Horizon 5, it's a bit weird, but genuinely, because of the place being Mexico, they'll add a Mexican car, which will be that at some point it'll be added.
Okay, then there's Vector W8.
Not related to that bloke who wears orange pyjamas in Despicable Me. And goes on about magnitude. Not related to him. However, if it was related to him, it would probably be a much better car, because genuinely it's quite a terrible car. Didn't make very many production models of it, and it's not that good looking. But I sort of really like them. I think there's something that's a bit silly and cool about them that makes them sort of intriguing and interesting about the Vector W8. And they were claimed to do 220 mile an hour or something in like the late 80s or 90s, which was just crazy. With 625 horsepower in most potent form. So yeah, something really cool about those. The other Vector models were voted some of the worst cars on the planet at the time because they were really terrible. But no, the W8's sort of cool.
Alright, cool. Right. Right, then we've got the Weissman GT MF5.
MF is the sort of thing you say when you get in this car because of how fast it is.
Yeah.
The Weissman, it's because it's German. W is nice with V. No, it's the Weissman. Because of the way the vowels of the I don't know. Anyway, Weissman GT MF5. The GT is the hardtop, which it doesn't. In all fairness, the Weissman GT MF5 doesn't look as good as the convertible. However, I would have the hardtop of the MF5 because it's quick. Now, the early ones had the 5-litre V10 from BMW. These had the 4.4-litre twin-turbo V8.
Yeah.
But power was now up to 555 bhp, so it's 193 or something. They were crazy fast, really cool to look at. They're basically the German version of the Morgan, like cars, like the Morgan Euro 8 or the Euro Max. It's basically what it is, German version. And like the Morgan, it uses German engines because the Morgan does, the Euromax. Saw Morgan Euro GT recently, actually. Very good looking cars. But then I think the next one is...
Yeah, is the Weissman.
Whatever. Who knows how it's pronounced, to be honest.
You spelled it 2 different ways there as well.
That's because I spelt it wrong the second time.
Right.
First that's correct. Wiesmann. It's first time.
Wiesmann.
And it's Weissman second time.
Wiesmann GT MF3 Roadster.
Right.
So bloody German.
So the MF3 is is obviously slower. Because the 3, that's like DEFCON basically, numbered. Except from 1 and 2 don't exist, and 4 doesn't, I don't think. But the Roadster is obviously far better looking, and the MF3 looks better looking than the MF5 because it's not as insane, it's not as stupid and crazy, but the Roadster is nice. Sort of similar sort of BHP and sort of specs to an Aeromax Morgan. Very similar car that's sort of rival towards one of those. Very nice car indeed, and I genuinely would love one, I think. I don't know what colour I'd have that. I mean, the MF5 probably have a red hardtop MF5, and then like a white or silver MF3 Roadster. They're really nice.
Okay. Right, and then finally,
the last
wrapping
car
up this
of
entire bloody series is the Xenos E10R.
I had to basically find a car with the letter Z that I like. I don't like Zenvos. I think they're horrible cars, and they're genuinely just crap. As supercars go. So I had to search for Xenos and see if there's a Xenos I like. Now Xenos are quite weird. They're sort of weirdly nice little cars. Sort of British. They are British, you know, weirdly, with a name like Xenos. Like Ineos. It's a British brand, but it's a weird name. But yeah, so I picked the Xenos E10R. Now the E10R is the hot and ultimate version of the E10. They've done 3 different versions. So powers up to 350, 0-16 3 seconds flat. So pretty quick, good looking. And with the E10R, they decided that they would remove the windscreen with this one, and it saved weight. But yeah, really nice car nonetheless. And I'd rather look like a tart in the Xenos than I would rather look like a tart in the Caterham, because everybody knows Caterhams and not many people know Xenoses. So they'll look at the car and go, oh, that's nice, because I've never seen one. And yes, you'd look like an absolute idiot, but at least you'd look like an idiot in a car that's actually going to get stared at because people aren't bored of seeing them.
Yeah, fair. Right, well that is this series wrapped. Obviously this last episode was quite a long one, but if you're interested, go and have a look at the other videos, the other things in the series, and soon there should also be a massive video of every car, the entire list, A to Z, which obviously this will be the end of.
Yes. What's weird though is throughout that video we'll have changed
clothing a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, I actually think somehow we'd on the first and second video we'd somehow actually wore the same
Yes,
stuff.
we had. I remember that. Yes, we did.
That was weird.
It was.
I remember editing it thinking, how the hell have we ended up putting the same stuff back on? We recorded like a week apart, and yeah, it's strange.
Yeah. So, genuinely we had, except from on 3, 4, 5.
They're just all wearing completely different stuff. So as you can tell, this series wasn't recorded in the same day. If you couldn't guess, because you'll see the length of this video, you'd realise that we'd be dead by the end of it. But it's...
I am dead, because I have to give the reason and make sure I don't go on for 1,000 years, which I did about the Carlton.
Yeah,
at least when this video is filmed, Vauxhall's going to be like that big for about 5 cars, because the Carlton was a long one.
Yeah, indeed. So,
but genuinely, I think more people should do this. I'd love to see your, like, everyone else's list. What would yours be? Is there any cars that you think I'm a bit weird for liking? Any cars that you wouldn't have that are on this list? Any cars that you think...
What cars are you surprised that aren't on here?
Yeah, so cars that you would think, why wouldn't you want one of those?
Yeah. Anything like that. And
I'll try my best to give a reason.
Yeah. And
it might cause a bit of controversy. I do apologise if you are offended by any of the cars that aren't on the list. Like, people sit there and go, why the hell's the Huracan not on there? I said that in the Lamborghini section. It went, Lamborghini's this big because of how long I blabbered on about how we don't like the Huracan.
Yeah.
When I say I don't like the Huracan, I don't like the base spec one.
Yeah.
The Performante and the Evos and the STO ones are like solid cars. Yeah. They're cool. It's just the LB610-4. I'll just get that out. It's only the LB610-4 I don't like, because when it was out, it was a complete disappointment. End of story. That's it. Only one I don't like. That's that everybody. Right, before we start getting arguments and people killing us because of how much we hate the Huracan, well, because of how much I don't like it. But Anyway, I don't have anything against somebody who owns one. I know I come across as like I am a complete hater of the car. I don't. I mean, if I see one, I'm just like, oh, I'd rather see an MG Maestro Turbo because there's only 10 of them on the road. But because I value rarity, character, and I don't really care about performance, I care about fun. Which is a bit different, I know. Not many people do that, and it's nice to stand out and be different. Like me and Luke both value cars very similarly. But if I see one, I'm like, I don't hate the person driving it. I don't hate people for what they're like. I just think that some people have overly ambitious choices. I know I'm ambitious having like 200 cars on the list, but most of the cars on there aren't £1 million cars. They're all like 25 grand cars, like Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, one of the all-time greats. 15 to 25 grand on average for a good one. Like MX-5, what are they? 3 grand for the best examples, almost. So that's all I'm saying, is that there's a lot of people who, no offense, nothing against you, but you like £1 million cars. I don't. So I'd like to see your list. Would you have anything that's slower on there? I know everyone has different tastes, and that's the beauty of the car industry, is that everybody has different values and different tastes when it comes to cars, and I think that's what makes us all really cool as like a group of individuals in the car, as a community. Like I'm obviously part of the railway community as well. Like, I obviously like railways and stuff. Now I don't have a specific layout with specific dates, specific era, specific company or anything, or specific type of propulsion. I just have a lot of steam because I haven't been able to afford any diesels because they're too expensive. But I genuinely don't really have anything against any locomotive, really. I have my specifics and what I would own, but my list has got like 150 locos on it, which is there, which you can see there. So yeah, it's very similar, but both communities, how everybody likes things and different tastes and everything. When it's all brought together in one and you clump it together, it's really interesting. And that's why I did this video, because I wanted people to know what my specific tastes are. So I don't have to do 1,000 videos for starters, but also just for a bit of a laugh, a bit of fun, talk about some cars that I like, and that's it basically. So yeah.
So if you do your own video like this, make sure you link it in the comments. That'll be great.
Yeah, because we want to see it. Obviously, you don't have to. I don't class that as self promotion.
Yeah.
For me, that's something I can watch.
Yeah.
So if you do want to link your own video, if you do it.
Do it.
Obviously, of course, you are
you do it.
perfectly welcome to promote your video in the comments below, because I don't really have anything against that.
Yeah.
I genuinely, you're all lovely people, and you are right to have as many subscribers and as many views on your videos as me. So because we're all just people, aren't we? So
Indeed.
Nobody's different really to anybody else. We're just all car fans. So yeah, make sure you comment that if you want. Obviously, comment any suggestions, cars that you think should have been in this list, cars that you think I shouldn't have on this list that are, or cars that you aren't on the list that you think I shouldn't, because obviously there are cars on there that I didn't put on that I would also own, like the Allegro. I shouldn't really, and the Hillman Imp I don't think's on there. Is it actually?
I don't know.
Bear with. That's the right thing. Was that long ago? No, it isn't. I would own a Hillman Imp actually. I genuinely would. I'd own a Hillman Imp Coupe as well. They did a sports one, which is gorgeous. But yeah, there's obviously some absentees which would be on there. So obviously, comment your thoughts, suggestions, blah blah blah, and we will see you very soon for some more content. Don't know what exactly.
Yeah.
But we have some good stuff on the way. So goodbye.